Let's fire up the go live.
Yeah,
We've
the
got quite a few
extra
people
link of
waiting, I see.
the extra link effect never actually used except for Gumler Dragon.
I still think MR6 should just kneecap Link somehow.
They'll figure it out if they do. All right, we're live. We're going in. I see several of you waiting. I appreciate before we even got started, somebody did a super chat.
Just be like, fucking Link monsters.
What is it we always say? If a Link monster would go to defense position, it explodes instead?
Well, that one, but I think they need to go further. Like, cap the number of Link summons per turn or something.
You can only summon one Link of each Link rating per turn, so you have to Link climb.
Something like that.
You can't do 2 Link 1s. You got to do
Yeah.
Link 1 to Link 2 to Link 3 to Link 4. That might work. That might cut down on the combos. That would be pretty interesting.
It would just cut down on some of the degenerate stuff.
Yeah. But all right. Hello, everybody. We've been going for about a minute. Axe is wrestling with the other VC, so he'll be joining us shortly.
Have they actually...
What's up,
Have
Dallas?
they actually gone over how he died?
They are still investigating. So here, let me throw the switch.
Right.
I mean, not to be too morbid about it, but like most likely is health failure and then drowning.
Yes.
I believe that's
so.
about 90% of sea deaths or that.
Yeah, there's that.
So
they did point out he went missing before, but yeah.
Yes. So if you don't happen to know, it's a car accident. He was in the water.
Sure,
Could be
shark
a boat
cars.
accident. But yes, I regret to inform you all, if you didn't know already, which I would be shocked if you're watching me stream and you don't know, because it has been all over the internet. I believe it was technically yesterday in Japan, because time zones. Kazuki Takahashi was reported to have died. He was a incredibly talented artist and author, multiple award-winning, and the originator of the series, manga, anime, and card game that we regularly gather a couple times a week to yell incessantly about. And out of a lot of those early shows, like, I'm still a pretty deep cut for stuff like, Pokemon and whatnot, but mostly the games. Like, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime is one that out of that era really stuck with me. And as you know, I've been kind of off and on it, but I definitely, as an adult doing YouTube stuff, came back to the game, the community, and everything. So it's very impactful for me. Obviously, we do a lot of content and stuff. But yeah, I also just want to say my own thoughts of just Takahashi Sensei was a huge fan of games, tabletop games, RPGs, board games, all that fun stuff. And he said as much in the follow-ups, the afterwards to the manga, that he always imagined them as a great way to bring people together, share thoughts, kind of challenge yourself. So if you are out here and you are playing card games, or you're joining us as a community in this moment because you liked Yu-Gi-Oh!, the card game, the anime, whatever, I think that would make him happy. Dallas, you wanted to say some stuff.
I've made it clear that I didn't really get into the anime of Yu-Gi-Oh! In the beginning. However, I will say I got into Yu-Gi-Oh! Possibly in a different way than most. I got into it through the manga. It's one of...
Uh-oh. Am I still streaming? Okay. Sorry about that. I regret to cutting out Dallas, but apparently my Discord exploded. My computer's being a little weird today, guys. I regret to inform you, Prog may or may not be delayed because my video exporter crashed, so please hold while I reboot Discord, because it did explode. It should just put me back into the VC. When did Yu-Gi-Oh! Wrap, actually? It was a while ago. Though he still maintained doing one-shots, and obviously if you've seen the copyright to Studio Dice, that was his studio, so. Alright. I'm connecting back in. There I am, okay.
Very not...
I'm sorry, Dallas, you were cut off by my Discord exploding.
I was cut off by your Discord. Okay.
I have a
Oh,
question.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
sorry
think
about
his
that.
manga style is a lot similar to very similar to Araki, in the way that the
Was that me? That's me.
faces he draws are very extreme and
Mhm.
in a lot of cases grotesque, in a very unique way, which I appreciate because to me that adds like narrative flair. And
Uh,
I really appreciate how batshit insane the original Yu-Gi-Oh manga is. Like, if you haven't read it, I would recommend it because
It's a
it's
it's l-
hold
completely
on,
bonkers.
guys. Wait, I don't want to cut off everybody's heartfelts, but I would like to ask you guys to hang on a moment because my computer is being very unusual. Okay. Am I? Yeah, we dropped some frames there. Let me double check if we're running anything in the background. I know that my video editing software exploded earlier, so gosh, we're sucking up a lot of memory. That's Chrome. Hold on. I think Chrome is like freaking the fuck out. So hold on, I'm gonna close and reset that really quick.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
and my anti-malware service executable, my Windows Defender, is still slurping up so much memory tonight. Windows, I need you to not do that. My computer will be well defended if I can't run anything on it, I guess, but I need you to stop that, please. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to reopen Chrome so I can access the Studio Live. And though I would like to remind everybody, remember that fail portrayal is just a branding. It is a funny thing we say. We do have something resembling our usual content for you tonight.
Yeah. It's not just a tribute show.
Yes, but
Yeah,
I figured we would start here and talk about some things.
But yeah.
Yeah,
I had a
double. Yeah, I know I was double checking on something I heard about, but he actually was a fan of Araki's works, so
Yes, I was
That
going to
makes
say
sense.
A lot of
that
people
he
are.
was.
Like, yeah, but he actually draws like if you can tell like I was saying, the original Yu-Gi-Oh manga is absolute insanity.
yeah.
Like
I
Kaiba
noticed
hires
that.
a paramilitary group to just straight up murder. The
Yeah,
rest of the
I think I
characters
would
with
say
guns.
Apparently,
the original Yu-Gi-Oh manga is like peak like late 90s like I don't want to say like edgelord because it's not quite grimdark, but like that
It's not
weird,
edgy. It's
Can I-
weird dark occult stuff.
Can I please get a bit in?
Yeah.
Sure.
First question.
Okay,
Did
question?
he do any of the designs of the later seasons?
I do believe they would
did-
occasionally consult him for designs.
He did
I know he was
consulting
heavily
work, but-
involved in. He was directly involved in Dark Side of Dimensions, and he was heavily involved in the start of GX.
Okay,
yeah.
I noticed that in like a lot of some of his designs because I could see Yubel being kind of one of his own kind of designs. But
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds about right.
But
I could see- same
I
with
was just
Prowler.
curious about that because I want to say is like he has an interesting thing about he's always been quite creative as also as an Idrophile, like a Rocky in a weird way, but he's also a
There's a lot of
Ital-
Egyptophiles.
Italiophile, but yeah, but the bit to me is like it starts as him trying to do like a mid-90s horror series that then becomes a card game series, which then still keeps its all like brutality and interesting
Oh,
manners.
Yeah.
And I want to say, I think he always wanted it to be about games. Obviously, the name Yu-Gi-Oh, directly.
He wanted it to be
referencing
about different
games,
ones,
but
yeah.
I said this before you got here, X, and before my Discord exploded. But he was always a big fan of board games and card games and RPGs throughout his life. So he wanted to draw a weird gaming manga.
To say this, the Pharaoh regularly kills people in the manga, and it's great.
So
Like, at one
Kaiba, the only
point-
reason Kaiba became less sociopathic is because he got mind crushed.
Yes.
Well, no, there's a part in the
Some
manga
other stuff.
where there's a gangster that I believe holds them up at like a diner,
Yeah,
There's
there
quite a
is
few
that.
moments like that.
And
and then the Pharaoh rather, basically causes the gangster to light himself on fire to death.
oh right, because he was doing that whole place.
That was the alcohol pouring game.
Plus the lighter on his hand says like, "Hey, choose which finger you want to use."
Yeah.
And it was a gun.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like,
There's a lot of weird stuff like that. Yeah.
there's a part where he turns someone's eyes into like censored cubes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
permanently.
it was a pervert.
And
Yeah.
I also want to bring this
Yeah.
up.
Great.
Axel appreciate this, but not only was he a fan of games, he was also a fan of Western animation and comics. In case you couldn't tell by the toon archetype, including he was known, Kazuki Takahashi Sensei was known to be a big fan of Hellboy, and he actually did an art exchange, I believe, at a Comic-Con somewhere.
I've seen
with,
that a few times actually today. Yeah.
Yeah. Mike. Oh, I always forget how to pronounce his last name.
Mike Mignola.
Mignola, yeah.
Yeah. No,
That
Takahashi.
art is amazing.
I feel a
fucking
little,
weird.
in a weird way, I feel a little bad that Yu-Gi-Oh got as big as it did. Because I would have really liked to see a lot of other series from
Oh
him.
yeah, I would have liked to have seen.
Yeah,
like,
he did
other
some one
games
shots
he would have made,
afterward as
too.
well. So I mentioned this earlier, but if you've ever wondered why Yu-Gi-Oh cards say, copyright Studio Dice, that was his manga studio. So,
Yeah.
But yes, in this time, our hearts and minds go to Kazuki Takahashi's friends and family. I've always heard he was married to fellow mangaka Rumiko Takahashi, but also allegedly they're very private about their relationship. So actually getting confirmation on that was very
It
very
doesn't
hard.
even say it
I
on
didn't
the
know because she's
Wikipedia.
actually quite. I think she's pretty famous than him technically in Japan.
Oh God, yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, she
she's like
also is a multi-award-winning mangaka. I do believe she
As
technically
a
has more
mangaka,
awards than
probably
Kazuki
like,
does. Yes,
it
but again, I could not confirm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he also did some
No,
art trades
it's-
with the Bobo guy.
Yeah, I really, Jesus. No, I feel bad just because I feel like sometimes when creators get hyper successful, like Takahashi did with one series, he
Yeah.
got kind of forced to just draw for that series for his entire career,
Yeah.
which is a bit unfortunate because
It's like,
Yeah, 'cause
hey, this is your work. You did this. Draw more of it. It's pretty much how it is with some of those things. It's not so good.
It's kind of
Yeah.
a pain that is like. Do you? This is. I don't know. If this is a bad taste, but do you think he would have wanted kids to have played this card game?
No, I genuinely do
Probably.
think he was very happy for the people to be playing the game. Like I said, he really did love games and wanted to bring it together. Then that's why
Yeah.
I would say, as far as we know, it's always been rumored. Not a lot of hard confirmations, but he was supposedly fairly hands-on about some things with Konami.
Yeah.
He did not want cash prizes for the OCG because he always thought of it first as a game for young people. I don't know necessarily if as young as, say, the TCG is allegedly marketed in like America 6+, because as we discussed, the original Yu-Gi-Oh manga very dark.
Oh yeah, no,
But
I
a
think
young
he meant,
adult
like
thing.
high school. I think he meant like middle schools and high schoolers kind of thing.
Yeah,
yeah,
the
no, I
typical
think
shonen
it's
range, like
supposed to be
12 and
middle.
up.
Well, okay, let me quickly look at this. I have a reference material.
But
what are they supposed to be?
I also know that it's always been said that while he was always down to draw alt arts of some classic cards, there are quite a few, but there were restrictions on how Konami could use them. He did not always like to let him throw out just whatever. And in fact, this has always been the rumor why a certain card, which we'll be discussing later, because to let everybody know what our format is, we talked a lot about it, but decided to go with examining one of Yugi's classic monsters, very well represented by Kaz's own art, Dark Magician and Associated.
No, yeah.
But it's always been rumored that that is why Konami has not yet brought over Magi Magician Gal, the Xyz monster, because, well, the TCG is very weird about cleavage, and because it is only a Kaz art directly, he has apparently been previously been a little insistent that they not censor it. So,
Yeah.
and it's a signed piece by him.
I mean, I think
Also a good card actually.
blah, blah, blah.
Relatively.
And it's debatable, but
For
I think
what the tech you put in it is.
Konami should budge on that because, let's be honest, the amount of actual children that play Yu-Gi-Oh at this point is.
I mean, I don't think many children have.
And
like,
I mean, they've been a
$300
lot
to, like,
freer
buy a
with the
deck.
Lost Arts. Like, they've been bringing them out with a certain surcharge requirement to assume that you cannot be in there.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, I would. Not that I want them to like money grab or anything, but I would hope that Konami would be thinking about and possibly discussing with whoever now has the rights to that stuff. You know, who's taken over
it is
Studio Dice and those
Konami,
things.
so I don't trust them with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, but I would hope that somebody is in talks in the respectful way to maybe see about, you know, some memorializing, whether it's merch or like maybe actually like authorizing a reprint with the estate of some of the artworks he did or something. Or hey, you know, you guys could reprint the 20th anniversary art book he did. That's our thumbnail, is the cover of the art book. In real life, because it was for the 20th anniversary, it is about $300.
Jesus.
Because I believe it is out of print, and like I said, it is a anniversary book full of, you know, Kaz's Arts of Monsters. So,
and I'll say this: as much as, I think out of all of the like trading card game spaces, I think Takahashi got the game aspect the most. Because I've always said, despite what I think of the actual card game compared to a lot of the other card games, as far as the video game department, I don't think Yu-Gi-Oh! Has an equal. In terms of producing video games and online material.
While it's been a while, though, I haven't tried it out yet because it's only on mobile, but apparently Cross Duel did stealth release earlier this week on Android and iOS in certain regions. Because Konami does not believe in release dates. I don't know if it's available in America or not yet, but everybody go check if you've got Cross Duel. That one's supposed to be a weird one, but while they've been leaning on simulators lately, I don't know if it was just Konami or if indeed Kazuki Takahashi had some input on that, but there are some weird old Yu-Gi-Oh! Games that are a lot of fun because they play like a fever dream, much like the anime.
Rechef of Destruction has always been one of my favorites. That and Duelist of the Roses.
Honestly,
so
I kind of wish.
I was so bad at Duelist of the Roses.
I kind of wish like Takahashi had a chance to like make more, I guess like push for more like weird like alternative format kind of video games.
Well, I mean, even some of the more normal ones were still like different. Like I will like one of my favorite series that Yu-Gi-Oh! Has is the Tag Force series, which is an entirely different way to play the game technically.
Yeah,
it's very well. Obviously, it has the tag aspect, but I also believe a lot of those games were basically RPG focused. You played a self-insert character and like actually, went out and built your decks and talked to the other characters and stuff.
And depending on which of the games you played, you had entirely like very character-specific scenarios that involved very different characters.
Yeah,
but then of course
some of them were like even original things.
And like, let's be fair. Even though we do not necessarily agree with how Konami has been supporting it, as just a piece of tech, Master Duel is amazing. It's got the great, there's an amazing soundtrack. All the little cosmetics are actually like really interesting and funny. And there are these, very striking animations when your cards hit the board, which is how the manga was envisioned, you know?
I think it comes down to my disagreement with Konami and to an extent Takahashi is I think they're very good at a lot of aspects of card games, except for the actual card game rule part. Which is where I think a lot of it suffers.
Yeah. I mean, I will say this. Dallas, you can answer this question for me. How many, like, hard and fast, like, not new formats, but, like, outright direct changes to the way Magic the Gathering's rules worked have happened?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Like, have they ever, like...
You mean, like...
I mean, in the sense of, like, a Master
shakeups,
Duel. Yeah, what? Like, in the sense of, like, a new Master Rule shakeup. Like...
So I can only speak to since I started playing Magic, which was about Mirrodin Cycle, the original Mirrodin Cycle. So about 15 or so years. Let's see, there was the Mythic, there aren't actually that many, I'll say this, with Wizards, there aren't that many massive rules changes. It's a lot of little things.
Yeah. And
like, they do about about 10 or so rules revisions, like, every two or so years. Like, it's a pretty rapid.
We also realize every other card game I've played has a resource mechanic instead of just an advantage based game.
Well, it's because of the problem that Yu-Gi-Oh is facing now. It's on the surface that's a good idea, but the problem is it not having a resource engine makes power creep.
Well, and I think we can
multiplicative.
say that's probably not something that Takahashi himself envisioned. He did deliberately write Yu-Gi-Oh! To be, well, inspired by Magic the Gathering, like when he was thinking up the random rules for the manga, that you see in like Duelist Kingdom and Battle City. I believe he deliberately made it not like Magic because he wanted to see about making a rule that wasn't like based on lands and resource
And
generation.
I can
that
understand that.
And I know a lot of people who like Yu-Gi-Oh! For that reason, but I do agree, Dallas, that it has the resource is now just card advantage.
It is
which,
showing its cracks in the modern game.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think the resource not being a thing was a problem until I would say the last 3 or so years.
By that time, links were.
But we've now just hit a critical amount. No, I wouldn't. I would say since Master Rule 5. Really.
Yeah.
2020.
Yeah, I was gonna say not necessarily early links, but.
By the way, just to not to throw shade, but to let everybody know, David is currently coming to us from the year 2001 Xbox Live.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not.
Sorry,
I'm referencing an old Rough and Badger bit.
Maybe more like 2009.
I meant to bring it up at some point when we had some breathing room. I do not have a room to myself anymore that I can talk to you guys from, so I had to skedaddle outside and also use a lower quality mic.
Yeah.
Headset mic. So
I was gonna give you Xbox 360 headset personally.
thanks
not
for
an
the vote of
Xbox
confidence
One,
there, guys.
not an Xbox original, but
Yeah.
But yeah.
But yeah,
no.
no. Let me know if like I start picking up wind or something.
All right.
If it
But
gets real bad.
I do have to give Kazuki Takahashi a lot of credit because I think, like, in terms of the actual playing aspect, because I'm gonna call it like I see it. Pokemon is an outlier, and its numbers are inflated by the amount it's bought and not the amount it's played. If you look at played events, it's way below Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic.
Yeah, I'm about to say, Pokemon really caught that
either.
investing bug first. I know so many people who just open Pokemon card packs and look at the shiny like alt arts and foils and stuff, and then get them graded and sell them. I don't see those people playing Pokemon on stream. Whereas with Yu-Gi-Oh, if you see somebody like unbox a booster box, you will also see them actually playing Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't show you guys me playing paper Yu-Gi-Oh because that would require paper setups.
Other than Magic, Yu-Gi-Oh is the success story because I remember the mid 2000s ish when there were 50 billion TCGs that came out. Like
Harry Potter,
Duel Masters.
Oh God! Oh,
and
don't
there
even
was
get me started.
Digimon from that.
Oh, I think that they saw the success that Yu-Gi-Oh especially, but also Pokemon was having, and they were trying to ride the coattails for their various TV shows and animes to have.
Oh, those had animes too, though. Duel Masters had an anime.
Well, and I think that's the thing, right?
God.
It was our version of the multi-level marketing. It's like when a new video game comes out, you don't just get the video game, you get the merch tie-in, you get the sponsored streamers, you get the, the announcement of an anime tie-in or whatever, like all that stuff. Back in the day, that was, I mean, honestly, it goes back to the 80s with Transformers and G.I. Joe, but this was just the new form of it was, hey, we can have a show that is basically our ad platform. We're going to run 20 minutes of ads for our game, and it didn't work for everybody.
So you guys can tell me to stop about this, but I've kind of this is a weird thing, I guess, but
go for it. We're having a moment.
There are certain companies I think that have actually done well in the Western markets, but that's because they're mostly digital and because they're able to actually edit.
Well,
they're able to errata cards very quickly, and outside of that, it makes you think of like, weirdly enough, when you're talking about Konami, I really thought about how Konami's practices as a company and how like it made me think about how like Hearthstone is really detached from Blizzard Activision King.
I mean, it's not, but it is.
Or it's
well, I mean, I think you
able to distance themselves enough to where it's not. It doesn't embody the same shitty practices.
I mean, it does. Well, okay. Let me break this down.
No,
because
I feel you're the most
qualified
for this.
As the resident Hearthstone player, like I'm literally playing it in the background right now. I think Hearthstone has it is the least shitty. Well, other than WoW, which actually doesn't have any in my opinion, predatory monetization, unless you count a subscription fee, but that's different. But it's definitely the least shitty Blizzard Activision King product, but there's still the same kinds of stuff in it. Like,
and I mean, even for WoW, I've heard some people complain about the way they handled certain like mounts and other cosmetics. Usually,
okay, but
weird
I'm gonna be
limited
real.
run stuff.
Cosmetics to me, and this is a me personal thing. Cosmetics don't mean shit. I don't care. You
Yeah,
can sell
it's
whatever
not.
you want cosmetics.
I think there's a lot of people, especially in this day and age, has accepted like the difference between pay to win and cosmetics.
I remember
is a big deal.
$15 horse armor.
Well, and also, I mean, we can say the Blizzard oeuvre is not immune to that because everybody has been counting the numbers of Diablo Immortal, and it's bad. It's very bad.
No, Diablo Immortal is. But here's the thing, and this is what I've always given. I don't want to say credit for because I think this should be the bare minimum standard.
Yeah.
With proper time investment, purchases are not necessary for those games. That's what I've always appreciated about games like Hearthstone. Like, you do not need to buy anything in the game. Ever.
And
I mean, I do because I like shiny portraits of... They get me on nostalgia because I'm an ex-WoW player. Kind of... I'm an ex-WoW player in the same way everyone's an ex-WoW player, let's be honest.
Just uninstall.
You're just waiting for an.
It's uninstalled.
You're waiting for another expansion after they've cleaned up after Daddy Xbox has cleaned up their act and fired all the bad.
And then I will play for.
Well, they won't though.
I'll play for.
I feel like they will. They already have actually.
Well, no, they literally. Well, here's the shitty thing about the whole Blizzard situation. The dude that was responsible for a lot of the really bad shit had literally left before most of that came out.
Yeah.
He literally bailed.
Yes, no. There's a very unfortunate interview by a very poor YouTuber. I feel very bad for this man, Pyromancer. That happened, like, I think it was like 2 months, it was 2 days before the news broke. Lamenting the creative director leaving and how sad he was to see him go. And I was just like, oh no.
That one didn't age so well.
That did not age well
at
all.
That didn't age immediately. That, like,
to be fair,
I was gonna say I believe they call that aging like milk.
But to be fair, this wasn't a Harvey Weinstein like open secret situation. I don't think anyone expected what exactly was going on, or at least as someone tuned into Blizzard.
It turns out there was like a large weird fuck culture thing to it.
There were some stuff like I feel like good old Jason Schreier, who is actually a good games journalist, but also is sometimes kind of a tool, formerly of Kotaku, now of Bloomberg. I believe he tweeted something to the effect of like, "Oh, this actually fits with rumors I've been hearing for years," and like everybody was like, "Jason, if you've been hearing rumor for years, where the fuck was your coverage?" But
yeah, no,
I mean,
solid,
also the same thing is, like Axe just said, rumors are sometimes just rumors. If you can't get somebody to lock down and cough
what
it
I
up,
mean
can't.
What I mean by the Harvey Weinstein thing is that was like open knowledge. Like there are books written in the 80s about, oh yeah, this dude's a sexual predator. Yeah. It's really fucked up, actually.
Just no one wanted to do anything about it.
He was the most powerful man in Hollywood.
He was a big producer, and nobody really wanted to cross him because that would mean you get blacklisted.
No.
Not something I think we have to worry about in the space of tabletop games.
Don't say that. People said that about Super Smash Bros. Content creators.
I mean,
and look
I don't mean the sexual scandal. I mean the being too big to like.
Oh, being too powerful.
Out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that makes more sense.
Not even Wizards of the Coast is safe from people doing. Honestly, some of the people's like, what's the word I'm looking for that I've completely blanked on? Not criticism. I guess some of the offense some people take is very petty about. Blah, blah, blah.
I was about to bring up Dungeon World and how Dungeon World 2 is never going to happen because that was actually a thing.
Wizards is an interesting case where for every case of like the internet going hysterical over a 15-year-old card that they really shouldn't have, there's also a case where oops, we accidentally hired a neo-Nazi. Our bad.
The unfortunate problem of that is that as a space for generally marginalized people, that means that there were probably a lot of formerly marginalized you know, neo-Nazis and racists and stuff who were into the scene, and then now we're moving on to different marginalized groups are getting into the scene, and we realize, oh, our two marginalizations are not the same.
One
Yeah.
actually should be
get along.
Yeah.
One actually should be marginalized.
Yeah, no,
It's an interesting thing, but I feel like we've been doing this for like
Also, don't take what I said that
30
wrong.
minutes?
You know what I meant by that.
Yes. We've been doing this for about 30 minutes. I will say there was a disconnect drop there where OBS dropped for a second and came back. It came right back. It's been a little titchy, but I'm dropping less frames since it actually like broke and reconnected. So you may have some buffering issues. I'm not sure what's up with the internet right now. It was storming earlier, so
You've been slightly
hopefully-
slightly, but you've been mostly stable.
yeah, hopefully Thor of the Aesir. Actually, no, I've got the perfect one. For throttling my internet, I have to reference Thunder Dragon Colossus, who doesn't let me add cards to my hand.
You don't need to add well, you don't need to add cards. You just summon. from
Hopefully,
deck,
I don't
it's fine.
add data packets to my stream there. He can
Well,
leave me alone, and we'll be good for the
So
night.
I'm begging you would get this joke, but packet loss is like King Crimson.
It's true. It is like King Crimson.
see,
Alrighty.
I don't get that meme. Not because I don't understand King Crimson, but because I don't understand packet loss.
Well, basically,
The data's just gone, man.
it's just gone, and it never reaches you. But it happened, but not really.
Okay.
Yeah, the data
No,
was
I get
sent,
the
but it
joke
never
now.
reached anybody, so it's
I
just gone.
understand the joke now.
So I will now pull up as many Dark Magician arts as I can.
Yeah,
We
I'll
will
be honest.
here
The
for a
first
little
couple
bit.
are gonna be, hey, it's Dark Magician in a slightly puffier
let's just-
costume.
So
just
this
grab
is
let's just grab the classic.
This
all
is
of the
not
special
the
attack spells.
original, but this is the classic one. This is not the like OCG's first art, but this is the one you saw in Starter Deck Yugi. I've got one of these lying around. I actually might have a couple of
Also,
these lying around.
Isn't Dark Magician like one of the only arts that actually literally has a separate character of the same name as an alt art?
Yes.
Yes.
It's like I'm amazed that they didn't actually do more of like that, like the Black Dark Magician.
Believe this
Well,
is
actually,
the...
that's not technically true because if you want to look at it, one of the arts of the some of the elemental hero stuff is the Supreme King art, but that's different.
Yeah.
This, I believe, is the original classic OCG art I just pulled up.
Yes,
Yep.
which
Those are
I
Dark
gotta admit
Magician.
I like a lot better.
Yeah, I'm
Remember
not really
also,
sure what
I-
they went for with the pose. Like, this is definitely more Kaz, more
No,
of the manga.
I'm gonna be
shining
honest.
through.
So I just noticed.
What's up?
The Dark Magic Circle is actually an ancient clock.
Well, yeah.
Is it? Yeah.
No, it's not. Wait, what are you
Or
talking about?
9, or at least just a bunch of different symbols he's put it together.
It's
Yeah,
probably just
no,
one.
it's not a
here
clock.
here is probably one of the most interesting alt arts.
Yeah.
The
right.
Dark Magician Red, the Arcana version.
Dark Magician Himbo. God, his fucking eyes.
That one.
Yeah,
looks
he's got some anime manga mean man eyes.
It's the
Yeah,
interesting
that-
bit of
yeah.
like
That one looks
Well,
like Bakura in Dark Magician form.
I'm also gonna say it's literally
I'll be
actually just
honest,
inverted.
I-
It's actually just
I
inverted
do-
colors.
I do actually like that one, other than the eyes.
Yeah,
it was
other
an
than the
interesting
eyes, I think it's fine. I still like the manga one better than the original. Not even because of the pose, or not better than the LOB one. Not even because of the pose, but because of I like the accents on the suit more.
Yeah,
I
it
like the
definitely
red
does the
and purple
more
accents.
vibrant color scheme, whereas
But this is my favorite Dark
the
Magician.
Legend of Blue Eyes. Yeah, I'm gonna have to resize all of these,
Oh,
but
I will.
The
I will also
green
want to bring
skin
up that
Dark Magician.
I honestly really
Well, I mean, the
enjoy
original was too.
how the armor of the Dark Magician became then the aesthetic of what they do for every like big magician character ever has these kind of pauldrons and spikes.
Yeah, they're WoW shoulders.
all right, hold on. I'm gonna have to. I need
You
more,
cannot
more
convince me
white
that
space.
Kazuki Takahashi did not at one
what
point
was WoW?
play WoW or
Warcraft.
EverQuest.
Because this was like 2002 or something, right?
Well, no,
Or
but you can also say
RuneScape.
Warcraft because Warcraft had the same problem of all of the mages having goofy ass clothing. If I
What
could
was
pull up
more,
Yeah.
Antonidas.
was that
90s,
early 90s
I
or
think?
mid 90s or late 90s?
Warcraft 2. When was Warcraft 2?
Warcraft 1, I want to say it was like 90.
Well, no,
Chad, I'm gonna hide you for a little
95?
bit.
But
there
Warcraft
wasn't
3,
any-
I think, was hot in 01.
So 96 is when you saw Antonidas, I believe.
Ah,
That is the same year that Yu-Gi-Oh did premiere. So, Who knows?
Or maybe they're drawing for the same source.
And
Maybe.
then
They could have had similar references.
this
For
is
reference,
the
this is the guy I'm talking about when I say WoW shoulders.
this is the signed Kaz art. I believe this was for Dark-Sided Dimensions or something thereabouts.
Look like the
I do like that one. That one's actually.
That one's more like a cloak. Yeah. Oh yeah, that one.
I am a fan of more simpler designs.
Kaz's
So I like the design principles of the black and white
Oh,
one.
that's my favorite one, actually.
Why does he have a 25 pack now?
I don't know. I think
I
that's
don't
some
know.
of the art drift. We talked earlier about how,
Yeah.
as far as we can tell, Kazuki was actually a fan of Araki's artwork. I'll cut off his elbow a little bit. There's a lot of these arts. I feel like Kaz's art style definitely got more muscular as time went on. So Dark Magician eventually becomes ripped.
Yeah.
Also, he's a fan of Dragon Ball's art.
Yes,
so.
he's also a fan of Akira Toriyama's work.
I'm gonna say I'm not a fan of this one.
I still honestly really like the one.
He
with
looks
lightning
like a
bolts on it.
He-Man character.
Let's see. That is
Yeah.
from the
I still like
Legendary
the
collection originally, I think. Sorry, I'm
No,
trying to source it. By the way, this is probably not even going to be all the Dark Magician alt arts because there are so many. There are.
Oh no, we
actually
have
so
to
many.
show the
I'm
ugly ass one though. We have to show the ugly ass
All
one.
right, dig up which one you're thinking of for that one, and I'll try.
Let me see if I can find it. It's the one I played in my deck, and you just went, "What the fuck is this art?"
I know, but I got you back by playing the Kaz art of Summon Skull, and everybody's like, "Yo, what the fuck is this?" And I'm
Oh
like,
no, I knew that one because
This is a great one.
It's in one of the old video games.
"Yeah, it's a great one." It might actually be.
Well, I get
Title's
we'll have to show the different summon skull arts when we do Archfiends.
Oh god,
That'll be a funny one.
some of the Summon Skull arts. Are
Yeah, so
bad.
the signed one, the white signed one, is from the movie pack. I think actually that first our new middle one. Oops, that's I clicked on OBS, not that. This guy down here. I think that is also Dark Side of Dimensions. The Dark Side of Dimensions pack specifically, and then this one is. It's very big. It's from the OCG's Twitter. Let me resize it. This one I think was from just a limited collection. So this is a very good. This latest one I've added, though it's a little cut off. This is a very good. I'll center him for a second. I move him over to the collage later. This art I like because it speaks about the classic style. Like he's got the blonde hair, the bluish green skin, which is the original manga coloring.
Yeah.
And it's got like newer, smoother digital lines, but is obviously still like not quite like Kaz's actual art drift, which got more muscly, which is, I'm not going to say bad per se, but it's definitely like that is something that he added later that is not in the original art styles.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, here it is.
I'm starting to think about some of my favorite arts are actually one of the later ones. I think
Here's
it's
the art, Omega.
Alright.
I think some of my favorite arts are like Palladium
Yeah,
oracles.
that's just one of the ones I don't have blown up.
I found one. I found a better one.
All right, you found a good.
That one actually doesn't look that bad to me. Weird.
See, that's got the color adjustment. That's good. Though I do think it's still a little
I still
weird.
like that one.
I don't.
Just copy link, not copy.
I don't know. I'm partial to
Actually
the
fit pretty
fourth
good.
art. I think it was the fourth art. Yeah, the fourth art.
Yeah.
The one with the tablet of memories.
Yeah.
That's a good one, yeah.
Just because I just think it's like the first art except drawn back. Like I don't want to be mean. The first
Drawn
art
cleaner.
Well,
looks
the-
like needs a little touch up in
Well,
the art
and
department.
it's because you got to remember, like we said, Kazuki Takahashi started drawing Yu-Gi-Oh! In about, I believe, 96 is the original copyright date when it started publishing.
Yeah.
And the card game was the early 2000s. That was before there was like really good digital art software. Like so, a lot of this is he drew it by hand, and then I presume they scanned it in or otherwise put it in the printing machine. So
No, but artwork 4 is definitely my favorite personally.
I would probably run with. I mean, I like a lot of the Kaz signed pieces just for the effort, but I would definitely probably run the tablet one, or maybe, like I said, this kind of like neo retro one. Normally, because that has
Yeah,
the Manga
that
color
one
scheme
is
too.
really. I actually hadn't seen that one before. That one's really.
And like I said, I'm not even sure that's all of them. There is a Rush Duel version. I'm not going to post that one because that's just the Legend of Blue Eyes print again, but with like the modern digital editing.
Is it weird that the Legend of Blue Eyes one is my least favorite?
No, 'cause I
Probably
think it
not.
got better.
You said yourself you're not a huge anime stan of Yu-Gi-Oh. You remember the manga,
No.
and that the Legend of Blue Eyes print is absolutely that's the anime color scheme, like why he has normal skin and is
Yeah.
more purple.
No,
Yeah.
the one it's for me my least favorites are a tie between the black and white one where he has his hand on his hip like he's a fucking JoJo villain, or the Legend of Blue Eyes one.
I could understand that. Me personally, I'm kind of not a fan of what's that second one over on the bottom?
Oh, the Dark Side of Dimensions.
This one?
Lightning
Yeah.
Pose?
Yeah, that one's a
I'm-
little. That one's also a little weird.
I more just
I
like
think it's
the,
just
like,
because he's
he
too
looks-
bulgy.
He looks. Yeah, I was gonna say he looks too bulky.
Well, yeah.
I weirdly like the silhouette, and I more like the actual. Maybe I just like what the tech that was used to make it, and like the design's not that great. I guess.
I like the
I-
pose. The problem is the bulk.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
even the black and white one is like, well, yes, he's clearly like super ripped. He's not.
Like he's a twink. Like
Yeah.
we could just say
Yeah.
it. Like he's very slim fit.
Yeah.
He's a magic user. He doesn't hit.
Whereas
opposed
the
to-
Dark Side of Dimensions print is like, hey, Dark
He's,
Magician been
like,
hitting the gym.
Look at the size of his fucking arm. It's
He's been hitting that
ridiculous.
gym in the Shadow Realm, boys.
So
Like
I'll be able to see. I'll need to see art
looks
later,
like
but
he doesn't look like he's gonna cast Dark Magic Attack. He looks like he's gonna cast Fist.
no,
That is pretty funny.
He looks like he needs the Pillar Man theme. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest. God, yeah, no, but no, most of this art is like Dark Magician is, in my opinion, the classic Yu-Gi-Oh monster. I was never a big Blue Eyes guy. I was always more a Dark Magician guy.
Well, and I feel like everybody has their like. If you are a fan of the original anime or manga, everybody has their key one. Like for me, it has. Well, I've always also really liked Dark Magician. Red Eyes Black Dragon was one of the first cards I saw, and whenever we get around to Red Eyes, there will also be like 5 million prints of that, much like Blue Eyes.
Oh yeah.
But-
Yeah, I'll be. Oh, I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, I'll be the other Joey guy here, and no, Flame Swordsman was kind of. I like.
Yeah, Flame Swords is another one.
weirdly enough.
That one I don't know if there's enough for an archetype. We will actually mention a couple of the crossover cards because you guys might remember before Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, Joey and Yugi already had a team up fusion monster
oh yeah,
who was
yeah.
weird in anime.
I like the design of it a little bit.
Wait, they
I want to say
A Black Skull
I'm
Dragon?
ready to be
No,
proven wrong, but I think okay.
Dark Flare Knight,
Yeah,
literally
yeah,
Flame
right.
Swordsman plus Dark Magician.
also
yes, he's in this
Mirage,
list.
but
Well, yeah, Mirage is not in the list because I don't think artistically he really fits.
that's more if I ever did Flame
Wait
Swordsman,
a
I guess.
second. Wait a second. So a fusion involving a fusion monster.
Yes, I know. It's also why it was terrible. Not that Flame Swordsman should be a fusion monster. That was absolutely.
actually, oh my god, Dark Flare Knight was regularly played in tournaments.
Well, yeah, but that's
Oh.
because I believe it was an instant fusion target.
Magical Scientist, but yeah.
Oh, scientist. Yeah, same thing.
Oh,
Because then you can still bring out Mirage Knight if you really wanted to.
No,
do that
it's
dumb
the
thing.
it's the highest attack monster you could bring out with Magical Scientist or Instant Fusion.
It's pretty funny.
For
Yeah,
a
I
long
cannot.
time.
Well, Instant Fusion is
Yeah.
5 or lower, so
Or no, yeah, Magical Scientist. Sorry.
Yeah,
yeah,
so
Master
I cannot find a clean cut of this art, but there is one more art from the 25th anniversary. This is an
Okay.
homage to I believe, the Bandai printing. Very, very old school art. This is also pretty good.
yeah, I do love
Oh
this
yeah,
one.
no.
This one is like definitely one of the better ones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is very much calling to the one of the old school manga arts.
Yeah, I don't like the watermark, but that's not the art's fault.
Yeah, no, that's because
Yeah.
that's because I dug up this asset from an official press release from Yu-Gi-Oh.jp or whatever.
Yeah, no.
And
I
I cannot
still
find
think I
any
like the
clean art
tablet
'cause it's
one
very
more,
good.
but that's definitely on the bet. Look, I like it when he has the red highlights in the like dark purple suit.
Yeah, no, I like the
Yeah.
manga colors as well. And honestly, if he has blue skin, whatever, that's cool too.
Like as much as I like
Yeah.
purple, solid purple as an outfit is very hard to pull off.
Yeah.
And you need to be Prince, basically.
This makes me
And
think of the
so-
other mages.
Well, definitely Dark Magician's weird hat, double hat, cloak thing. That became a, and I guess the general like weird ball rod, though I think that might just be a Japan thing.
I more meant the face, because it makes me think of the dark trained white, black and blue.
Oh, the skilled magicians?
white magician,
Yeah, the skilled
black
magician.
magician.
Those were probably definitely homages, and we will talk about skilled Dark Magician, even though he is not technically a Dark Magician card. Because let's clarify, if you guys didn't know, much like Blue Eyes White Dragon and Red Eyes Black Dragon, in the original manga, Dark Magician is completely English, and it is the Black Magician.
Oh my
Buraku
god.
Magician, which obviously the TCG did not want to adapt because black magic would probably be a little sensitive, especially because there was a lot of there was a baby Satanism craze around Pokemon at the time.
Yeah.
Omega?
Yeah.
What's up?
I found the original Bandai art. I need to share this.
Okay, yeah, I think I've seen it, but go ahead and link it to me and what you've got.
Oh god.
I can
In
throw
the
it up there
meantime,
next to there. Yeah, the weird
Oh.
Bandai arts.
Oh.
That's really shoddy.
It's very bad.
They were going for something with the way the Bandai layout was
It
originally.
looks very amateurish.
I mean, I think it's supposed to be a little bit more of a direct lift of the manga style, but the manga style was stylized. You know, it was.
Well, yeah, the thing is, like I mentioned earlier, Kaz has a very stylistic style
Yes.
in the early manga. Like, I feel like
He
he's one
wanted
of
to
the
be
few
memorable.
mangakas I can recognize. If he just did a doodle, I could have recognized it on sight
Fair.
because it's like, God, hold on, I want to see if I can get a good.
I wanted to
place.
get this point out for a while, but because I'm ready to be proven wrong. But I'm trying to think that maybe my favorite arts
I
might
just stepped
be
away
the
from
Palladium Oracles. But I'm ready to see if those aren't that good. But I think I've always liked those versions of the two characters.
Yeah, those were
most.
definitely an interesting aspect they did. We'll get into them because they're on my list, which I actually shared with you guys for once because people were asking how long it is. And we may or may not end up cutting things just to help my sanity. As I said earlier, Prague is delayed because my video exporter exploded. So I would like to not up until 6 a.m. getting it finished. So we'll try and move along.
We could probably just like.
But Dark
fast-pass
Magician,
someone.
I assume you guys know how he works. But in case you don't, he is a Dark Spellcaster level 7. You can see his stats right on the board, and he is the ultimate wizard in terms of attack and defense, allegedly.
Cosmo Queen says hi.
Well, she's a queen, not a wizard.
She is a spellcaster, though.
True, but that's not what they say. They say wizard in the flavor text.
I
The weirdest
understand.
bit is
but-
that like mechanically, Blue Eyes is technically better.
Well, yeah, but it's not Blue Eyes isn't a wizard.
yeah.
I would also
But
say
I'll-
I feel like Konami respected Blue Eyes' stat line for a lot longer. And even Kaz himself did.
Well, I mean, I'll say this: Dark Magician technically got a way to outstat Blue Eyes before Blue Eyes did.
True.
In terms of a non-extra egg monster.
But yeah, Dark Magician, I think has kind of solidified the typical protagonist ace monster stat line, the 2,500 attack and the usually 2K to 2,100-ish defense. Also, by the way, we are not talking about Dark Magician support spell traps because there are also another, 30 of those, and we would be...
And
was
most
wondering
of
if
them
you
are just Dark Magician does a thing.
Dark
I was
Magician
wondering-
does a thing, or Dark Magician
Uh,
girl does a thing, or Dark Magician girl gives,
Or it's
Dark
a
Magician
circle.
a piggyback ride.
Yeah,
I think
or
there's
it's
like
just a
one or
circle.
two of them that actually have like cool effects there, but yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Do they have maybe one worth showing? Maybe is.
I think
do they
there's
have
only
dark
one
magic
worth
attack?
showing. No, that's just Dark Magician doing a thing.
Or their
Nice,
styles of
yeah.
knives was just knives.
No, the only one I was thinking that would be maybe worth showing is Eternal Soul.
Yeah, and we can pull that
okay.
one up if we got
I was
enough
wondering
time.
if we would
Well,
do like the Beyond Light and Darkness who wanted to do Black Chaos.
Because the
but-
thing is, but that's just Black Chaos Magician doing a thing.
Fair.
Like, that's what I'm saying. The only one
Yeah,
I think is worth showing is Eternal Soul for the reason that it is something that is not on Dark Magician's art. Because, spoiler, Dark Magical Circle is just the circle behind Dark Magician.
Yeah.
It's that circle.
All
Yeah,
right.
That's all the art
I
is.
was just suggesting that one if it had I'm not familiar with how the card looks, but like if it had a striking pose or something, maybe.
No, it's just him shooting. Like, it's the same thing we wouldn't do Inferno, Fire Blast, or Burst Stream of Destruction.
Yeah.
Well, admittedly,
Okay.
Eternal Soul does borrow from one of the arts from Dark Magician.
Well,
Yeah,
it's the
tablet.
Tim is the tablet form, but
Yeah.
all right.
Just saying.
Now it's time to move on to Yu-Gi-Oh's other mascot, the Dark Magician girl, the girl who's Dark
Jesus.
Magician. All right, Chad, I'll bring you back.
She's
Don't Google her.
And you can go for it. You can take your life into your own hands.
I enjoy the bit that she has the same hat and the circle.
Man, this card is useless. Sorry, that's all I can think of.
Oh,
when
yeah,
I
it's-
see
I
Dark
wish
The-
it was
I mean, the
better,
original
actually.
in the context of the game. I mean, it was okay, but it's not very useful now. It's definitely. I wish they would do something.
I mean, to be fair, I think it's only been put into Dark Magician decks very recently because of that fusion card.
Yes, the Dark Magicians. Well, and also just there are actually some of the spell traps which name check Dark Magician Girl exactly.
That's true, but mostly in Dark Magician decks, the decision was just don't run those spell traps.
Because I know,
Yeah.
Dark Magician ended up becoming basically a spell searching deck that also became about.
Oh no, it's a hard control deck.
Yeah, because it became about like recursive spell trap effects.
Well,
rank
it
sevens
became
and
about you have
fusions.
a vanilla normal monster, so all of your support is either the same thing
Yeah.
they do with Blue Eyes, and obviously later they did with Phantasm Spiral, where just hey, if we have a normal monster, your opponent can't do those things that aren't normal monster things, or it's about like you say, Axe, it's about heavy like hey, we're just gonna search all our spell traps which require Dark Magician, and those do everything we need. We don't need effects. We have
Also,
spells.
there's technically just Dark Magician Girl, but better, even though she's not named Dark Magician Girl. So you just run her instead.
Well, yes, there is a sub theme we'll get to where like there's a lot of different ones. Obviously, the Dark Magician or Black Magician is the classic one, but there's then Magician of Chaos, which is called Black Chaos in the original one.
Lots live.
Oh, Loth is alive. That's cool. And then there's a couple of other stuff. Illusion is a illusion magician is used a couple of times. Or Dark Illusion, stuff like that is used for some future retrains, which is interesting. And then obviously there's the Magician's items. So they've got some interesting ways to go. And here is the Kaz Autograph
Dark Magician
art.
actually is a fairly good extra deck, though.
Yes.
be
Which,
fair.
by the way, this was, I believe this one was the Lost Art. And yes, I do own that because it's a lovely card.
I'm not a fan of Dark Magician Girl's art. I'm gonna be honest.
Let me see. I need to double check if I've gotten through.
Except
I'm
for maybe
being-
that one. I like the last one, but the other
I don't know
ones
if being
just
like a
not
hipster or
license.
being pedantic. I don't. It's like I've always thought a bit of like. I kind of wish you had more robes.
I just think her wand is stupid.
Well, it is kind of dorky, but there's a
I've
lot of
always thought it's
there
stupid.
are actually like a lot of accessories in
Like
old card art stuff. Okay, yeah, this isn't
It-
even nearly
it's a fucking snail helix.
all of it. Yeah, I don't think anybody
Yeah.
does do Dark Curtain.
Like the
anymore.
only one where she looks like a serious like fighter is the fourth one.
Or the third.
You know, someone who might actually do something.
Yeah. I like a lot of her retrains, but her original arts have just never been for me.
Oh,
I
there's a couple more. I'm just
never
trying to
really
find
understood the
goods.
leotard thing, or at least like the half leotard. In this case.
I mean, it was just it's an art style of the time.
No.
Yeah.
To answer Tyranno King, no. No, they don't.
Okay. Yeah, no, Dark
Hey,
Magic
for
Curtain has
something
not
you
been
can do
used
easier.
anymore. Well, I mean,
They
it
have a
used to be
lot of
really
be-
strong, but then they just made cards that did that, but better.
They have a lot of better spell traps now. Like fucking what's that fucking trap card?
I
think
actually
it's
really like the
Magician's
Dark
Unite,
Magicians, but we'll get there at the end, I
or
think.
Magician Navigation.
Yeah, Navigation's
That
a good
card is
one.
busted.
There's a lot of. I mean, the decks are now built around. There are a lot of ways to just fish out Dark Magician. He did not.
No, I think the only one of the original spell traps that's still used regularly is Dark Magic Attack, and that's just because you can never really go wrong with a Harvey's Feather Duster in deck.
Yeah.
That's easier to. That's actually searchable.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, I guess technically, would you consider
art?
Would you consider
Kinda.
Eye of Timaeus an earlier one? Oh yeah, that one's not bad.
And then there's God, it's huge. Thank you, Japan Twitter. They've done like another similar to Dark Magician. They did a modern redraw of that look. There are a couple more.
Oh yeah, no, that.
I'm gonna be honest. The art I hate the most is easily her her original card art.
Well, and that, like we said, that has a lot of the same problem. Like, first of all, it is actually like way zoomed in, so you can't even see the
also,
costume design we did.
Her anime eyes are even more anime eyes.
Yeah.
Like her eyes are fucking monstrous.
The end of her staff is like very weirdly like out of focus. It's like blurry.
Yeah.
It's
I think I like that art more.
I actually kind of like the bottom right one.
Same. I like the big one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see.
It's just better.
I think there is one more good one, which is the if I can get it. The
I think the worst ones are is 1 and 2.
Yeah.
2 might be worse just because what are you doing?
Well, I mean, you got to remember this print would have been. Let me see if I can find when that one was originally printed. When was that print? Because there was definitely a time period in anime, which we have kind of gotten out of the Moa Blob era.
The 90s?
No, I think it was actually in the early 2000s, like the like just, you know, soft uwu kind of action stuff. That's not really like anime has a lot of different art styles now. Okay.
I don't know. I just think the second one looks just the posing on it is like
that was so that one was in the tins. So yeah, it was just a weird alt one. That would have been very early. Like the first that was 05, the 05 tins. So I think it was just, you know, we thought it would be better to do the cutesy thing, but
like the first art is the big problem with the first art for me is the proportions of certain things, like her eyes and the staff and yeah. The second one is just a bad idea.
The second one is her doing her love magic attack. Dallas, come on.
Like I said, 90s. This feels like I'm transported back to fucking Pretty Cure.
And then
But no, I agree. That one's
no, don't save that. Copy that.
The other 3 are passable.
The other one, which we are not doing the full bit on. Oh my god, people in my Discord, stop saying things. Quiet. Stop giving me notifications. Mark is red. There we go. This one is I was able to dig this up. This is the Dark Side of Dimensions art, which is when the same time that they introduced all the other magician girls. So
okay, still have a problem with this art. It's the eyes again. Why are her eyes so big?
I mean, I think some of that might just be they are bigger a little bit in the card art, but some of that might just be the fact that somebody had to draw this bigger, like they had to size it up for Photoshop and stuff.
It's very
her actual like proportions in the anime are fine, normal. The Dark Side of Dimensions movie is actually very well animated.
Oh no, I would agree.
I will say, like she's always had a weird like heart theme to her. But
also, she looks like she has
But this one is this one obviously is meant to invoke the other magician girls, which we might do as like a mini episode sometime. So we won't linger on it too much. But yeah,
no,
there's a wide variety of arts.
Honestly, that's probably a good it's probably a good place to put like Quintet Magician or something later.
I mean, Quintet is obviously supposed to invoke the man, the myth, the legend, but I didn't put him on the list because he's not requiring Dark Magician specifically, and I think he's actually played more in lots of other arts.
I mean, like Magician Girl, but yeah.
No, because why? Why would that?
Well, no, you do play him mostly in Magician Girls.
Well, okay, but first of all, Dallas, people don't play Magician Girls, but second of all, if that's our metric, then we do him with Witchcrafter.
No, no, Omega. Magician Girls was a top tier deck in Duel Links.
There it is. There was a pause, and I narrowed my eyes, and I'm like, in Duel Links.
I'm not even kidding, and it was because of Quintet Magician.
Well, I'm sure, because in Duel Links, Quintet is like gotta be stupid good.
I mean, he was,
Hey,
but then they
that's
nerfed.
relatively
Have you,
modern, isn't
have you
he?
guys heard about like the latest Neo skill in Duel Links?
Yeah.
You can just normal summon Neos and then immediately just get a spell for outside your deck.
Oh no, there are a lot of dumb skills. That's not even the dumbest new skill.
Oh, I'm sure not.
But yeah, Dark Magician Girl, if you don't know, she is a 6-star dark spellcaster. She has 2k attack and 1700 defense normally, and her effect simply says, gains 300 attack for every Dark Magician or Magician of Black Chaos in the graveyards. Now, it does that is pluralized, by the way, in her PCST, so it's either graveyard.
Yeah.
Not that that
Yeah,
matters for
'cause,
anything other than anime stuff, but it is funny. Also,
Well,
I
yeah,
do think
'cause
that
it
would mean
came
that...
up in.
No,
No,
it came
no,
out in
you go.
the kind of deal. But I was just going to say, that does mean
Yeah.
that running vanilla Dark Magician Girl, because obviously she does synergize with some stuff that the deck does, also has advantage to, like, put her in your side if you were somehow, like, Dark Magician was meta. If you were playing it and you ran into another Dark Magician player, you could count summoning Dark Magician Girl as, like, a legitimate sideboard tech.
Yeah. No, Dark Magician Girl is a card that has never had a home in traditional Yu-Gi-Oh until exactly the Dark Magicians came out.
Yeah. Because
And
we'll
then it
talk
became
about
a
it later,
garbage.
but the Dark Magicians is interesting because it is either Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl or another spellcaster of the appropriate.
Well, it also summons Dark Magician Girl. That's mostly why
Yes,
you
but
play
it
for
floats into her and
extension.
lots of other stuff. And to be fair, the Dark Magician Girl also has, like I said, some of the more reactive spell traps. Like her version of Dark Magic Attack, Dark Burning Attack is monsters, not spells. And I think if you have both, there's Dark Magic Burning or whatever. That if you have both,
Dark Burning Magic is
yeah,
the
Dark
one,
Burning Magic.
is
That's
the
if you have
payoff.
Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl, that's just all board wipe. Your opponent loses cards.
Harpy Feather Duster Regeki.
Yeah. In one card, which is hypothetically searchable because it mentions Dark Magician in its name. So.
Sorry, I've been speaking
All
erroneously.
right.
The card that made Dark Magician Girl viable is not the
Oh.
Dark Magicians. It is the field spell that I can't be bothered to remember.
Yeah,
name of.
Dark
yeah.
Burning Deck is just Dark Magician Girl, so it's just have that on the field, everything.
Yeah, so.
You see that thing? Fuck that thing.
Hello, Loth.
Like,
Hello. Rip Takushi Takahashi. I can't remember his name, sorry. But
You said it,
no,
you got it,
rest in
Kazuki
peace,
Takahashi.
King.
King of Games. But yes. Also, yeah, Chad is correct. This is the Dark Magician Girl is the original card that the TCG hates. She does in fact have boobs. So they are almost always covered up.
They've
I
always
mean,
got
I
to be
can
nerfed.
get it for some of the arts, but the original art I just don't.
Well, and like I will say, some of them I think like proportionally, like we talked about, like yes, her proportions are a little weird. Like I don't know. It's similar to that rumor I've always heard about DC Comics and Power Girl, where like the
God.
artist would just keep drawing Power Girl's chest bigger to see if the editors noticed. Allegedly, I don't know if that's
I
true.
thought that was Spider Woman.
See, that makes me
Different
think that it's
companies.
just a general urban legend, but that I've always heard the urban legend about Power Girl is just
I mean, I believe. Well, there's also the very real one where some comic artists that are less talented than others will sketch porn sketches to draw characters.
yeah.
Both male and female. If you ever want to hurt your eyes, there's a comic called I think it's like Ultimate Power.
I'll pass.
Don't-
All of these
don't-
sketches in that are traced for porn, and it is hilariously obvious.
Wow. But so speaking of things that are atrociously bad, here's a card you probably don't remember
Yeah.
because this was
I
a very
do-
specific anime solution to something.
I only know
I
this because
do,
of
but
Duel
I
Links.
but I remember it because it was bad.
I only know this because
Yeah.
of Duel Links.
So this
I
is
remember this
Dark
for some
Magician
reason.
Knight.
Ah,
I think I remember because it was in a video about how difficult to summon monsters. I think was the bit.
I don't think it was because this is easy to summon.
Oh yeah, no. This is a very weird one. Dark
it's
Magician
just
Knight,
bad.
which by the way, I mean I don't think there's anything to say about the art. It's just Kazuki.
Can
Takahashi
we
or the
say that
anime
it's
guys just
atrocious?
I mean it's pretty bad. I'm not even sure.
I think this is the worst art so far.
I'm not even sure.
by far.
Would Kaz have drawn
I
this? This is probably
have
an anime
some
only
things
card.
to say about it, mostly because
say them.
I think the handguard looks like it was just glued on top of onto the sword instead of actually in the center of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll come out and say it. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the little bit I've seen about Dragon Quest.
I mean, I feel like that's what they were going for, but this is having seen
This
some
is
Dragon Quest art,
bad.
which is by Akira Toriyama. You know, he's the
And as someone who's
art
played a few
designer for
Dragon
that.
Quest
Yeah.
games,
This is
That's
clearly
like an
Dragon
insult to
Quest at
Dragon
home.
Quest.
it's very
Yeah.
bootleg Dragon
You know,
Quest.
I can see the armor style is very.
Well, yeah, that's what I
Dragon
mean.
Quest.
Like it's
Parts of the armor, yeah.
definitely in that ballpark, but it
Like-
is a lot of Dragon Quest art is honestly like actually quite simple and straightforward. This is like
Well, it's because Dragon Quest draws art from realistic, at least what they think are realistic armor pieces. Whereas
It is, yeah,
something
I've read
like
about it.
WoW, it just looks completely fantasy.
yeah.
Yeah, your shoulder
Yeah.
pads are in the sky.
Well, I mean that has this too, but like
Well, this
what I'm
case,
saying is
because
the
it's-
helmet specifically is what is Dragon Questy.
Oh yeah, because it has the fins.
Well,
Yeah.
it looks like a knight's
But
helmet,
I-
kind of.
But yeah, I would say that if you wanted to say that he was a fan of Akira Toriyama's works, you point to this card, and
Yeah.
that kind of.
Well,
I mean,
like I said, I'm not
it
even
was-
sure
it
if
was one of the
Kazuki
biggest properties
would
of
have
I want to
would
believe
have
he
drawn
didn't
this because
draw
I think this was
because
anime
if he
only.
did, this is the worst thing he's ever drawn.
Let me actually. When did this?
I've also noticed that the
appearances?
the pauldrons are just really large because it's obviously is meant for the cave strip.
I mean,
from,
that
which-
is just a fantasy trope at this point. I make the joke of WoW because they have the silliest ones, but it's it's all over fantasy.
It's
Mhm.
usually just so they have a
Yeah,
cape
yeah.
from
So
it,
this,
yeah.
I would say Kazuki probably did not draw this art because this was from the
the filler.
yeah the digital saga, which would have also been I believe probably when Dark Flare Knight came up.
Yeah, spoiler. Most actual traditional warriors would not have had giant shoulder pieces because it would just make you fall over.
Yeah.
It would also get in the way of you trying to swing in certain
Hey,
ways as well.
Don't be careful about that, guys, because we haven't got there yet. But ever since our huge live stream in the one to Castoria, subs have been going up. So I suspect if this transition holds, which it might, because I have to do the I have to do the pregame for summer already next week as well. But we're already well on our way to the Warhammer 40k fail portrayal, which I am slaving away at, and I am on Space Marines currently.
No, 40k is similarly to WoW of shoulder pads of
Though
the
I will say at
dumbest
least
proportions.
Space Marines do have a slight excuse in that they are on the X side of power armor, which goes over their like bodies.
Some
so-
of them have an excuse.
True.
Are we
some-
going-
Some chapters have no excuse for what
Yeah.
they've
Some
done.
chapters don't.
Yeah, like,
But-
this is just the overview. We're not into the actual
Yeah.
like bad minis, but I will be able to find some Space Marine shoulder
But-
pads, y'all.
Right. Just to ask, that is going to be 3.25 or 3.5.
32
Okay.
or 75 patrons. Just because we're moving swiftly on towards 32, because I'm typing about this project, doesn't mean that I also don't want you to give me money. All right. Anyway, Dark Magician Knight is just a goofy card. It's a level 7 warrior. It's got the same stats as Dark Magician. It can't be normal summoned or set. It must be special summoned with Knight's Title and cannot be special summoned other ways.
Yeah.
Now, Knight's Title is actually, and this is why I think Dallas said that you
Decent.
probably didn't see it in the context of a card that's hard to summon. You might be thinking of Dark Sage. That card is hard
You
to summon.
definitely are.
Knight's Title is just tribute to Dark Magician, special summon a Dark Magician Knight from hand, deck, or graveyard. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
It's-
hard to summon at all.
and then when this card is special summoned, you get to target a card in the field and
Yeah.
destroy it. So, like, it's a decent card in terms of, like,
It was good for when it was released.
yes. It is not, like, in terms
Uh.
of anime weird problem-solving cards, it's not the craziest. I think the main problem was this mostly came out in promo cards. It was in Rush of Destruction, for instance, because
Yep, I owned
Yuki
it.
actually used it in there. And then it was only reprinted way later in Legendary Collection 3 Yugi's World Mega Pack. Because by 2012, it's bad. It's very bad.
Oh, well, the thing is, like, this is a good card in a Dark Magician deck of the time. The problem is Dark Magician at the time is terrible because it was a 2
Yeah.
tribute monster.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think
Like,
the hard part of summoning this is getting the Dark Magician out.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I think that's why it actually, like I said, an anime filler card. It has
Knight's Title
Konami
is easy
gave
to
it a
search
decent
now?
effect. I mean,
Dark
technically,
Magician?
because it says Dark Magician in its name, I believe there are ways to search that. Because
you wouldn't want to run it, so
yeah, but it's a. I mean, it's not a hard Garnet, like we said, because he can be hand deck or graveyard. And technically, there are actually no, you wouldn't, because he's a warrior. Yeah, you wouldn't want to run him. If he was a spellcaster, there are cards that want you to pitch spellcasters that would make him worth it. But he is a warrior, so no. This is you're much better off working on like trying to build a BLS hybrid deck with some of the support that has come out in Battle of Chaos and stuff.
Much easier. It's easier to do with a wild monster appears, but there's much better targets for that card.
Honestly,
No.
I honestly feel like they could probably do like a ritual retrain of this card.
Yeah, they could actually. They could just because there is a strong ritual sub theme which we will get into shortly of Dark Magician that's been going back for years since the OG. But speaking of the OG,
They could
and
make
we
the
just
River version of
mentioned
Night's
him.
Tale actually pretty good. Like use it to like maybe do
We
it.
actually just mentioned him. It's Dark Sage.
It's your boy.
Dark
Yes.
Sage
I
probably
think this guy actually showed up on hard to summon cards. I think.
yes,
No, this
because
did.
he did.
Absolutely.
I'll explain that in a second, but I think Dark Sage is probably like the most stupid anime bullshit. We tried to make this work
Yeah.
card.
We were doing a card game based action battle. We were
I
doing
will
a card
say,
based action
though-
battle and not actually a card game.
I
Yeah.
will say though.
Yeah.
I will say, for his effects, I think he is. It is understandable why he is that hard to summon.
Well, yeah, I definitely think there's a reason why they haven't tried to like errata him or do a setup that makes it easy to get him out because his effect when special summoned is pretty crazy.
Yes.
We'll get into it, but it's. I mean, art-wise, it's Dark Magician, but old. You know, he's got bigger shoulders now. Apparently, he goes to the Grandpa Jonathan Joestar, Uncle Iroh school of thought, where he gets swole in his old age. Because, like,
He
look
also
how
loves
broad
it.
this man is.
I think it's just the armor actually.
No, but
I
like
don't
his
hate
shoulder
it.
pads are standing up and they're layered. Like if he had weedy little
mean-
shoulders under there, they would be drooping.
So, listen, as someone that has seen a lot of Fist of Star media, those shoulder pads just stick up on their own. You don't need shoulders under them.
But I think he's got shoulders. Like
Yeah.
his head fits in the helmet proportionally. Like I think this man is actually just that huge.
Yeah. He got big. But
Well, actually,
doesn't he
I don't
have
know
like
about that.
really low attack, really
Omega.
high defense?
I think it's just a perspective thing. I am seeing another art of him, and it looks different.
Well, yeah, I that I think is just an anime screen cap.
Yeah.
It's true. That one doesn't look quite as chunky, but I like to imagine him being swole grandpa.
He got that old man strength, but
Well,
if I remember right, not actually though.
No. He's got a very decent stat line.
can I say the funny
Oh.
thing about anime screen caps?
What's up?
Does this anime screenshot look familiar to you at all?
Yeah, Dallas just posted a frame from the anime, which is very similar to
Oh.
the Dark Sage art.
Oh yeah, I remember.
No, it's a
that.
1-to-1. It was out in the anime way before it was a card.
Yeah,
I don't think way.
Not
Because
way,
you-
but
Yeah, Yugi
relatively,
was such a
because
chad with that.
it was
move.
an early anime episode, and it was a video game promo, I believe.
Yeah, Dawn of
Yeah.
Destiny. It was
Oh,
also
yeah, that was
printed in
definitely
Dark
after.
Beginnings. I mean, it was like 04, so it was very early. I mean, I won't say it is actually a 1-to-1 because the hat in the anime is like way curvier, but the artist, whoever it was who like transposed this art of Sage, which I think would have been maybe a year or two after it came out, because this was obviously the Dark Sage is from the climax of the ending arcs of Duelist Kingdom, one of the finals. So, the actual finals tournament after the Battle Royale. Which, by the way, I'm very shocked Konami didn't try to do a Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle Royale game.
I mean, isn't that what Cross Skills is, kind of?
I don't think so, and it's just a four-man.
Four-way.
Yeah, it's just a four-man free-for-all, I think.
Where
I'm
you
talking
said-
like literally do like the Tetris 99 of Yu-Gi-Oh.
like hey, you have these 50 duels.
I mean,
Tap
hell,
one
if you
of
really
them.
wanted to, you could literally just do Fortnite but Yu-Gi-Oh because Fortnite, like all other battle royales, is just the Japanese movie battle royale where they airdrop you on an island.
I actually really just want Yu-Gi-Oh! The RPG.
I just want them to make Duelist of the Roses too.
That would also be... Actually, you know what? You don't even have to make it 2. Just, it's only on PS2. Konami, can you remaster Duelist of the Roses?
That's not true, Omega. It's also on GameCube.
Could you remake it?
That's fair. But, you know, could you give me an HD remaster?
Wait, those?
Give me Skies of Arcadia.
I mean,
again.
considering all the engines, they probably have to remake it.
Duelist of the Roses
entirely.
is on GameCube. I know that because that's where I played it.
I mean, I do believe it was actually on all 3 at the time, but I saw it
Was it
and
on
played it
Xbox?
on the PS2. I think it was on Xbox.
There were a few Yu-Gi-Oh games on Xbox.
Yeah, all I know about only Yu-Gi-Oh game new on GameCube was Pulsebound Kingdom.
Omega,
What's up?
I believe you could buy Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelist of the Roses on Xbox One.
Oh my god. I guess that makes sense because Xbox is a lot more committed to backwards compatibility. I don't know if they just kept their hardware intact. But yeah, I guess you can buy the backwards compatible to the OG Xbox on Xbone.
Someone I don't really want to play.
Yeah, the
I
game
don't really-
Ghost Rose was PS2 at the time.
I don't really want to play. I don't want to play Cross Duel, but I really want to try like, alternative. I really want to
I
try
wanna
like,
play Cross
alternative
Duel. I don't
Yu-Gi-Oh
know
games.
I mean, it's definitely something now that they've made their perfect always online simulator. I would love if they could get us back to some weird ass Yu-Gi-Oh games, like we said. Give me some RPGs. Give me some some classic life sim shit.
I really want a fucking oddball tabletop game like how the Konosuba games.
Or
kind of
just
oddball,
like I said, literally just do like some kind of Yu-Gi-Oh battle royale. Like you're airdropped on the Duelist Kingdom Island. Pegasus is there to yell at you as the announcer. You got to run around and duel people.
Gotta find your deck as you go.
But
Do
anyway,
the Chaz move and
Dark
This is
Sage.
nice.
We'll explain once again how he worked in the anime by me talking about his effect. But he is, as I said, quite swole. He's a level 9 Dark Spellcaster. He has 2800 attack, 3200 defense, so he does have better defense, but he is still more enswoled than regular Dark Magician. This is another card that has that unfortunate text that a lot of old school Yu-Gi-Oh cards did, which is cannot be normal summoned set. Must first be special summoned, so at least it can be special summoned after you do it properly, from your hand or deck by tributing 1 Dark Magician immediately after applying the effect of Time Wizard, in which you called the coin toss right. That's not the exact same way that it worked in the anime. It was just Time Wizard didn't destroy monsters, he just made them old, because Duelist Kingdom was much
and
more
then
RPG.
something
Time
just
Wizard
died
was
really
a
quickly.
freaking spell card.
Yeah, but and then when special summon this way, add a spell card from your deck to your hand.
Considering how they've never made any consistent spell searchers without massive costs.
Yeah. Which this still
card
does
has a
have. You
massive
have to have Dark Magician, you have to have Time Wizard, you have to activate Time Wizard and call correctly. But then you can special summon this guy from your deck and search any spell card. So absolutely
Yeah.
people have tried to make Dark Sage work.
And yeah, no, just getting to add a spell to hand is yeah, I could see people trying, like, wanting to figure this out in order to do that.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't have any limitations at all, does it?
Nope, just add a spell card to your hand.
It doesn't even say from where, huh?
Well, yeah, I don't think he's ever had PCST. It would be from deck, but
Yeah.
I mean, it probably deck or grave. But yeah.
I take a
I mean,
spell
it's
from
deck.
your deck.
I take a spell from outside of the game.
I take a spell card from that duelist over there, even though he really needs it right now. It's like, hey, yoink, that Raigeki, mine now.
My right deck.
It's like, then the guy just loses.
But all right, let's move swiftly on. We're going to do a 2 for now, because there's not a lot to talk about the original Magician of Black Chaos. As
Not
I
really.
think for the unfortunateness of future game design, calling him Magician of Black Chaos, literally his name, kind of excludes him from a lot of the funny stuff you can do. It's a sick art, but it's definitely like he's been left behind by the times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Have they retrained this guy with a more archetype friendly name?
Yes. There is Magician of Chaos and Magician of Black Chaos Max, who I believe both make themselves Dark Magician in some places. So not quite searching, though they do mention Dark Magician, so you might, but there are more flexible versions of this card that you can actually use in the
True.
deck.
But this card is actually just bad.
Well, yeah, no,
I-
it's a. I mean, out of
It's
the
one of her
classic, whatchamacallit, like vanilla rituals, he's okay because he's pretty big.
Yeah, but even then, Blackluster Soldier's right there.
True,
And
which was
better.
another Yugi card that became an archetype. But also, this card is interesting in that it very quickly got a retrain into just a main deck effect monster
Yeah,
who is infinitely better.
Yeah, no, that retrain, that was a hell of a glow up.
Can I at least say that I think the first art I like more?
I don't, because his arms are
Mm.
way too fucking
But
skinny.
okay, so the weird thing is this reminds me of Bao. The face and the hair remind me of Bao, but that's a I don't think anyone knows.
He
like,
looks like a
pure-
Tim Burton anime monstrosity.
Yeah.
I don't
I mean,
think
I'm
it's
thinking
pure-
Elder Harlequins, but that's just because I'm working on the
Who's
40K thing.
that?
Also
I
those
was gonna
two.
say, he looks a little jestery, or
It-
yeah, I think Omega
It
said
is.
it, Harlequin-y.
Dallas, for reference, Bao is the thing the guy Araki did before JoJo.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, like
Yeah,
I,
I was gonna say, if
I mean,
Shiraraki worked, yeah.
I will say that I think the detail on the
Actually,
original
100%.
Black Chaos art's like face is better. The profile view for DMOC is a little looser.
I don't agree with you, Axe.
He's
I-
I
Googling.
don't know.
I'm thinking about the face and the hair, but maybe because I'm thinking about it like from the fighting game. So.
I mean, Bao just looks like Star Platinum with weird Zora arms.
I'm thinking of him colored, but whatever. Never.
Also, yes, I have Sorcerer of Dark Magic in this list. I have all
Yeah, no.
Dark Magician-y or Black
Regardless.
Magician-y or Illusion Magician-y type
D-Mock
cards,
might
and
be
then
my favorite art
everything
in
that
the
everybody
entire,
we think is Dark Magician related. Yeah,
D-Mock
DMOC is
might be my
a classic.
favorite archetype in the art in the entire archetype.
Yeah, he looks better in the DMOC art than the left
Yeah.
one.
He's got a little bit more of an action pose. He doesn't have a weird Evangelion-ass cross of light behind him.
His arms look normal.
I mean, his hand's a little bigger and noodlier, but yeah,
Well,
sure.
Normal-er.
I admit, I get what you're going for. He has very skinny gimp arms in the
Doesn't have
in the
Voldo
ritual print.
arms in this
Yeah.
one.
Something also, which by the way, the DMOC downplayed. He still has those wristbands, but they're not bright purple anymore. Just the buckles are purple.
Yeah.
What the?
Wow,
Okay,
his
so-
hat is so much bigger in the anime.
And the Japanese Dark Magician of Chaos is exact same.
Wow, that
Hey,
hat's
I
fucking
gotta step away for a bit,
Okay.
guys. I might be back later.
And that was
Alright, we'll
see you
GX,
later,
of
hopefully.
course. From, I
But
think,
yeah,
that
Martha's
guy,
posted a couple anime screenshots, and DMOC's
Second
hat
one
is
is-
huge.
in the
Second
original.
one is GX
Okay,
because of that one guy.
even as early
In
as
the-
GX, he had a huge
In
hat.
the original, like actual ritual art of him, I like how the hat's spikier. Honestly,
I
like
don't, because it doesn't go with the aesthetic of the archetype. That's my issue.
I mean, for
Well,
him,
and
more
it
feels
looks
like
a,
it's
I
more-
think the way the lines are drawn are a little like weird and more sinister. Like as he looks as DMOC, Dark Magician of Chaos, which technically is not a Dark Magician card because it's Dark Magician of Chaos is, I think he was originally for the like card game first. I know he showed up in GX, but I think it was like Konami decided to retrain him to let him do cool stuff. But so his name is all in Japanese. It is not like Magician of Black Chaos. It's or Dark, Black Magician of Chaos. It's in Japanese. But the art for his hat is definitely aiming more towards Dark Magician style, like obvious rounded lines. The lines are softer and more detailed and thicker. Whereas in Magician of Black Chaos, they're like very sharp, very pointy.
Again,
And
the whole
unfortunately-
idea of rituals is meant to be like a lost art that leads to forbidden power.
I don't know about that.
I mean, wasn't that the aesthetic? I mean, the original ritual.
Well, no, I mean his rituals were just. It was the end of the season cool new way to summon, like by sacrificing monsters you open new gateways. You know, you make the Chaos Soldier.
Tributing from the hand, yeah.
I actually don't even know if they tributed from the hand ever. You can tribute from the hand, but in the anime, I think they tributed cards on the field, so you saw them. It might have been Karibo from hand. He might have had the Karibo in hand.
No,
I feel like-
think you have
No.
Karibo on the field.
Yeah.
He used the Karibo on the field and then cast Multiply on it. And then it broke Thousand Eyes Restrict. Because
Well, no.
reasons.
I'm thinking about Chaos Soldier.
Oh, Chaos Soldier?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
Blackluster Soldier. technically,
Blackluster
but yeah.
Soldier. Yeah, it was
I think
Karibo plus
Gaia.
I think Gaia.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
remember.
and
I think
both
both
were
of
on
those
the
were
field.
yeah. But yeah, no, it was and to be honest, like Relinquished is weird. He's not any weirder than the monsters that make him up, or when he gets fused again into Thousand Eyes Restrict. I feel like rituals were a cool idea Takahashi had, but he did not necessarily plan for them to go anywhere. It was basically like fusions. It was just another weird thing that could happen with spell cards. Basically, like, we're going to use a secret art to summon a new monster by tributing some monsters. So the original vanilla rituals are kind of a letdown.
Oh, yeah, they're awful.
A lot of them are very iconic and very funny.
Oh, God. When was the first ritual card that was actually played?
Oh, God, I don't even know. Also, to answer...
Demise.
To answer
Demise.
Tyranno King's question in chat, because Blackluster Soldier is now its own archetype. That would absolutely be a separate video. We're already gonna brain melt ourselves doing this one. Let's actually talk about D-Mock's effect. So let me actually pull up the errata because he has been errata.
Yeah, let's pull up the original effect.
But if you don't know, Dark Magician of Chaos is just an effect monster. He has the same stats as Magician of Black Chaos. It's, level 8 spellcaster, 2800 attack, 2600 defense. So the OG English of D-Mock is when this card is normaled or specialed, you can add one spell card from your graveyard to your hand. A monster that is destroyed by this monster as a result of battle is removed from play instead of going to the graveyard. When this card is destroyed or removed from the field, it is removed from play. So, that was the original. Just when he's summoned, recycle a spell card.
Yeah.
Normal or special.
Notice there's a lack of a clause there.
Yes, there is no any kind of opt there. There's no hopped. There's no sopped. There's just
no.
If you can keep specialing this guy, you can keep adding graveyards.
This is one of the few cards that even in Yu-Gi-Oh's modern form is too powerful in its pre-errata form.
Well, especially as recycling cards has gotten easier. And keep in mind, there was already, when this card first came out, there was a quick play spell card to turn Dark Magician into a special for D-Mock from your deck. Dedication through Darkness and Light.
I mean, no one ever used that card.
No, but that when we started, there was already a quick play spell card just to make it easier to fish out D-Mock.
True.
So
D-Mock is one of the... he gets overshadowed obviously by.
Well, yeah, because he was also in
Invasion
of Chaos, so that means you had to work out for the.
But here's the thing:
BLS Envoy blowouts and the Yada locks with.
D-Mock was better for longer because the thing about Chaos Emperor is he got killed pretty immediately.
Yes, because the Yada lock was very degenerate. You would make your
D-Mock was still around at 1 for a while.
Yeah. Even had more longevity than BLS because they quickly realized that the non-ritual version of BLS, Envoy, was just a incredibly explosive game ender with his double attack.
D-Mock is one of the OG power creep.
And I would also like to throw this out there. Notice how even though he is a Chaos monster who came out in Invasion of Chaos, D-Mock does not have an inherent special. He does not banish a light in the dark. And even then, that graveyard recycling effect was so strong.
Cards, because he also doesn't have a prevention of special.
Well, yeah, he
can. Certain cards like Monster Gate was used a lot with D-Mock.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
GGT, which is one of the funniest decks ever.
There's a lot of ways you can get him out there, but yeah, the current version, after several erratums and clarifications, is during your end phase. If this card is normal specialist on this turn, you can target one spell card in your graveyard, add it to your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn, so it is moved to your end phase and is hopped.
I think the end phase was a little bit of overkill, personally. But
Yeah, but depending on your loops, I mean, like, again, we know how
you can
people
only
are
if
with.
if it's hard hopped, I think it's fine at immediate. But
True, but still, there's a lot of bad potential in there that could get you. But yeah, it's still, and even then, I think he's still good. Like, I think you can still consider him as probably a one of in Dark Magician decks because he has the name.
I mean, not anymore. But
True,
that's
Dark
just
Magician
his
does
Dark
keep getting support.
Like they recently got a very powerful card. And the problem is he doesn't really synergize well with Dark Magician, as weird as it sounds. Because
True.
most of Dark Magician's spells are either searches for Dark Magician, which you don't really need to recycle, or continuous spells that stay on the field.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot for you to recycle with Dark Magician and Chaos in the deck. So I don't think you've ever run Dark Magician and Chaos in Dark Magician.
Hold on, I'm going to double check. Okay, that's very funny.
Well, at least post errata, I should say.
So, our next boy is Dark Eradicator Warlock.
Oh, right. The
Which in the Japanese was Black Executioner.
right.
This was
I can see why that had to be changed.
This is Spiller Trap 1000 point.
Normal spell card. But anyway, we'll discuss it later. But
this
was I think the attempt to give a new boss monster retrain in because he was the cover boy in the first spellcaster structure deck.
I have a problem with this card.
What problem?
How do I put this gently? This man does not know how to dress himself because he has chosen a color scheme that is specifically designed to hurt the eyes.
You mean the maroon and gold and purple?
Yeah, that shade of maroon and that shade of purple. And
I would like to say, I do think he has not taken his complexion into account either.
No, this man
is not a very flattering color.
I feel myself crawling into this corner now. Okay, never mind.
What do you like the color scheme specifically?
I like it because it reminds me of it's actual leather. Like it's
that's not brown though. That's maroon.
Yeah, it's
if it was actual
reddish.
brown, that'd be fine.
I mean, it looks like.
I mean, it's a dark maroon, and that is brown is just dark red. Fun fact. But it's definitely more on the purplish side. No, he also has. I also would like to point out he has two different purples. Like his front tabard is purple.
No, he has three different purples.
Oh yeah, true. His chest plate is also completely different purple. Like we get it, dude. You like purple. You're bi.
Like purple is my favorite color, and this guy is wearing too much purple.
I just think I like the design of it.
I mean, I do think
the design is fine.
Yeah, if you're talking about like this guy is
black and white skin, like I said, a black and white skin of this card would look great.
Yeah,
it's the color is just
like if this guy was cool at all anymore, this would be great for an alt art where you like give him a different color scheme that pops a little bit more.
Yeah, if anything, they could have kept the dark purple and left out the other purples.
You know what he honestly reminds me of? He looks like a way worse version of one of my favorite art designs in the entire series.
I think
he looks just a worse Arcanite magician.
Well, funnily enough, Marth brought this up in the Discord. This guy was later used and depicted in certain flashbacks in 5Ds, funnily enough.
Yeah, this was for certain strategies for the Enforcer's, aka whatever they're
Which is
called.
very weird when I read his effect in a second. But yeah, like I considering that he is clearly meant to be a juiced up Dark Magician, I think the like lines of the design are okay. It's just like I said, I'm looking at him like, I don't think this is your color scheme, man. You need to go back to your closet.
Yeah, that shade of maroon is not good.
I like the weird cherub wing clip and then like the shape.
Yeah, like I said, I like some
the helmet
design elements
and like the hood back and like I like how like it feels like it's metal shaped and it's like in a nice.
We're agreeing with you. The armor's good. It's just color matters.
Like, if I was good at Photoshop, I would like swap his color scheme and I would probably be like, yeah, that's very good.
I agree that I feel like the purple doesn't really tie together, like the inside color of the clothing.
If I'm giving examples, the purple needs to be, first of all, there needs to be 1 or 2 shades of purple.
Yeah.
Not 3.
Then I feel like it's because like it's just the background clashing because like the staff's kind of whatever
No,
for me.
no. I'm saying the tabard, the chest piece, and the cape are all different colors.
Yeah, he's got like 3 or
Those
4
needed
purples.
to be 1 or 2.
Well,
Like
I didn't
make
see
the
the.
tabard and chest piece the same color.
I never saw the tabard as purple though. It's more like
That's magenta is still a shade of purple.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
still in the purple wheel somewhere. And then he's got light purple on his chest piece,
No,
and then he's
and
got
the
dark
maroon needs to
purple.
the maroon either needs to be a different color or more vibrant. 'cause
And then
it
he's
looks
got
like-
the inner layer is like an indigo. It's like a blue purple. But also his skin
No.
is blue. That's what I said. Like this dude did not go to his stylist and see what his colors were this season.
No, this
needs
is
to work on it.
clearly Dark Magician at his least fashionable.
honestly, I feel like the only thing that needs to change is honestly just the outside purple color of the cloak. I feel like the rest is okay.
No, the maroon needs
I-
to go.
I'm more.
I mean, even if it is
I'm
brownish,
more of a problem
it's still
with
like
the,
I
the
could.
staff, honestly.
Oh
The
no,
staff
the
is a
staff
little
is also
weird.
bad. But
I get what they're going for.
I'm
though.
gonna say this, and this might get me stabbed by the Yu-Gi-Oh community, but I don't care. Most of the Dark Magician staff looks stupid.
It's certainly a style. I mean, I think they can make it functional, but it's definitely like they have a style they're going for.
I
What
think Dark
the problem
Sage's
is
staff
it-
looks cool, but that's me.
Oh, yeah.
The problem with Dark Magician staff, honestly, Dark Eradicator Warlock might have the best staff because it at least looks like it has a point. The
Dallas,
problem I've always had with what?
stabs aren't spears.
No, not that. Okay,
I mean, it has a
not
tip.
that kind of point. What I mean by that is it looks like he has a crystal focus in the middle of it.
Yeah, they all
my
do.
my problem with the Dark Magician staff has always been, what does this add to your spell casting? You just look like you're holding a stick.
It's got an orb in it. They all have orbs.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Dark Magician
I thought
Girl
it was
doesn't have an
part of
orb.
the
She has a
board.
little knobbly thing. But yeah, he's got an orb in the center.
Hers is a wand, but
Yeah, Dark Magician
True, hers-
Girls
hers
is
is
also
short.
atrocious, and I did point that out.
But so Dark Eradicator Warlock is a level 7 Dark Spellcaster, same
Also
stat line.
discredit that.
Can't be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from your hand by tributing a Dark Magician and can't be special summoned other ways. Each time a normal spell card is activated, inflict 1,000 damage to your opponent after it resolves. So keep in mind, this came out in Spellcaster's Judgment, which was the spell counter themed, the first spell counter themed, I should say, structure deck. So it was it included, cards like Breaker and Royal Magical Library and shit reprints. So obviously the intent there was you would be playing a normal spell spam deck and build up counters, so you could summon this guy and then also burn while you get counters. It's not very good.
Wait,
I'll say
you have to draw him, and
So
then
I'll
also
say
have to
this,
thing on
Omega.
board.
Do you want to know a funny thing?
What's up?
This was part of a rogue tier FTK deck.
Yeah,
Or
I'm about
not
to say, I'm
FTK,
sure somebody tried to
OTK
make this
deck.
do a
OTK
FTK
deck.
or OTK.
No, it actually works very well because of one card from a completely different archetype.
Which is
So if you use Elemental Hero Prisma, And you
uh,
have a dark
Oh
paladin in your
yeah, because
extra
you can
deck.
make his
Oh,
name
it
count
counts.
you can
as
pitch Dark Magician from your deck to make it Dark Magician, tribute it for Dark Eradicator Warlock, and then set up the spell counters.
and then start spelling.
Yeah. Also, I believe he removes from anywhere, which means if you use him with Magical Citadel of Endymion, he can do stuff.
Oh no, he doesn't remove spell counters at all. It's just when you activate a normal spell card, he inflicts 1k damage.
Right, that's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
He is
honestly,
meant to go. He is
activating-
meant to give you another win con in your weird infinite
Activating
spell counter loop.
8 spell cards in a turn with a deck built around it is very easy.
The main thing, the reason why I'm pretty sure this guy never saw the FL list, and in fact hasn't even been reprinted a lot. Though he was reprinted as a common in the not too distant past in OTS Pack 2, was probably because of the hard
you had to do
and fast
Prisma.
must be specialed only by tributing Dark Magician.
Yeah.
And
you
obviously
had to
there
do
are plenty
Prisma
of
with
ways
it.
to cheat that, Prisma and a couple of other cards like that.
still have to hard draw him though.
Yeah, and you have to hard draw him. But that's a fairly decent FTK plan. I immediately thought when he had that effect,
Yeah.
I'm like, that's an FTK boy. People
No,
FTK.
it's not. It's never like that's what I said. It was a strictly rogue for that time period. It just happened that when he came out was also the time people were doing a lot of weird shit with Prisma because mostly in the competitive scene with Gladiator base, but
So I have a bit to say about this actually.
Which
yeah.
one?
So this is when the character gets a job promotion.
Well, funnily enough, so Magician's Valkyria, who I've pulled up on the screen, is just in terms of like card use, is just a better Dark Magician girl.
Yeah.
I actually like the extra detail they've added to her card art and stuff.
No, this is just better. This is just better Dark Magician
I
girl.
think she's also like a year or two older looking.
The funny thing is that it's to make her normal summonable, but her stat line got worse.
Yeah, but like everything else got better though.
Yes, I do think this is a better card design. Like her proportions are better. There's some added details to her outfit.
She has a staff that looks like a wizard staff, and
like I'll be real. I feel like the previous Dark Ritual feels like I was a girl that was like a teenager. I feel like I could see this one like as actually like a
I mean,
young
I believe
woman.
that makes sense because Dark Magician Girl is Mana, who was like the Pharaoh's like childhood
I'm not
friend.
gonna get into the entomology of card ages.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying she looks
like-
older than the other version.
That feels like something that not people
But
like me need to worry
this
about.
card was first used in Pyramid of Light, which is very funny.
Nope. By the way, still my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh movie. No, I'm not sorry.
It's very funny.
I used to own
but
the
then
Sphinx cards.
did come back in GX as well. So obviously they
Yeah.
Japan liked it enough to bring it back.
I don't know if her card came back in GX. I think literally she came back.
No, Dark
Yeah.
Magician Girl, the character, plays Magician's Valkyria.
Yeah,
Right, that's what it
spirit.
is.
Yeah, the spirit.
God, that fucking episode was weird.
The anime,
I-
GX
can I
is a
wanna-
great time.
So
It's
I
like-
really
Yeah.
Marco.
Yeah, it's just like that whole episode. It's like, wait, is that the actual one or someone cosplays her?
I mean,
Like,
it's the
actually
same. It's the
real
same
one.
as the Weird Hot Springs episode with literal Kaiba Man. Another
So-
episode I love.
No, that
Also,
had
I
to
think
be
there's also
like
like, there's also like a
Kaiba,
Dream Quest of Kaiba Man,
Yeah.
like, but yeah. So I wanted to bring up.
My favorite bit of GX.
Okay.
Sorry, I gotta get this out.
Actually,
My
sorry
favorite
for
bit
that.
of GX trivia and just the epitome of Kaiba being a petty bitch is when you learn on the island
The
that
monkey.
he owns, the monkey is named Wheeler.
Yeah.
Classic.
That is
But
one
no,
of the
I-
funniest things in that entire show.
I do have one thing to bring up at Magician's Valkyria, though. And that's
Yeah?
that I have a special edition.
Yeah,
he cut out.
Well,
I
I believe I assume you were talking about you have a one of the Shonen Jump promo printings.
I believe she was subscribed to that at the time.
Yeah. I also have Magician's Valkyria. I'm pretty sure from that one. Yeah, it's got to be that one.
But she gave it to me because I thought the card was cool.
And as we said, it is actually a pretty cool card. So this one is a
Yeah.
light level 4 spellcaster. So swapping some stuff up a little, though there is a sub theme of some light stuff going on.
Yeah.
I was sorry that I paused there, but fine. I'll say that a bit later.
Well, yeah, if you got something to say it after I get to the effect.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty short. Because she's 1600 attack, 1800 defense. Not the greatest stat line, but still workable. And then it's a simple effect is monsters your opponent controls can't target face-up spellcasters for attacks except this one.
Yep, she can dupe lock.
Yes, if you can
Yeah.
summon 2, that is a lock.
I mean, I know it's what to say, but I kind of want to put this one next to like one of the better arts of original Dark Magician Girl, just to show like how like each of her bits feel like it is.
The chat can do the cross reference on their own. I'm not.
Dude,
But like
Yeah.
the bit is like, we all play most of us here play FGO here, so it's like this is like her second. This is her second ascension or her third ascension.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is kind of that style. Yeah.
I will say that for whatever reason, I like her art a lot more than.
Oh no, you're not
the
alone.
MG
I think
art.
we all collectively.
Yeah,
has, like,
I
more
think there was
layers,
just
more
a little
armor,
bit
more
of
bits.
different. Also, honestly, I'm gonna guess because
Then
Yuki
again, I think
Takahashi
I'm the
probably
only
did
one
draw
that,
that art. But keep in mind, Pyramid of Light was like 04, the first drawings of blah blah blah.
Pyramid of Light is still the best Yu-Gi-Oh.
The
movie.
first
Yeah.
drawings of Dark Magician Girl that showed up as like in the anime manga would have been like in the 90s, so he may have just refined his technique a little. Loth, why are you posting a weird shark gif?
To make fun of Axe.
Why are we
That's
making
your
fun of
favorite, your favorite
Anyway.
pastime, yes.
I know, right? No, just got
You
so
have your energy
absorbed
for it.
into one thing. It's like, look, can we just move on?
We're moving on.
Okay.
It's Skilled Dark Magician, who is not technically a Dark Magician card, because again, he just says his name in Japanese.
I never noticed he has spell counters in all of his bits.
Oh, right. This was a
He does.
It's the
Right,
kind of
this
thing you
one
wouldn't
was
notice
a-
unless he's blown up, but yeah. Go ahead, Marth.
Right, this was a
Thanks,
spirit
Alex. I didn't
in
see that.
Yukio GX in the Dark World Army.
Right, because I think Black and both Skill Black and White sacrifice themselves to summon a thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he does appear
Demise,
in
actually.
there, but also he's actually in the original anime filler as well.
Yeah.
I don't know why this art. Something about it is off.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's probably
I feel like they sort of
Like part of
copied
the face.
this for those
It's
two
not the
random
face.
one-off like Duelist and Yukio art V towards them.
It's like there's something about the costume that I don't like, and I can't put my finger
The
on it.
giant shoulder pads.
well, it's the
No,
giant
I'm
shoulder
fine
pads,
with
but
that.
also I think
Or
the
like
way
the
the
hat.
No,
cape.
it's the helmet. It's the helmet.
It's kind of weird. What is it?
I don't like. It's like it's vaguely, weirdly religious, but also not.
Well, I think it's weirdly shaped. Like I'm wondering how it keeps that shape because
What
it
is
looks like
this?
it's got soft material going down around his face. Is it just like lying flat on top of his head?
Oh my god. Oh god. I looking at his anime. Oh my god. He's wearing a fucking frying pan.
What?
No, you need to see this.
So Dallas and I had a
Grab it.
conversation before we started actually streaming
Oh.
about the nature of CGI anime versus like traditional animation and how CGI isn't actually inherently bad. It's just how much money you put into it. Because traditional 2D animation can also be cheap and bad.
As someone has always said this to me.
For example,
Good, fast, cheap. Pick two.
Basically.
observe.
No, just pick one at this point. But also, why is he wearing a fucking frying pan?
Hey, chat. Guess what? You get to be those two guys now.
Wait,
Like,
you're gonna
still-
wait.
Like,
Omega,
still
you're
white
gonna tribute
magician
chat
looks
to
normal.
summon like a giant ice monster?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, those right. That one
Well,
was
no,
because
I
they
thought
summoned the Demise Rune guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
Demise.
You get to be those two
Yeah.
goofballs. But yeah, like I feel like the actual card art for Skilled Dark Magician is like weird and off-putting in some way. Like
Oh my god, the Yu-Gi-Oh anime one is not much better.
his hat is weird. I mean,
Yeah.
we all laughed about it. I like the detail that he's got the spell counters everywhere. That's cute that they remember that theme. But
He's just wearing an 80s synthesizer, I guess.
his hat,
It's like, I
his
think it's meant to be a
art-
circlet.
Yeah, it just
Sorry.
doesn't make any goddamn sense. I don't know how it works. I feel like this one did not have any good art direction, and we just didn't know what we were doing, and it's kind of weird and like minimalist. Like the artist didn't want to draw any more detail than they had to. And now, in the old school days, if you were playing a Dark
No.
Magician deck in the time,
Oh
this
my-
guy was actually pretty important.
So, Omega, I think I know what this is going for.
What's up?
And they just fucked up.
I can see that.
This looks like a traditional, like, more like north western, like Iranian area, like turban traditionally, like the Lawrence of Arabia style.
Yeah, I could see that. It,
Like
there's
hair
some
Almost like
similarities,
the
some
almost like
different
near the
styles of
Egyptian
turban.
area.
Near Egypt, like the circlet and the like pulled down hood. Like I think that's what they were trying to do. They just
a little bit.
This was
Balls it up.
this was before you reliably had Google image search
yeah
and could
No-
look up reference material. Yeah. And again, it's kind of a shame that he's a goober because back in the day anyway, this was like a key card if you wanted to play Dark Magician because the skilled guys are very good and this is a very good skilled magician.
Honestly,
This
this
is
just
a-
reminds me of what I used to like win
Yeah.
tournament weeks by playing spellcasters all the time.
Yeah.
Maybe you should try that again. Wait, you traded all your shitballs to me. Womp womp.
Well, I
Um,
can still play Al. I can just play Alistair. Other.
No, like to reference, this is what I'm talking about.
But Skilled Dark Magician is a level 4 dark spellcaster who has 1900 attack, 1700 defense. So great stat line considering he came out in I guess technically first in he was released in Magician's Force in 03 actually. Yeah. So
And he is a level 4, so
Yeah.
1900 attack is really good.
an amazing stat line for the time.
Considering the best attacker pre this was a 1850 attack point monster that didn't have a downside.
When was
It was an
Arcane Soldier?
1850 attack point monster.
I think
that was
Archfiend
released
Soldier
in
would have
2010.
been either a set
Archfiend
before
Soldier
or a
was
set
afterwards.
older.
It was Dark Crisis. It was the one right after
Yeah.
Magician's Force.
Yeah, I was like, it's either one before or one after.
Yeah.
So it's one after.
Skill,
And then
magician,
guess what?
magician.
This guy has a good effect.
Yeah.
Every time a spell card is activated, put a spell counter on this card when that spell resolves.
Yeah,
Max
there
3.
were two.
If this card
technically,
has 3 spell counters on it, tribute it, and special summon Dark Magician from your hand, deck, or graveyard.
To clarify, there were technically 2. Skill Blue was way after. But there
Skill
were
Blue and
technically
Red were way later,
two. There were technically 2 1900 attack point 4-star monsters released in Magician Force. Just one of them was only 1900 technically, which I think we'll probably be going over in a second. So, I'm pretty
Honestly,
sure there's a
Tarana, we'll probably do Skilled White when we ever do Destruction Sword.
Actually, is he in this archetype? I genuinely don't
Which
know.
one? What are you thinking of, Das?
Breaker.
Yeah,
No, Breaker is not. Breaker obviously harkens to that, but I would not say he is a Dark Magician
Okay.
card because he is.
Then yeah,
He has a different name structure.
Breaker's the other one then.
Yeah, Breaker's
That's
another
in
one.
1900
It's-
in that set.
Also,
Like I said,
actually,
technically.
I have a question for you, Mega. Would you want Summon Skull to be its and all of its different retrains to be a separate thing we do,
I mean,
or
we
you want
would
to
have
do
to.
it
There's too many cards.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. We might have to do it.
Oh no,
there's a lot-
we could do it with Archfiends. There's
Yeah,
not
we
that
could
many
we could do
Archfiends.
Archfiend. We'd have to cut it a little. We might have to like be a little picky about the Archfiends because there's quite a few of them. We might have to
Well,
like double check what they go for.
Some of the cards that are just like weird Archfiends can just like.
well, yeah, it's because
like, we're not doing
much
Acts of
like Black
Despair.
Magician is translated as
I still
Dark
want to.
Magician
I think
there.
I want to show Pandemonium, but yeah.
Well, yeah.
You know, the just what we translated as Archfiend in English is just Daemon. So, you know, it's
Also,
it's a little
I
loosey
just-
goosey in there.
I just thought of something really weird, but one of these days we should probably do the Zera the Gant or Zera the Wanderer series, all of his different how his journey ends in very different places. There's a lot of different versions of different like worlds he ends up in.
Yeah, we could probably poke at Zera and Digreffer as well has a lot of weird alternates.
Yeah.
Sometimes he
But
sees
not-
himself.
Honestly,
Yeah.
honestly, we should do
do
like a
digress.
storyline week.
We could probably
Yeah,
pick a couple of
if
those
we do
because
Digreffer, we should probably
DD
do
Warrior Lady's
DD
technically in that
Warrior.
setup as well.
Yeah.
Or actually, Warrior Lady of the Wasteland.
Yes,
No,
she starts
Yeah,
as Warrior
that-
Lady of the Wasteland, then she gets Karma Cut, and then she becomes DD Warrior Lady.
no, there is a pretty decent Archfiend list that I found.
Okay, we
that
can work
is,
from that
like,
when we decide to do it.
the step below the first one, which is ridiculous.
But yeah, I'm actually now kind of interested in like Fail Chess storybook theater.
We'll see. We also have the poll going on, which
Spoiler. Who's winning the poll?
well, let me double check to be sure. But last I saw, it is a tie between DDD and Magical Musket.
For Highs have been left in the dust.
Dallas,
Yep,
here,
it's
we're,
still
we're at the
5-5.
crossroads yet again. You're going to kill
DDD
me
and
yet
Magical
again.
Musket are tied. Obviously, we still got a lot of wiggle room left. You've got, a little over 10 days. If you support us at our 5 and up level, you can make a
Vote,
dent
vote,
in those
vote
other
Magical
ones.
Muskets, you cowards.
Vote
Or you could do
DDD
that.
because it will cause Omega suffering. Because there's like 500
Fun.
cards.
True.
EDD so that we
I'm
can use it
quite
for-
surprised people have not been, even though I inserted it, because people talked about liking it. I'm quite surprised Fluffle Frightfur isn't as popular this time. 'Cause
I'm
that was a strong
surprised,
second place last time.
Yeah, knowing how some of the audience here works, they're gonna be like, wait, DDD will make Omega suffer? Let's go.
I know, that's why I said it.
Yeah.
I
Anyway,
know his
so
audience.
once again, Konami didn't really understand how to do the upgraded versions for a little bit.
How far away is this in the future?
This came out in the movie pack first in
Oh,
04.
this guy.
I
so
mean,
this is
I argue
Sorcerer
this card
of
is
Dark Magic.
great.
Oh right, it's not the.
I don't know what you're talking about, Omega. This card is great.
Yeah? You sure about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll run through it because I don't think there's a lot to say about the card art. This is just
Yeah.
we're trying to
Dark
do
Magician, but a slightly different art style.
yes.
Yeah.
We
Angrier
and
Dark
his-
Magician.
Scepter
considering this came out in the movie pack, I assume this is trying to do vibes similar to Valkyria, where it's like
Well, this was the
Dark
boss monster in
Magician,
Pyramid of Light.
differenter. Yeah.
This was the boss monster in Pyramid of Light.
So this is another level 9 spellcaster. He's also clearly another attempt to like retrain Dark Sage because he's got the flipped stat line. He has 3200 attack, 2800 defense. He does
You mind
beat
if I
up
make a quick
Blue Eyes.
cut in?
Sure, what's up?
With the face, it looks like there's like a blonde strand of hair. It's like they just made Joey into a dark magician.
You're right. It does look a little bit like Joey's facial structure. Dark Magician is actually blonde, but normally
So-
he's not blonde and has tan skin.
So
He's
don't
usually
quote me
green.
on this. I think at one point Joey, Tristan, and Taya all possess this monster because while they're fighting Anubis from inside it's never mind.
Anyway,
just never mind.
This card, it's Spellcaster that's dark, obviously, cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be special summoned from your hand by tributing 2 level 6 or higher spellcaster type monsters. 2, by the way. Can't be special summoned other ways. During either player's turn, when a trap card is activated, you can negate and destroy.
Yeah, it's just Horus, but traps.
And this card must be phased on the field to resolve the effect. I mean, I'll give you that. It's just a good, like, optional trap negate. That's pretty cool. You have to have 2 level 6 or higher spellcasters and tribute them. And get this guy out of your
I
hand.
understand that. There are there are exactly 2 decks where this is two eras where this card was a very good card. So the Xyz era had a card called Gagaga Magician and Gagaga Sister.
Right, yeah.
Which can level fix to level 6s and summon this. And then also just pendulum decks with magicians in them.
True. I don't think he's the worst. Like, he's definitely better than the horrendous conditions on Sage, but it just really shows you that for a long time with these classic monsters, Konami could not get out of the level.
Well,
I just realized
I feel like I feel like this card is what I'd like to call a perpetual side deck card. Like, this card is not good against every deck, but when it's good against a deck, it's very good against it.
I just realized we've been going for almost 2 hours, and I completely forgot that I had music pulled up that I didn't use because I had to close Chrome and everything because we were fucking exploding.
Yeah.
That's my beat. I'll add a little spice. I'll add the classic music spice. But yeah, like I said, I don't think he's the bestest, but he's got a good stat line. He does beat up Blue Eyes, which is a thing that the other, like, I would say, triangle of classic Yu-Gi-Oh! Archetypes don't always do. Red Eyes struggles to beat up Blue Eyes. Dark Magician sometimes struggles to beat up Blue Eyes if you don't do the right cards that came out later. If you're not making exactly Dark Paladin, who will be soon, by the way. As usual, I do extra deck monsters after main deck monsters. And Dark Paladin is his own pain in the butt.
Yeah.
So there's definitely some stuff going on there that, like, makes him worth it. But it shows Konami's strong commitment to the whole can't be normaled, can only be specialed by our inherent effect. But yeah, so let's talk about the state of removal in the year. When this card was printed? 2003.
Oh, wow.
So,
Remember
behold,
Jackie again?
Dark Flare Knight.
Gentlemen, behold.
Now, this guy has actually been played in stuff. And I will tell you his mats now. This is Dark Magician plus Flame Swordsman. Not Dark Magician Knight, by the way. Just Dark Magician. So you can clearly see what they're going for. Something going on with his sword? It's a little...
I assume that's supposed to be like it looks like it's supposed to be on fire?
Yeah, but it's not quite drawn like it's on fire.
It has the
Yeah,
same
I
kind of
agree.
shitty sword Dark Magician Knight had.
That's entirely fair.
But
think
it's
they're drawing
also,
some
like,
inspiration
weirdly
from that.
bendy.
Yeah.
You ever had a sword? You've ever had a sword where you look at it and you just like, well, it feels like it's slightly bent and I can't tell.
Oh, this is definitely bent. I can literally,
Well, I mean,
like, you want me to
there
go
are
zoom
some-
in, I can draw you the curves.
No,
are
I
there.
know, I see it.
There are some curved swords, Axe.
Yeah, the black and red is just very nice.
Yeah, the color scheme of this one is good. It's especially funny because obviously this isn't the wombo combo between Red Eyes and Dark Magician. But it definitely borrows, I think, from Red Eyes' color scheme and this very draconic armor. So it is a cool team up between, you know, Yugi and Joey, the Yujo friendship.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
This is definitely, like, interesting, has interesting like art design. I like parts of it. His pauldrons are still super huge, but you know, we're over that. So it's not the worst art, but it's definitely like, again, we did not have digital precision drawing technology yet. All right, nobody has any other thoughts. I think Dallas had to
Yeah.
step
I
away.
mean,
Nope.
No,
he has
no,
like, is his chess piece meant to be a dragon?
Yeah, I think so.
I assume so.
I will say the shield design, like, this does look like, honestly, looks like Takahashi art. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, if he didn't draw it himself, it definitely inspired. He may have consulted, because, like I said, this was from the filler.
Yeah.
It has like his kind of armor design, and I would say the shield design is actually like that's actually a really cool looking shield. I'm not sure about the rest of the armor, but that shield's great.
The shield's pretty good. Sorry, yawn. So, Dark Flare Knight is a level 6 warrior fusion that is dark. It is 2200 attack, 800 defense, Dark Magician plus Flame Swords, like we said. So obviously, again, this is the reason why nobody summoned him traditionally. This is technically a downgrade from your actual Dark Magician if you manage to summon. And then you take no battle damage from battles involving this card. When this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, special summon Mirage Knight from your hand or deck. And I don't think we need to pull up Mirage Knight's
No.
actual card
Well,
art.
in the context, I'll say this: in the context of actual Yu-Gi-Oh, I don't think Mirage Knight has ever been played ever.
You can probably say
No.
what it does, but you don't have to bring its art.
Yeah, so what he does is, once again, can't be normal summoned or set, must be special summoned by Dark Flare Knight, is a light warrior level 8 with 2800 attack, and then during damage calculation, it honors itself. It gains attack equal to the original attack of the monster it's battling, and then during the end phase, it attacked or was attacked to banish that card.
Okay,
So,
I'll be honest. This is one of those cards that when you see the art up closer, it gets worse.
which Dark Flare?
Yeah.
Yeah, while you stepped away for a second, we were talking about how unstraight his sword is.
My problem is the jutting chest piece.
It's a little weird.
Why?
I think it's kind of a flame thing. Well, I was talking about
Armor
this while you
does
were...
that. Armor that does that is one of my pet peeves of design.
Dallas doesn't believe in sloped armor.
I don't believe in... No. I believe in sloped armor. I don't believe in fucking traffic cone chests.
I mean, I don't actually think it's that bad, because the swoop starts, like, way back at his shoulders, technically. But, yeah, I was saying earlier that this is basically the proto Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. Holy shit, that was loud.
Sorry.
Careful.
Ding ding.
You don't need to do a toast right into my ears, Dallas. But
Hold on
this
one
is, I
sec.
think the color scheme is an homage to Red Eyes Black Dragon as well, so it's kind of dragonic vibes.
Also, the helmet's a little weird. Like,
Whatever.
the horn looks a bit weird.
Well, like I said, there's some problem with some line artwork. Like some of the lines are not very clean. They're a little goopy. Like the sword,
The
I think even
background
the
is
horn.
vicious.
Yeah, the background's a really cool effect. The shield is like being in the foreground is very
Yeah,
crisp
the
and
shield
clear.
is
Pretty
great.
cool.
The shoulder pads are actually pretty good.
I do find it a little weird. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but like the fact that so much of his body is covered up by a cloak, I wonder if that's just the artist was like, fuck it, I'm not drawing his legs.
Yeah.
That's
Too much
what it feels like.
Yeah.
Like, it's neat, it's a neat effect, but it also is just like, we don't need to see his legs, fuck it, let's go home.
What artists are actually good at what action artists specify? What good action artists are good at legs?
I don't actually
Alan
know.
Moore.
Thank you, Wax, for specifying that. I would have been like, I know plenty of artists who draw good legs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
like-
I had to say like, oh wait, this time I was like, because wait, there are ones that are dedicated to only doing legs.
Like, as you were saying, that was forming my mind, and you corrected yourself. I'm like,
All
damn.
right.
Yeah.
So,
Alan
for
Moore.
some ungodly reason, our next boy has like 3 alt arts.
Oh boy.
I don't
Oh,
know
Dark
why.
Paladin?
So let us pull up Dark Paladin. This is the original
I
art.
actually like Dark Paladin's design. Kind
I think he's all right. I'm very confused why he
feels-
has like 3 alt arts.
It also literally looks like just the dark version of Valkyria.
Oh
honestly.
yeah, there's actually a reason for that because they misprinted the first edition, so they re-gave that one out later.
Yeah, no, I know why the first alt art exists. I don't know why there's a third.
Well, okay. I don't know why if you had to reprint him, you wouldn't just use the same art though.
The
I mean,
thing
there's
is-
been rumors about it,
Yeah.
but also they still sell both of the arts, so it's weird.
Yeah.
I like the
Yeah,
second art
so-
here more. It was less janky.
Yeah, I kind of do as well.
I mean, I think the second most art, the 4-shot, is the
Third
best.
one feels a bit unpolished, but nice pose.
Yeah, they're trying to do the action pose. I also didn't realize that his blade stick was that short. I do not like that. That should be longer.
Oh no, I do not like the third art at all.
Yeah, I like what they're going for with like the dynamic destruction, cool guys don't look like explosions pose, but
Yeah.
no, it's definitely, it has the same problem that I think the first art does, which is Dark Paladin's very noodly.
Also, they fucked up on his guy liner.
Yeah, like
the
the
third
second art
art
feels
is
like
the
those
most, the third art in the row here, the second art I posted.
Yeah.
That's probably the cleanest. Like, here's a dead-on shot. His blade looks pretty big. Axe did bring this up earlier. His armor is clearly like Dark Magician is just wearing Buster Blader's suit.
Okay, yeah.
It also
was
makes you think
just-
of Valkyria.
It was just double checking why. It was because it was different from the box art.
Yeah.
Ah, interesting.
That's
I
silly.
kind of wish there was a card that was Dark Paladin and Valkyria together, because I feel like that actually ruled that.
Can't say much about the third one. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it is kind of Yugi's boss monster, if you really think about it.
In his first one, yeah, because
Like,
this
is kind of his strongest monster until he gets the bullshit, like, anime Egyptian gods.
yeah. So, it makes sense because it's a fusion of
Oh,
his two main deck boss monsters because it's Buster
Oh,
Blader plus Dark Magician.
Yeah, well, 10 was more so different god boss monsters.
So, Dark Paladin is a level 8. He is still a spellcaster. 2900 attack, 2400 defense, so not quite enough to beat Blue Eyes. But wait, he's half Buster Blader. So he does gain 500 attack for each dragon monster in the field and in the graveyard, like Buster Blader does.
Ah.
But also, must be fusion summoned, and then when a spell card is activated, quick effect, discard one card, negate and destroy. Not once
God,
per
I
turn.
remember one of my friends in middle school had this Dark Paladin deck. And would always fucking beat me because I was running a Horus deck at the time.
I will say, as someone that tried to run a Dark Paladin deck all the time, it was swingy as fuck, but once you got it off, it actually worked. It just, most time people then just popped your...
Yeah, the
beat up
problem
the,
is that I think that the problem was that when this guy came out in Magician's Force, he was the big boy. That was still too early to like turbo out a specific polymerization deck. Like, it name checks two specific monsters who were not easily searchable. Like, was Rhoda out yet? Was that before or after Magician's Force?
I was before.
Yeah, so you couldn't even like Rhoda Buster Blader.
No, it was before Magician's Force.
You also
Okay,
can't
so you
Rhoda
could-
'cause
you could
he's also
3
level
Rhoda.
7, so...
Yeah, you can't Rhoda.
Oh, right, yeah.
He's
So
level
it's
7.
just Force. Yeah, so like there was no searching him, which sucks. Like now it's easy to get those mats, but you have better alternatives. Literally, well, I obviously think that the future card Dark Cavalry is clearly meant to be Dark Magician plus Gaia. It fills a similar role.
When did they have what was it? Buster Emblem?
Buster Emblem was
Early on.
early, but
You
still
mean
several
Emblem
sets.
of the Destruction Swordsman?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, Dark Paladin is still run in a lot of Dark Magician decks. Because-
I can understand why.
Spell
I mean,
negate
that's
is
a, that's
good.
a payoff.
yeah. I would also say that another parallel to this card, obviously with a discard and negate effect, very much obviously I think inspired Dragoon.
Yeah.
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 Also
And that's
visually
why
very
he's
similar
not
to
running
Dragoon.
a lot of Dark Magician decks anymore because
I think when we
Dragoon
get
is
to
just
Dark...
better.
I guess when we get to one of my favorite cards, Dark Magician, that I like that card. Even though I haven't read it in a while, but I have, I guess, a thought now about what they could do for another card like it, I guess.
All right, but so actual Dark Magician cards go pretty silent for a while. They don't go back to that well for a little bit.
I mean, it has a spiritual retrain. I would argue, and
Might
people may
Paladin.
disagree with me, Dragoon is the retrain of this card.
Of Paladin, yeah.
Like, I would argue
I could
Red
see
Eyes
it.
Dark Dragoon is easily.
Well, I
the
mean,
retrain of that.
Dragoon has the same effect where it requires two specific monsters, but you can sub one of them out. And it has the
spell
same
negates.
discard for negate.
Yeah.
but it's any negate. It's
And it
any
also
negate
looks
now.
very similar.
Yeah, it's a very similar structure. We will get there because I did put. We may decide to skip him, but he's currently in my list because while he is also a Red Eyes card, he is a
is more
fusion
of a
monster
Dark
that
Magician
absolutely
card.
name checks Dark Magician, and
Ah,
we-
Palladium Oracle Mahad.
yeah. So
I
there was a
really like
little
the card.
blob of Dark Magician esque cards around the Zexal era. There were the 2 Palladium Oracles in the Dark Side of Dimensions, which is actually like quite a few years old now.
Where was
Um,
Mana printed? Because I've only ever seen.
Dark Side of Dimensions, same pack.
Okay, I've never.
Mana
seen
is
I've
not
only seen-
as used.
Mana is bad.
I don't. Well, maybe now she's.
I don't know what
bad.
she does. I've
No,
only
even
Mahad.
when she was released, she was bad.
Well, I'm gonna read her in a second, and I'll see how right you are. But anyway,
But
we're
I
not here
will
to
say
talk
for
about
Mahad,
Mana.
I really like this design.
Well, yeah, this is just Mahad. Like, in
really
case you
good.
guys don't know, Mahad is the Egyptian character who gives up his soul juice. Nobody fucking actually me in this call. You will be kicked, muted, banned.
I don't
I
know
don't
what
fucking
happened.
care.
Don't do it.
Yeah, don't care.
I mean, you guys say you don't care, but sometimes.
I don't know. is
Omega,
what it
this is the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! I couldn't give a less of a shit.
But he gives his soul juice to become the Dark Magician. So they decided to do the cool thing, and just make him a Yu-Gi-Oh card. And in the
True.
Dark Side of Dimensions, play, this is the ultimate move.
Alright.
Atem comes back for like 5 seconds to fucking dunk
Alright, the memories arc.
Cubics.
to dump Cubics perfectly with a top deck because he has a top deck effect, and just shows up to blow him the
Because
fuck out.
Atem cheats.
He does.
He has
That's
heart
okay.
of
The other guy
cards.
cheated. The other guy cheated more. Just draw better, Dallas. Just top deck better. Skill issue.
I mean,
That is kind of the moral of the first season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is it is okay
Can you
to cheat
cheat
if
more?
your opponent cheats first.
True.
Or get help from someone.
I mean,
else that cheated.
that guy challenged Kaiba and Yugi to a 2v1 and was slowly melting their souls. So through dark quantum
But,
magic. Anyway, that's a
I'm trying to
rant scene.
remember,
You should
but,
watch Dark Side of Dimensions.
but so,
design
like, is that kind of why the original Dark Magician is like green skin, or it's kind of corpsey?
I
I
believe
think
so.
that,
Yes.
I think that's what it's supposed to be.
Yes.
And
think
I've,
it-
that's why
Because
I've always
in
liked
traditional
it.
Egyptian art, if you don't know, Osiris, the mummified god, is usually drawn or colored in green.
Oh yeah, right. That makes sense. Yeah, so he's meant to be like he's basically
Yeah,
a
he's,
lich.
yeah,
then.
he's
Okay,
mummified,
yeah, I got it.
basically.
Yeah, I was gonna say I assume that they were trying to go for, like Omega said, some kind of mummification or even slightly like not super necromancy, but like slightly in that direction.
Yeah.
I mean, the Dark Magician stuff, if you look at the symbology they use, is very much necromancy.
The guy, I guess, is a lich, but pretty.
Well, it is black magician. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know if I would say that. It's
He's
just
not really
that,
a
like,
lich. 'cause
he's
he doesn't have a
he's
phylactery.
in his soul form. It's like, how does a weird albino chick become a giant fuck you dragon? Because that's the same
Fair.
process. In case you don't know.
But traditionally, like, dark magic, like, if you look at traditional stories about magic,
Yes.
if they designate magic as dark, it's usually
Yeah.
necromancy.
Specifically,
Or
black magic,
divination.
yeah.
Omega, what are you talking about? She's secretly dragonkin.
I know. I also think that we're not doing Blue Eyes / Eyes of Blue, but I do think that the fact that they did do Priestess with Eyes of Blue kind of paved the way for the Palladium Oracles, because
Yeah.
that is just, what was her name? Kisara, I think?
You mean maiden?
I think so that sounds about right.
Yeah, Maiden.
Kisara.
Yeah, Maiden with Eyes of Blue is just that character from the ancient Egypt again, and her effect makes sense because she just make a blue eyes.
Yep, it's that.
Make it a blue eyes.
Yeah, and also, as Varen brought up, the Osiris comparison with the green skin is very funny because that was Slifer, the executive producer's original name in Japanese was Osiris. So that was Yugi's god card was the Osiris one.
Just ask, where'd you get the executive producer thing from?
That's
Oh my God, you young
well, okay,
child.
that's a
Abridged
twofold joke.
series.
The joke comes from Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series, but the Abridged series makes the joke because Slifer is the name of an executive producer at 4Kids.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And I low-key fuck that guy. Like, I
Why would
kind
you
of want to
need it?
say
Yeah.
fuck you because you had such a big ego at an anime company that you allowed them to rename a card after you. Slight fuck you.
I mean, that is honestly, that is so like child cartoonishly evil that I kind of like goes over back around.
That's like I said, like, slight fuck you. Like, I'm not gonna, like, punch this guy, but I do kind of be
Because,
like, hey,
I
buddy,
understand
fuck
why
you a
they
little bit.
didn't want to call him Osiris.
Yes.
Because
Like,
Yeah.
that's
a literal god.
and it's also, while he also, like we said, has the necromancy theme, that would be a little weird. Like, they did keep Winged Dragon of Ra, but you can say that, oh, that's not Ra. He's Winged Dragon of Ra. He's of
Ra.
the
And
sun
at
god.
least,
It's Ross
at
Kaiju.
least the executive producer's name was Slifer and not Dave.
Well, yeah, it's true. I mean, he does have a
Dave,
super villain ass
that's not
name.
Yeah. I don't know. Also, Omega, you're wrong. Mana didn't get printed until 2019.
Really? I thought she was in. Maybe she was in one
No,
of the
she's not
reset
even out
packs.
yet. No, she's in a gold sarcophagus tin, and that's it.
That's why I don't ever see her, because she's like hard to get.
Yeah, but she also doesn't go well in Dark
Oh,
Magician.
okay. Yeah, no, she was. Why did I think she was way later? So technically,
you
she should
play
be in
them
this
in
blob,
Magician
but anyway,
Girls?
we'll get there.
No.
Okay.
Anyway, Palladium Oracle Mahad's effect. He is a light spellcaster level 7, and he has the same stats as Dark Magician. His name is technically Palladium Priest in Japanese, but they went Oracle because they usually do that. So,
I think Aura's cool.
he has a literal top deck effect. When you draw this card, you can reveal this card, special summon it from your hand. Like, literally, so long as you don't hard draw this guy turn 1, which Loft knows all about.
Which you always do.
And Dallas does
Never
too.
run it.
You guys have both done this.
This guy is awful. This card is bad.
What's that? I've drawn both of my.
Well, no. The
turn
thing is,
one.
you need to wait until you get access to a later spell card called Soul Servant that lets you stack him on your deck.
That
No,
you put
so-
it back into your deck.
So, the tale of Mahad is a sad one. In that he was relevant for Dark Magician decks for about, like, a year and a half, 2 years. But then they got better main deck monsters, so they
So
just
he has two
don't
more
run
two more
Mahad.
effects. If this card battles a dark monster, his attack is doubled, so he Utopia the Lightnings himself against dark.
There's also a lot of dark monsters usually.
Which is how he won in Dark Sided Dimensions. Again, the Pharaoh literally top decks the card that makes an even bigger asshole. And then finally, if this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, special summon a Dark Magician from your hand deck or graveyard. So considering Mahad was originally printed in 2016, that's good. Like this was actually a very good addition at the
Yeah.
time. He has a
Yeah.
inherent special effect. There are actually a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards to like shuffle back guys and stuff. Like I think Reload had been reprinted in some spellcaster
The
structure decks and
problem-
shit like
Original
that.
Mallet too.
The problem is, and this is going to sound weird, the problem is deck space.
Yes.
because
Now, as a guy
once
who has
20
not in our series, but I have tried to make Dark Magician decks, much like Red Eyes, there's about 1 billion usable Dark Magician cards. Like,
Yeah,
if you
the-
count
the
spells
problem
and
with
traps.
the problem with Mahad is that he doesn't facilitate what Dark Magician wants to do.
I would say at
He
this
is a
stage,
Sacky one of.
I would say at
Well,
this
it's-
stage, I think he has been relegated to a side deck card. Like if you run into
I don't even think he's there because the thing is, like, up until 2017, he was a pretty good card. It's just when 2017 hit, the entire deck got its identity changed.
Oh yeah, because
It's
they
barely
have
the
Savage,
same
right?
deck anymore. It's when Eternal Soul, Magician's Navigation, Dark Magical Circle.
yeah, when they which
Magician's
were all printed
Rod.
in promo decks, which I own, by the way.
No, that was all in one set.
Yeah, promo deck set, Dallas. It was a structure
Yeah,
deck.
right. Sorry.
Legendary decks 2, I believe.
No, it was Magician's Chaos. Wasn't it?
No.
Anyway,
No,
let's
no,
just-
it wasn't a promo deck set. Hold on.
Guys,
I mean, they're in a structure deck. I own them from that reason.
No, but there was a set they were in too.
Legendary
Um,
decks 2, first printing. Then Legendary Dragon decks, which was also structure deck. They have only been, at least Eternal Soul was only
No,
reprinted in
Eternal
Duelist
Soul
Power.
is the one that isn't in that pack.
Okay.
Sorry.
All
I
right.
should
Well, then
clarify,
what
but-
cards are you thinking of?
Magician's Rod, Dark Magical Circle, Magician's Navigation.
Okay, yes. Circle and
Yeah,
Rod, yes.
right.
Those were in a set. Those kinds.
Uh,
that was in The
Magician
Dark
Navigation
Illusion.
and- yeah, The Dark Illusion, that's right. I knew it was something to do with Dark
Though
Magician.
they
Dark
were
Illusion.
also included in Legendary Dragon decks later. So there
Oh,
were
no, they
still
were,
deck-
yeah, they
decks
were
you
in
can
the
get.
decks. It's just
Yeah.
the. Yeah. The Dark Illusion is the right. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's when the deck changed, is the Dark Illusion. Because basically, Dark Magical Circle changed how the deck works.
Now, just because I don't want to like delay it anymore, I do want to throw up mana. Even though, as we discovered, she did come out way later in the Gold Sark set.
We'll put them. Let's might as well put them together.
Yeah.
Is she not in Master Duel, or is this just the Wikipedia being weird?
No, she's not in Master Duel.
Did we actually talk about Mahad's design?
So
Yeah,
speaking of the Kazuki Takahashi, this is actually a really weird thing. There are a couple of Kaz arts that just aren't in Master Duel.
I'm gonna guess it's probably because they couldn't negotiate
And
the
they're all the
rights with
ones
him.
in the 2020 and 2019 Megatins.
I'm gonna guess there's some kind of negotiation with the anniversary years that they didn't do yet.
I assumed so.
Because, it's not like he's opposed to putting them in video games. A lot of the arts I found for Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl was from the Tag Force games, including some of the Kaz autographed arts.
Yeah,
10-year
so the
anniversary.
ones from the 2019 Gold Sarcophagus tin that aren't in the game are Blue Eyes Alternative Ultimate Dragon, Magician of Black Chaos Max, Exodia the Legendary Defender, Palladium Oracle Mana, Red Eyes Alternative Black Dragon, and Neo Kaiser Glider.
Ah, no wonder my Red Eyes deck is awful. I can't play alternative. He's a
Also,
very
why there
important card.
isn't Dark Vision Chaos Max? I thought that was actually a decent card.
It is, but
Yeah,
it's,
Chaos Max is okay.
I don't know why it's not. There's
So-
a couple of weird cards that aren't.
This is Mana. Again, it's the character Mana from the manga who becomes Dark Magician Girl. She's got a little
That's a
Karibo
very
guy.
different style. I was more hoping for it to be similar to Mahad's style, honestly. Yeah.
No, this is Kaz is going for more manga style here.
Fair.
I'm sure he drew both of these, but one of them he drew, I think, in the anime style for, Dark Side, and then Mana was drawn, even though she is, from the same, sub-archetype as Mahad. She's in a very original manga style.
I'll be real. I was kind of hoping that I would have seen her in a cool action pose, but hey, it's fair. It's her own thing.
I mean, she's handing out some kind of Karibo thing.
I mean, I will say this. I don't think, while Mana was like Mahad's apprentice, I do not think she was a very action-y character.
Not really. She was just
Can I
sort
say I
of
don't like this
background-y.
art? And this art is maybe it's the saturation of it, but I don't.
I mean, it's a
Yeah, I
very
don't think
bright
it's looking
color,
good.
and again, I don't know how much is, because that's got it, this is technically like a, nope, that was flip. I want to make it
Yeah,
transparent.
It could just be a
Goddamn you.
scan thing, but
Oh, yeah.
Make
Yeah.
transparent
doesn't
so I can
look
squish
very
it up.
good.
It's not framed up good.
like, I like
Yeah, the highlights and the coloring's a little weird. I'm okay with it. I like the kind of color scheme comparison to Dark Magician Girl. And there's a lot of artistry in whatever's going on with that headdress, but it's definitely this is a specific style.
The
and
raw
it's
crest,
not
the raw
really-
Ankh on her chest is cool.
it doesn't really feel like Kaz's style, even though it is.
Yeah,
It feels
he's
like him
definitely
trying to
going
recreate
for
his old style.
He's going for a certain look, and it's not going to be universally liked. I'm also much like Kazuki Takahashi himself. I'm a huge, Egypt taboo, so I definitely like some of this stuff. Yes, somebody said the shout it out.
Yeah,
It's
no,
on
I
Karibo.
like some of it. It's mostly the the face is off, and the coloring is off. Is what I'm
I
getting.
just noticed this,
It's
but
fine.
her hair reminds me of Vision of Black Chaos's hair.
It's definitely doing a weird bird thing.
Because it feels like Kaz from 2019 trying to recreate his 2001 style.
And that may be what we're going for. It's like a deliberate flashback. I do think, I think nobody will fight on this. The just rows of hieroglyphics background. That's a good effect. Thumbs up.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Oh, right,
I also
forgot.
think her staff's kind of cool looking. I just wish I actually got to see
You
it.
want to
better.
know another card that's missing from Master Duel?
What?
Spellbinding Circle.
Huh.
Very weird.
Well, I mean, I think I know why that one is.
What's up, Dallas?
I mean, have you seen the art for Spellbinding Circle?
Well, yeah.
There's something there that I think is iconography for something. I
Well,
don't know.
That's a
yes,
different
in
art of it.
in the original art, but they have it.
Yeah.
They have a Western art, and I do actually
That's
think
true.
they use the censored arts in Master Duel, at least in the English version.
They do with some of them, but I don't know why
It's a
Spellbinding
little
Circle is.
Master Duel is a really weird collab between Konami of the West and Konami of the East sometimes. So I would not be
Actually,
shocked if sometimes they have discussions
There's
about
also
kinda
shows.
Shiba
shows in
Warrior.
their ban
Shiba
list.
Warrior Taro is not in there.
That
I
is
know that
definitely
one.
because that is a
Yeah,
that's
that
named after
is-
Kazuki Takahashi's dog. It's his dog is Shiba Warrior Taro. By the way, if you were one of those investment scumlords who was buying up that card because the artist died, fuck you. I hope you drown in the ocean.
Okay, that's
Never
actually
speak to me
scummy.
again. You're dead to me.
That's scummy.
And then, of course, the elusive secret, the dirty gossip. We need to know why. Why is Air Neos not in the game?
Because
I mean,
of an airline.
actually, this is a good question. Is Shuttleroid in Master Duel?
No, it's not either. But that one actually, they've said why.
Yeah, NASA, I think.
I believe
it's
NASA asked
literally
them,
the
yeah.
NASA. Yeah, NASA was like,
We don't know
do
don't
that.
know the story with Air Neos. I've
Yeah,
said
no
this
one
before. There is an Italian airline, I believe, that is called the Neos Air, but they are not like. First of all, the names are flipped, and the look is nothing like they don't have like a logo that looks like that guy or anything. So, Air Neos, big mystery. Nobody knows why. He's literally not even in that compilation card.
Yeah.
No, Air
He's
Neos is like a running joke at this point of like, why will Coach?
I mean, yeah,
Konami
even in the
never
fusion of
acknowledge
all the
this card exists?
Neoses together, they won't show him.
Even that compilation card that shows a thing from like the.
I wonder if it's
GX
actually.
opening things.
I wonder if it's actually because of some kind of a behind-the-scenes thing involving the artist
Yeah,
of Air Neos.
I'm really like, I'm
I wonder
slight
if it's that
worried
artist is
that
not in the company anymore.
yeah, I'm slight worried that like whoever the artist was turned out to be like a piece of shit.
No, yeah, it's not. I don't think it would be if he left because they would own it. It's
Yeah, no,
more like he's
I'm
probably
more like-
he's got to be alive, but Konami doesn't want to give him any royalty money.
Was this the
Sucks.
artist that did Rurouni Kenshin?
Yeah,
That's
kind
more
of thing.
along the lines of what I'm thinking.
Or many other awful things that it could be in Japan, because there could also be political opinions that you don't like and other
This
stuff.
man took cocaine once and just disappeared from the country.
Is this the director
I mean,
from?
that happens-
Air
this
Neos' artist smoked a weed once, and now
Oh,
we can
right,
never
yeah,
speak
no,
of him
that-
again.
I mean,
Japan
you,
is so-
your career is basically ruined because you get
Yes, Japan's-
you get ultra mega blacklisted.
Japan's
in Japan.
opinions on drug crime is somehow worse than America's, which is,
Which is
Yeah.
insane.
as a criminal justice major, is crazy.
Like
Like,
literally,
they
if
are
someone
somehow more
plants
overkill
drugs
than
in
us.
your car, your life is over.
They make
Like legitimately.
Yeah.
yeah,
But yeah,
it's-
so Palladio Mana, she's basically the same thing as Mahad. She's a light spellcaster, has the same stat line as Dark Magician Girl. When your opponent activates a card or effect that targets one spellcaster you control and no other cards while this card is in your hand or graveyard, you can special summon it. You can only use this effective mana once per turn. Level 7 or higher spellcaster monsters you control can't be destroyed by card effects. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, special Dark Magician Girl from your hand, deck, or graveyard.
yeah. So
I would
that's
definitely
the reason
say
why the
with her
card
with
is
her
very
floating
good.
effect into Dark Magician Girl, that's probably why she's not popular. Her, I would also say I think her special summon restriction is a little too limited. We just brought up as an example, Maiden with Eyes of Blue. Maiden is just when targeted, she gets to summon a Blue Eyes, so you get to do your own shenanigans to force out Blue Eyes.
Honestly, I kind of wish that she honestly had a maiden effect, honestly, because that would have made her more as interesting, like kind of
Yeah.
mirroring a thing.
But I still think like it's I don't want to say this card is bad, as evidenced by the fact this card came out in 2019 and there are
It's been
19 years of awful cards. I just don't think it has its place in a deck right now. Because as Dallas brought up, you wouldn't run this in Magician Girls because her best effect is to give protection to your spellcasters. But you can also do that with other cards. You know, it's I don't think she has a home, which is a little sad. So
Guess she's a collector's piece.
I do think I own one of them because they are very shiny. She wasn't expensive, believe it or not.
I mean, she wasn't really. She isn't meta, and she isn't like hard. I guess.
All right. So we got to go to the OCG's Twitter because we're gonna pull up a card you may not recognize because
Oh boy,
there
here we
are
go.
2 Dark Magician cards Dark Magician inspired clearly cards that were world prizes, so you cannot legally play them. The first is Legendary Magician of Dark.
Oh my god, I hate this art.
This is not a good art,
Holy
no.
shit.
I should leave then, I guess.
No,
Of
Axe,
course
see, here's
you
the-
like it.
Axe, also, I
I
will
was
say this.
literally just about to say this looks like some Shin Megami Tensei bullshit.
It doesn't though. It really doesn't to me.
But Axe, I'll say this. While I cannot confirm that will be better, I'm pretty sure the 2 Ebon Magicians are also in this vein, but are better art.
I feel like
that
that
is
is like,
also
real.
true.
This one reminds me of Berserk for some reason, and I can't.
This just looks like
explain it.
edgy anime.
Well, it reminds me of Berserk, and like
It's a little over-designed.
That's
yeah.
what I mean. It looks like an edgy
I-
anime edgelord
I'll be real.
protagonist.
I when it started, I was looking at his knee, and I more liked the strap, and I liked the thing on the leg bit, and it's like, and then I looked up, and it's like, okay, it's not that great.
Oh no, yeah, no. It's,
Like, there are
it's
parts of it that look
100%.
really good.
Well,
There
and we
are
can even
parts
say,
that look
I think
good.
there's something to be said about the composition of this. That yes, your eye is not naturally drawn to his face, which is not super great. And his hat is also a little weird.
That's okay.
The
It's
hat,
okay.
The hat and
It's
the
got
face
some weird
kill it.
elements.
It's more
um,
I feel like his gloves and his legs are cooler, honestly.
Yeah,
But
Ken-
like your eyes are kind of naturally drawn to the center. I also think he has actually like a staff that works because it's got like a weird glass
That's
in it.
true.
I think his
Yeah,
background's
like,
cool too.
There's parts of this that I like.
But then he's doing an edgelord pose.
He's doing a weird pose with his legs that are up high and his
He's
knees
floating.
I don't even necessarily mind that so much. It's just a lot of the details that are on there that would have been like the straps. Like I kind of wish that those were gone. Some
just
of
hit me.
Some of the
What's that?
silvery bits.
This is a magician version of Bearer of the Mark.
Engraver?
Mark,
Yeah,
or-
he looks. He
Engraver of the
kinda
Mark.
looks
It
similar,
does.
yeah.
It looks like if you a fusion between Engraver of the Mark and Dark Magician.
Let me see.
I don't like this art at all.
Again, I only like parts of it. Honestly, as a whole, it's not great.
I feel like I need to be playing the fucking Tokyo Ghoul theme song over this art.
Dallas, I think you have a problem.
I do. I don't like edgy
yeah.
things.
Well, I don't
I
think
was
it's
gonna
edgy.
say,
I
yeah,
think it's
he has
just
a problem.
incomplete.
This art.
Yeah, exactly.
All right,
Now,
this
this was
isn't
technically
worse.
released in the World Superstars special pack, but you can't play it in the
Wow.
duel, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be against having this as like a given to me as a poster because it's not terrible, but whatever.
I'm trying to. I don't know what worlds this was at because a lot of the world's cards reference years.
Edgy dude. It's just kind of try hard. There's a difference.
Anyway, Legendary Magician
Guys
of
are
Dark
awful.
is a dark spellcaster Xyz, and honestly, he would be awful even if you could use him.
Oh yeah, no, this guy's
Because he's
bad.
a 3-mat rank 7 with the same stat line as Dark Magician.
Oh no.
He must be Xyz summoned and can't be special summoned other ways. If this card attacks your opponent directly and reduces their life points to 0, while it has Xyz material attached that was originally spellcaster type, you win the match. So,
That
I
fucks
gotta
fucking
be
nothing.
real, I don't even know why the world cards that have these match winning effects are, like, so overcomplicated. We'll get to another one that's even worse, I would argue. But, like, you're already
Well, the art's
setting up a
better, though.
hard-to-summon card to win a match effect. Why is it, like, if this card attacks directly and reduces their points to 0, while it has Xyz material that was originally spellcaster, you win the match?
Are you supposed to assume that if you pull it off, your opponent will be like, "Damn, dude, you pulled it off. Here you go."
Yeah, no, this is assuming not the Victory Dragon problem where your opponent just goes like, oh, you're going to attack me directly? I scoop.
Yeah.
I feel like
Game two.
with one of them, if my opponent actually pulled it off on me, I would just let them kill me.
Yeah, no. And I will say, I don't think this card is like a huge loss because guess what? I said this, I think, earlier. I don't remember if it was on mic or not. But I suspect somewhere that Kazuki Takahashi liked the Xyz mechanic because there are several arts in this vein. One of them that he drew, which is why we don't have that card. Still not imported, by the way.
I want to bring up that What other card games do like Xyz stuff? Because I think Xyz is actually one of the most interesting Yu-Gi-Oh mechanics. I think it's actually.
I mean, like, literally stack 2 cards, like the overlay. There are some that actually physically stack.
Vanguard with Legion.
okay, but
Magic has one card that does it. Literally one.
I like it. I mean, as a whole mechanic and all the different intricacies they've done with it, I actually think it's interesting. Because
I think
mean,
it's interesting. I just think it's a little too easy to do. The problem is the rank 4 problem.
well, yeah, I'm more of it just as a mechanic, but yeah.
As a mechanic, it's fine. The problem is there are too many good rank 4s that are generic.
So this is... which one is this? Ebon High Magician. Ebon Weed Magician.
I remember something like this being
Eben
supposedly that people play all the time in like Dark Magician, but not this one.
There are two Eben magicians. I don't know.
No,
if this is the
you
one people
usually
played.
play both of them at one in Dark Magician decks.
I don't like the staff, but I like his outfit.
I really like. Yeah, I think I can agree with you on
I
that.
think the
Like,
staff's okay.
I think the
Staff is
staff's
okay.
fine. I like it more than base Dark Magician staff, but
That,
It's
It's
not
kind of
saying a lot.
whatever.
the light blue with the dark blue is good.
I don't
like
like
the
his
trend.
hat that much. It looks a little off.
I
It's sort
think
of
because they
bulgy
decided
at
to
the
go for
front.
kind of a weird. They went for a soft material as opposed to like Dark Magician's usual, presumably metal
But
suit.
his actual armor is great.
Yeah,
and
he's
his
got a good
coloring
outfit.
is also great.
And he has a good. This guy, unlike Dark
This is
Eradicator
Dark-
Warlock, this guy,
this guy has fashion sense.
yeah, this guy consulted his stylist. He read some magazines. He picked up the latest
This guy
fashions.
this guy is the head of an order of magicians for sure.
No, no, he's not
As
the head. He is-
as the kids
this-
these days say, this man has drip.
Omega, this guy is clearly drawn like the second in command lieutenant.
Oh yeah, he
Like,
is
that
like
is the
he-
character's design.
He is the High Magician.
For,
Which, by
like,
the way, I don't know why they said that way.
This is
'cause
the
in
Lancer.
in Japanese, he is Eben Void Magician. I don't know why they said High Magician.
I don't know why they can't use Void because they already used Into the Void for a bunch of Infinity
I-
cards anyway.
meh.
Well, yeah, the void thing was because they changed that from, I think, purgatory.
Yeah, but I don't know if they. I don't think they're Void is in spells, not monsters, so I don't think there's an interaction you need to worry about there.
Yeah.
But yeah, this guy's pretty good. He's doing a little action pose. He's got the multiple rings. Like I said, I feel like there are the two Eben Magician Xyz do the aesthetic that
Oh, wait.
Legendary Magician of Dark is going
Yeah.
for, but better.
He has an
Yeah.
ascot too. Actually, it's kind of cool.
No,
got a little
honestly,
cravat,
the
yeah.
ascot is like 90% of the reason they called him the Lancer character. I feel like that is a Lancer thing, is owning an ascot.
I mean, I technically think it's a cravat, but yeah,
Or, yeah,
Well, you know what I mean.
yeah. He's got the little floofy thing.
I kind of want a different angle because I want to actually see like a forward.
Yeah,
like, a
sadly, this guy
straight-on angle.
doesn't have an alt art.
I just really
No.
want to see a straight-on angle of this design, or at least
I mean,
concept art, because I think this
it
is really
makes
cool.
sense. Out of the two Xyz, this is definitely the not as much used
Yeah, if I
one.
remember rightly, let me read his effect. Is this one the...
It's the on destruction one, yeah.
Yeah, it's an okay effect. I think it's a little more niche. So,
Well, yeah,
Eben
you
High
play him
Magician...
at one. You play him at one because for one, your
I would
your
also
extra
say,
deck is
I
not
think the
tight.
problem is also his stat line. So, Eben High Magician is a Dark Spellcaster Xyz, rank 7, 2300 attack, 2800 defense. So, he's got less attack than Dark Magician, but higher defense. He requires 2 level 7 Spellcaster monsters, obviously meant for Dark Magician, but is technically applicable in other Spellcaster builds.
Yeah.
While this card has Xyz material, you can activate a quick play spell card or trap card from your hand during your opponent's turn by detaching one Xyz material card from this card at activation. So, that's pretty
You can
fun.
do some very funny stuff with that in a
Yeah.
certain card in Dark Magician.
If this Xyz summon card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, or this Xyz summon card you control is sent to the graveyard with its card effect, which means it includes destruction or sent to, special summon a dark type spellcaster from your hand or deck, then destroy one on the field. So, he obviously floats into a Dark Magician, presumably you used a Dark Magician as material. He has some use, but I do think that, especially with his more defense-oriented stat line, this is the one that's a little more niche.
Well, it's one of those things where he is like he's good. Like, don't get me wrong, he's
But
good.
he could be better.
But he's definitely more niche. The reason he's constantly played in Dark Magician is, spoiler, that deck does not have a tight extra deck. You have like 5 1-ups and that's it.
Gotcha.
So,
So
I also don't know if this is a dumb thing to bring up, but I've always liked the Dark Magicians when they like the Dark Magician cards when they have like tan skin because I feel like it actually pulls off the colors more.
I
well,
agree.
hey,
Also, it's Egyptian, so
yeah, so here is
tasty ass Dark Magician has
Eben-
always been a bit.
Eben
Well, he's
Illusion
usually
Magician,
green, yeah.
and he wants to let you know he's coming for you.
I
Uh,
don't like this
I
as much.
love Eben Hyman, or sorry, Eben
He's Illusion. Yeah, I like Illusion.
I like. Okay, so this is. I think the face shot is. I don't think it's a good angle on his face.
I'm fine
And
with
his
this.
hair's
Are
a
you
bit-
kidding? I think that's the best part of the card.
No.
He's gotten a side angle. He's giving you
Yeah.
hella side eye.
I
yeah,
don't
there's
know.
a side eye.
It's like
but
the demon stare.
also just feel like someone zoomed up on him, but not first. Just have
Also,
to
by the
draw
way, once again,
something, it's like-
speaking that Kazuki Takahashi was a fan of Araki's work.
Yes, no, this is the most JoJo card art he's done.
So I don't know why that, but I just don't like it that much. I don't. Just
You
hits
don't
me.
like
I
him
don't-
giving you side eye?
I mean,
It's
that's
also, like,
that's
the-
fair.
It's
You
also
cannot like
weirdly
it for
tight
I
on
don't
him for
like
some reason. I don't know why. It's just hitting me well.
He's wearing a jumpsuit. It's fine.
All right.
It's great. This artist had a lot
Also,
of
he
muscle.
just got
definition.
done shooting a L'Oreal commercial.
Yeah, no, his hair.
Oh yeah, that hair is
Crazy
kind of
good.
fabulous. Yeah.
No, he's very 80s
His
hair
setup is
metal.
cool. It's just not like Heaven Hybrid. I looked at it. It's like I like this. I mean, it's like this one. It's like I'm not sure about it. I don't know why.
No, I really like this card art just because of the pose. It's
Yeah,
a harder
evolution
to
is
pose
fun.
to this.
Yeah.
The staff is really good. I think
So-
it's the best
Has a
staff
jo-
so far.
Yeah. This
No.
one has JoJo energy, as we like
No,
to say.
it does. Like, it is undeniable. He's about to go...
Your next
I
line
could-
is dark magic.
I could
attack.
just hear the piano kicking in with this.
Yes.
Dun, dun.
And
I would say also the
funky
rainbow
bass
effect in
line.
the background. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Ebon Illusion Magician is another rank
Oh,
7 Dark Xyz. This one has the same stats as Dark Magician, so it's 25-21.
And this one is a lot better.
He is completely generic, 2 level 7 monsters. Now, he's got this line of text that you're not going to understand for a second, but you will in a moment. You can also Xyz summon this card by using a rank 6 spellcaster type Xyz monster as the Xyz material monster that attaches to there.
I know what that's for.
So, once per turn, you can detach an Xyz material from this card, special summon a spellcaster type normal monster from your hand or deck.
What? No, oh my god. No, clearly you're supposed to use Norito the Moral Leader to summon him. Obviously.
I don't even know what that
Obviously.
card does though.
it's a
But
level
yeah,
6
so this guy has
spellcaster
an
monster.
inherent rank up effect. You can just once per turn, soft once per turn, by the way. Similar to this card also reminds me of very much of Flare Metal. So you can detach special summon a spellcaster type normal monster from your hand or deck. Keep in mind, I believe Flare Metal is hand or graveyard. Actually, it's just graveyard. Again, Dark Magician is all about graveyard, but also deck. Red Eyes
So,
is just from your deck, from your graveyard.
So, what level
But-
is Illusionary Snatcher? Is it 6 or 7?
Which one?
Illusionary Snatcher, the one that where it's like you get basically special it with a. summon
I
like
believe
level
he's
7.
7, but doesn't he level fix also? Anyway, there's one more effect. When a spellcaster type normal monster declares an attack, target a card on your opponent controls, banish it. Do not destroy, banish. You can only use this effect once per turn hopped. So yeah, Ebon Illusion Magician is just the better one in Dark Magician because he lets you just get another Dark Magician from your deck or hand, and then also get a banish.
Equip it to banish.
Yeah. Now, not a non-targeting banish, but still a banish. So yeah, Ebon Illusion is more streamlined, more direct. He's pretty good. Also, he does unfortunately have some shitty prints. Thank God they're reprinting him in Legendary Duelist Season 3. Because he was a Shonen Jump promo, which does actually lead me to believe he may have been a Kaz art. He did do quite a few of those manga promos. And then also is in the Shining Victory Special Edition.
This honestly, considering when you looked at all the different art versions, I can honestly see this as a more modern Kaz art. Honestly, it looks like
Yeah.
it.
And then, so speaking of Kaz arts that were manga promos, a card you may not have seen. Yeah, I think this is. So let me hold on. Let me do a comparison here. Yeah, technically, I
Hold on,
think this
need
is the
to step
same.
away again.
Okay, no, it's not the same. All right, let me see if I can find a blow up then. Because, as established, this card is, I believe, not in Master Duel, and also isn't in the TCG, even though it came out, like, in 2016?
Oh, I'm ready for my hot take on this art.
No, 20... Oh my god, this was a manga promo over 10 years ago. This was in Weekly Shonen Jump in 2011.
Wow.
Holy shit! What?
Konami, you're killing me.
So it was an early. What the fuck?
Yes,
The hell?
very early Xyz. Yeah, I think the best way to do this is to... This is not literally the card art. I will actually pull a scan of the card, but it was very clearly inspired by a piece Kazuki Takahashi did for an art book, which I will pull up first.
I mean, that's a little unfair, because the actual card art is atrocious.
It's not, though.
I think it is. Oh no, the art book art's great.
I mean, it's basically the same art, buddy.
I don't agree with that. Maybe the scans I'm seeing are awful. But...
honestly, I think Dark Magician Girl.
Like, I think the
having,
only thing
like,
that's different is the background.
Honestly,
Actually, okay,
I mean,
no. Looking
I
at
think
this
Dark
art,
Magician Girl having an Ankh tattoo and like a
Okay.
darker pink actually works better on her.
I do not like her face. I don't know what's going on with her eyeshadow or whatever those marks are.
Yeah. Anime facial
And
marks.
also,
okay.
her lips are odd.
But yeah, so
Also,
like I
why
said,
did her eyes change color?
well, because she's an Xyz now.
Okay.
I mean, technically she's not, because this is just a alt art of Dark Magician Girl that was in an art book that they reworked into the look for the actual Xyz card.
It looks fine.
Yeah, no, I
it has,
I like
like,
this art.
I
I
guess
mean, I feel like it's been 10 years since this was drawn, so I'm sure both Kaz himself and other artists could have worked on this.
I'll say
I-
this: this is a
yes.
very,
There's Pisces and there's the heart symbol.
this is very Western art. Oh god, what's the comic this reminds me of?
I mean, if it reminds you of a comic, we just
It
talked
makes
about
me
how
think
Kazuki Takahashi
of-
was a big fan of Hellboy.
No, it's not Hellboy.
You basically think of
I mean, it's not
McFarlane,
Hellboy,
honestly.
It's the Haunted Vagina comic.
Oh,
What?
what is that called? Something Black Rose? Tarot the Black Rose?
Yeah, Tarot the Black Rose. That's right.
I mean, that comic has a name that sounds like a Yu-Gi-Oh card, so.
Sorry, I understand, X,
It-
but
it-
there's
it-
literally a
it-
line of
Yeah,
that
you haven't
comic.
heard that comic.
Her
name.
vagina is haunted.
It just makes you think of like it also makes you think of like some modern Spawn art. Like,
But
I think
I was
Tarot
re-
the Black Rose was done by.
I was reminded
McFarlane.
of a fun fact I forgot to say, but Mike Mignola, the artist of Hellboy, is like only a year older than Kazuki Takahashi. It's very funny in terms of like the fact that they were like did art trades and stuff and like actually met. Like they were both from a similar era. But yeah, no.
this looks-
Yes, no. The story, as far as we know, is that Kaz did not want this art to be censored. And honestly, it really shouldn't be. Like, compared to other Dark Magician Girl arts, her cleavage is, like, barely there.
Or
I also
like
think this
what?
was one of the better. Was like one of the best.
I
Dark
think
Magician
it's
Girl
the
artists.
symbology.
I mean, it could be, but it's got, like, lines through it. It's not a proper Ankh, either.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
Pisces, whatever. That's just,
Well, that's not even in
Well,
the... Remember,
no,
this is
that's
the...
not even-
No,
the-
it wouldn't be. I think if there's anything that would be censored, it would be the choker, or not the choker.
the Ankh symbol.
What's it? No, the clef. No, not the ankh. The
She has a
pentagram on her.
Yeah, a
chest.
pentagram in the center of her chest, which also would
Yeah.
probably need to be redone.
Sternum is what you're looking for.
Yeah, but like I can't remember what that's called on clothing. The clasp.
Yeah,
That's what I was
clasp.
looking
Yeah,
for.
that's I think was the word you're looking for. Yeah, like there are again. This is a very Kaz art. There's a lot of weird occult stuff that's randomly
If
added.
if there was any symbology that Konami was going to censor, it'd probably be that. Because like,
Yeah.
does anyone in the West get like salt? I don't.
I mean,
Also
they
really
changed
tiny.
the art of Monster Reborn, but again, this isn't a classic.
But that was
Ankh.
also in like the early 2000s.
Yes.
I'm just saying. Does anyone give a shit about the ankh anymore?
No, I don't think it would be.
I
it would
care
be
about one Ankh.
in
That's
there.
about
Like
it.
the pentagram, I think people are still a little bit more.
Well, I would say this, Zed. Remember, I pulled up the actual card art from Japan. Yeah, you don't see your legs or arms in that. That's like
Dallas,
all
I'm
like waist up.
disappointed.
Yeah,
But
no,
still,
I
again,
got,
this
I
is
got,
very-
I cringed. I cringed.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
I don't believe this card has anything to do with spell counters, so...
Wait,
No,
change
but you
the-
could make it a spell counter
No.
though. just
You
to
You could
keep it,
you could
'cause
do
it's a
like
spellcaster.
change this
What?
thing to the black pitch stone.
I actually think this card is terrible, so I don't care if they never bring it out here.
I mean, I don't.
Yeah.
I think it's been 10 years, so it's probably
Okay.
not that effective
Let me
anymore.
rephrase
But
it.
like,
it's terrible for one reason. It's not terrible because of its effect. It's terrible because of its material requirements.
oh yeah, because you're. I mean, I think it would be fine if they just put more. Actually, no, honestly, with Apprentice Illusion Magician,
no.
it's also fine.
The amount of level 6 spellcasters that exist are.
Yeah, it's for Dark
Spoiler.
Magician Girl and Illusion Magician, and Mana. You dumbus.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying in totality there aren't a lot of.
forgot
I mean, it
level
was
6
it,
spellcasters.
whatever. Anyway, you guys can give me money to yell about how Dallas is wrong again, as usual. To bring back that old chestnut. So, Magi Magician Gal has 2,400 attack, 2K defense for a rank 6 spellcaster Xyz. So arguably has an improved stat line. If there was just a Dark Magician Girl with that stat line, we could do some work. It does require 2 level 6 spellcasters. Again, obviously meant to be used with stuff like Dark Magician Girl, and then later with presumably whatchamacallit, Apprentice Illusion Magician. Also, Dallas was muttering something earlier about how you could just use Gagaga Magician as Gagaga's sister, also a spellcaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could level fix.
Yeah. I just don't know how worth it is.
I mean, like I said, the card's 10 years, like 11 years old. I don't think it's worth it anymore. Because it's once per turn, detach a card and banish a card from your hand to activate one of these effects. You get to Big Eye a monster.
It's Change of Heart and Monster Reborn.
Yes. Or target opponent's monster and stress or summon. Like, honestly, for the time period, considering, like, this was very early Xyz, very good.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's honestly nowadays I think its only thing would be is if you didn't have a full line to just make Ebon Illusion. Thank you, Varen. Varen gave me $5 to yell at Dallas.
Dallas,
I appreciate this business scheme. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm only partially sorry.
I love how I didn't even have to say anything and you apologize.
Very axe.
I'll defend Dallas.
Don't. He doesn't need it. He can do it himself.
What I was going to say is, I think this card would be better, or I think this card wouldn't have seen any kind of anything just because of the level 6 spellcaster requirement.
Yeah, I mean, I think it missed its time, is the problem.
Well, because... Oh, no, that's not true. It might have seen Plain Pendulum Magicians.
Because you can Pendulum, and also, I would like to point out, remember that,
well, Oath Dragon Magician's a card.
Well, also, remember, Apprentice Illusion Magician is a free special that's a 6. You could get started on stuff.
No,
there were ways to make this work. I just think that, especially since they literally put Change of Heart to 1, like, this card has clearly been power crept.
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
It was an interesting concept in 2011. I would love for them to obviously they should probably release it because it's a Kaz art they've been holding out on.
I mean, honestly, they might release. I'm going to be honest. They're probably going to release a censored version.
They might do that, especially if they can renegotiate with whoever has the ownership of the rights now at Studio Dice.
Like,
I would also not be surprised if
Konami's the worst.
Well, yeah, but also I would not be surprised. But remember, his estate might still hold out. You know, you don't know.
That's true.
The contract. But it would be very interesting to see this as exclusive to some kind of contest or promotion, like a Lost Art promotion that requires, like, verification of your age. I think they could get around it for something.
Yeah. I think they should just release it, because, I made the joke about Tarot the Black Rose. Like, that is way racier art than anything in this.
Yeah. This is not... Like, I agree. I think it must be the religious connotations of, like, the pentagram.
The only thing I can think of is the pentagram.
This is the most non-need to censor cleavage. Obviously, yes, Konami just gives every card a boob reduction for no reason. But, like, you don't need to. This is, like, perfectly in proportion. It's fine.
No, it has to be that pentagram thing. It's the only thing that
just make it a Seal of Orichalcos. There we go. That won't cause any problems.
Yeah, no, that... Or just, like, honestly, just make it a Star of David. Like, spoiler! I don't think there's ever been a case of a Jewish person suing over religious symbology used.
No,
I genuinely don't.
It's usually people that don't even read the Bible.
I think that this card... Obviously, probably we could use a retrain of more, like... Because I think with Ebon High and Ebon Illusion, Dark Magician found its role as, like, a potential Xyz deck. Also, rank 7 Xyz are actually pretty good. Like, you do that in Red Eyes as well.
Yeah.
But, like...
Generally, we would also run Dragosek and Big Eye.
Yeah. Which, again, is also why this card is unfortunately a little obsolete, because Big Eye exists.
As weird as this is for me to say, and it's going to make the Yu-Gi-Oh! Purists annoyed, and I don't care, Dark Magician needs a Link monster.
Yeah, especially after seeing them do one as a promo card. I think they could probably use, like, a...
Does Blue Eyes have one or Red Eyes have one?
No.
Well, Red Eyes technically
Red Eyes has a weird homage one, but not really.
Okay. Why don't they have actual...
Because
if you can get actual archetype links that make the deck work, why
I
can't
want them to get pendulum cards, because that'll really make Yu-Gi Boomers mad.
I think it's just that they weren't... When links were king, decks like the closest Blue Eyes came to relevancy was
I mean, Dark Magician actually did fairly good in the MR4 era.
Yes.
Just because you only needed one extra summon.
Yeah.
I will say that
I would say I think it's because Blue Eyes was at the time that we switched to the different MRs and stuff. Blue Eyes was coming off them being hot. I would not say they were hot, but they had been hot because of Chaos Max.
Blue Eyes was kind of bad at the time. It's unfortunate.
Think that honestly, that maybe it's because Dark Magician and Blue Eyes has also did the whole ritual angle and like the fusion angle, that I honestly feel like the one that actually cripplingly needs a link. Like Blue Eyes and Dark Magician would probably appreciate one, but I feel like Red Eyes is the one that needs it the most.
I mean,
You know what
especially
they
now
could
that
do?
now that Red Eyes' unofficial Link monster Verte Anaconda is banned. Yes, they probably do need like a link to that
They
does
just
something
need
for
a
them
hard
because
requires 2 Red Eye monsters that basically does Verte essentially.
No,
They should
I just
just
want them
say-
to release Link monsters and Pendulum monsters for all 3 of the archetypes because it'll make people mad.
They should just say, fuck it, make Pendulum support for Blue Eyes, but it's Kyber Man, Kyber Woman.
I mean, that would be pretty funny. I mean, like,
Yeah, no.
you say that, and I know it's because there were Amazon S players in Arc 5, but they are making Amazon S a pendulum deck, which
Omega,
just makes them Earth,
easiest
Luna,
pendulum
Light.
scales for Dark Magician. Retrain of Mahad, retrain of Mana.
Lana.
Yeah, and make them, what, like 1 to 8, like Odd
Yeah.
Eyes? Yeah.
And then make Atem the Link monster.
That would actually be, especially because they did Palladium Oracle, you could do a Palladium Link monster that was like
The Palladium
Palladium
Pharaoh.
Atem. That would be pretty ballsy.
Yeah.
The only thing would be, unfortunately, now, because Kazuki Takahashi has just passed away, that would be one of those things of like, shit, who do you get to draw that art? Like, do you negotiate with his estate
Because
for
that
an
would have
old
been
art?
that would have been a Kaz art, yeah. Damn.
Because like, but I mean, a Dark
Steelers
Magician
under
version
that.
that is just Beyond the Pendulum, like that kind of
Well,
card.
they could just do the shot of Atem in the like anime that's just the completely shrouded in like shadow.
Yeah.
Silhouette of the Tem.
Well, no. It's the one that like it shows him, but he's just completely shaded in.
Oh, by the way, I've got a great idea. Do Kaibaman 2, it's just Mokuba. Like, pick his like Dark-Sided Dimensions art where he's like wearing a little white suit.
Is there
It-
ever
it's him.
Mokuba? Has ever shown Mokuba like not as like a 12-year-old? I think.
I mean,
Yeah,
he
it's
is,
Dark-Sided
he is
Dimensions.
older in Dark-Sided Dimensions. He got like a haircut and is like a couple inches taller.
Guys, Kyber Boy, he'll be the sidekick.
Ah, yes, you're right. We got to remember that Kaz loved Western comics. Kaiba boy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That'd be hilarious.
And then the I not the I know aren't they doing the Jet as a fusion monster?
yes, the jet is coming.
no, it's a
episode
normal
after.
The
monster.
pen monster should totally also just be the Jet.
The jet is a
The
main
Jet's
deck
a
monster,
normal
though.
monster.
Tyrant Dragon is the new Blue Eyes Tyrant is the new fusion
Yeah.
to call about his Tyrant Wing Dragon and more. But okay, we still got a big block to go. So decently later, though still in our you will aesthetically notice this is very similar to what your main man Ebon Illusion had going on. A card I actually am quite fond of for several reasons. One, because it is an honest as well for this archetype, but Apprentice Illusion Magician. This is the Illusion Magician version of Dark Magician Girl. And honestly, like, we often talk about modern
Better than
Yu-Gi-Oh
any
cards
Dark Magician arts.
being busy, right?
Or-
I think this is an improvement, because even Axe said that he felt like some of old school Dark Magician Girl's art was a little spare, like her costume was very limited.
Yeah, no.
This
is
adds
way
an extra
better
The
than-
flavor.
wand is actually I think the wand's a
Oh.
bit much, but I think it's cool.
I mean,
think the
it's
hair's nice.
better than her original wand, which is
Yeah, her
Derpy.
wand. I mean, I will say
Yeah.
this: I don't have a lot of problem with her wand, but it is a little goofy because her wand is just like a curlicue that she shoots pink fire out of.
It's,
This one actually is an
it's like a
ornament.
card Captain Sakura staff instead of an
yes,
actual
it
magician
is
wand.
very nice. Like that's what I was saying. Like Dark Magician Girl is a very magical girl '90s design.
Yeah, which
And this one
makes
feels
sense
like-
because it was the '90s. But
Honestly, on the
Interesting.
topic of it, this feels like a because this is actually a thing in anime a lot of times. This feels like a late 2010s version of a 90s Magic Girl design.
Well, yeah, no, this
Which
looks
would
like
be
an
appropriate,
updated
yeah.
Magic Girl design.
that would be appropriate because this is. While her name isn't anything like Dark Magician Girl, Apprentice Illusion Magician is very clearly. This is the same art style as Ebon Illusion Magician, but applied to DMG. You know, she's tanned, she's blonde, she's got kind of the same like purples going on.
Yeah, no, this is probably my favorite female Dark Magician art.
I think her armor's cooler. I just think her hat's a bit eh.
Guys, it's Gyo Magician.
Well, I mean, one,
Looks
you already
Egyptian.
lost that joke because guess what? Magi Magician Gal is just Magi Magician Gyaru. Like,
No,
that's literally
Magic
just
Magic
Japanese.
Magician Girl is a Gyaru.
Yeah.
Which, yeah.
I mean, this is
That's
still
another-
Gyaru fashion,
I'll
and
be
I'm
honest,
okay with
that's
that.
another reason I have an aesthetic problem with it, but it's just a personal taste.
I mean, this
Oh,
is
again,
still is still very Gyaru style because of the tan and the very pale blonde hair.
Well, I honestly just think the melanin helps, honestly, the design.
I mean, tanned girls are cute, yeah, sure.
I
But
mean,
no, there's a
eyes are
lot
not
to
red
like about
instead.
Ebon Illusion's art here. This is a very good modern one, and this was first in what the fuck, 2017?
It's also her
Yeah,
actual
legendary
armor
graphics.
looks like it's designed instead of just a cosplay costume some girl found in a shed.
Yeah, it's a leotard,
yeah,
but it
I'm
has
thinking
like
about
flowery
it.
pauldrons
The
with
old
it.
school Dark Magician Girl art's like we said, kind of minimalist. Like, I think it's interesting, but it's definitely like of its time. This is much more
They
modern
look
and
like
updated.
a kid raided the theater club costume closet.
Or they
I mean,
raided their
considering
parents'
that
old
the
occult
anime
source for
anyway
old
kind
stuff.
of made like Dark Magician Girl Teia's signature monster, Anzu, that makes
was so
sense
weird.
because she's weird like that. She's kind of like a weird dance theater kid. You know, she wants to be on stage.
The storyline for Teo was bizarre.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Girls have always had it rough.
I think part of it was just the anime didn't know what the fuck to do too.
No, I think Alexis was fine. I still maintain that.
I mean, the rest of the
Alexis was
girls
still
had it rough.
pretty
I mean, I
very
feel
rough.
like Alexis was involved in the story a lot more, like directly. Like,
Yeah, she was only involved for 2 seasons, and she was just erased.
No,
pretty much.
no, she was involved up until she was sacrificed to the demon god.
I feel like that was a problem with a lot of characters in that season of GX.
Well, yeah, a lot of characters got sacrificed to the demon
Yeah,
god.
it was pretty much the original cast getting sacrificed just so the third season cast got more screen time, whatever.
But yeah, so Apprentice is also just a good card. She is a dark level 6 spellcaster with the same stat line as Dark Magician Girl 2K17. You can special summon this card from your hand by discarding a card. If this card is normal or special, add a Dark Magician from your deck to your hand. During damage calc, if your dark spellcaster battles an opponent's monster, quick effect, send this card from your hand or face up field to the graveyard. That monster you control gains 2k attack defense during that damage calc only.
Yeah, this card's very good.
So this card is an inherent special for pitch. By the way, Dark Magician is normally a brick, and you want him in your graveyard because he's just as easy to summon from there. So this lets you pitch to special. If it is normal or specialed, you can search a new Dark Magician, and then also, while it's in your hand or on the field, it is basically an archetype honest for dark spellcasters. This is a great card.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. I love it.
I think I
No,
remember this being so. This is an MPT thing, but I remember this being like kind of like people tried to buy this because that was the new hotness, and people was like, "It's okay, it's great for the deck." It's
Yeah,
Otherwise-
no. I mean, I don't think meta-wise, like, I don't think there's a good. There's not a dark spellcaster deck like there was a dark warrior deck, right? Like that didn't ever emerge, so I don't really think that there's a deck she really goes in besides Dark Magician, currently at least.
Okay. But, no, what I was going to say is, so this card was run in 2 decks,
Okay.
and you're going to hate the second deck.
All right,
it
but
was
go
run
for
in
it.
Dark Magicians, obviously.
Yeah.
It was also run in Spiral.
What's the dark spellcaster you would use it for in Spiral, or do you just want the extra summon?
Magician Soul's target.
Oh, yeah, okay, the Magician's Soul. Okay, that
Because-
makes sense. This
Yeah.
is probably one of the best cards to work with Magician's Souls.
Yeah,
Oh,
freak
God, yeah.
Magician of Souls.
I mean, I think Magician's Souls is a rad card. It's just it's too much Konami is trying to make modern support. Like Rod and Robe, which we will talk about soon. They're just later because they have apostrophes.
I'll say this. They're not even the stupidest Dark Magician support card. Souls, rather.
So, by the way, this is a weird one. We talked about earlier about how Chaos Max, Magician of Black Chaos Max, is not in Master Duel. It is in Legacy of the Duelist.
Yeah.
Weird.
I assume it must mean if it's got Kaz's signature in the art, I think they must have to talk to him every time they want to reprint it. Like they want to put it out there.
I actually have a theory on the Kaz art ones.
Yeah, go for
I
it.
have a theory that they are planning an event in which all of these will be added into the game.
I mean, especially if they did that as a memorial, I would be down to clown with that. That would be pretty cool.
Obviously, I don't think it was planned to be that at the time, but there
No.
was this event. There's always been this event that was leaked that was like Duel Monsters era card event. And I always had this sneaking suspicion that those cards would be in the prize pack for that.
So here is Magician of Black Chaos Max. Very clearly in a similar vein to Blue Eyes Chaos Max.
It's very. It feels like a mix between like
What?
Japanese art and like Western art.
Why
This
does it
is
feel...
very stylized. Like, I kind of like it, but I like a lot of stylized stuff. I do want to say
like
it's
it
weird.
too, but I can't say it's good.
Why
Yeah,
does
I
this feel-
I approve of this
say-
art. It's weird. It's a weird art.
Yeah,
It makes you think of
weird.
like. Go for.
this feels more like sort of a corrupted like Okami art. Bit.
This looks like a Soul
Yeah.
Calibur character to me.
I would say.
Or more the Demon Blade, just not chibi.
I also it also makes you think of like because it also feels like he has like it's a staff katana, but I weirdly image this is like a limited run like promo cover for a comic book.
Yeah, it
No,
definitely
this
has
looks-
some of those vibes. Like this, I mean, obviously it has Kaz's signature on it, but this has vibes of this art is limited edition.
No, this art is definitely like this is the most, other than possibly Magician. This is the most Western Kaz has drawn.
And like I think there are some weirdness. Like my boy Chaos Max here is wearing parachute pants, but is using belts to tie it down. Seriously, look how baggy his pants are, and then he has belts at his.
I
boot.
just
I mean, I
realized
feel like
what
he
this
needs
reminds
to
me of.
like trip on his legs. Yeah.
I
What's
just realized what this reminds me of. This looks like Cars.
Yeah, I can see that. This has some Ultimate Lifeform
No,
vibes
this
with the hair.
Looks like, yeah.
Yeah, just
The hair,
spread
the
out.
face.
But instead of vampire, it was dark magic that made him the ultimate.
Well, yeah,
life.
no. This
Yeah.
just reminds me of the Pillarmen.
And
but, like,
I mean, and it's got the
old-
moon theme as
when they're
well.
in the flashbacks.
Yeah, it's got the moon theme. I like
Yeah.
the little cherry blossoms, even though that has fucking
Wait,
nothing
wait,
to do
wait,
with
wait.
Dark Magician.
It almost makes me feel like it's almost like it would be like part 8 revision cars.
Yeah, a lot of people are
Well-
just like very, very weird because this looks very different.
Actually, I can tell you, no.
Fair. I
Uh,
need to reread part 8. So
You need to read part 8.
I
Okay,
need to reread it. I only
but yeah, I think we can run on now with his actual like text. So this is Magician of Black Chaos Max. He is a level 8 spellcaster, 2826, same stat line. Now you can summon it with Chaos Form. Chaos Form is a great card, by the way, because it works very universally for a lot of shit. If this card is specialed, you can tribute a monster. Your opponent can't activate monster effects this turn. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, target a spell in your graveyard, add it to hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. So, decent card. Decent guy. I think some of your other ritual cards are better, because this guy is still a level 8. He requires you to sack 2 monsters in this archetype.
are there some other like Dark Vision rituals?
Yes, there is
no,
Magician. There
there's
is just
one
Magician of
that-
Chaos.
There's one that is the best. That is the best.
But
card in
I
Dark
think
Magician.
as a retrain of the original one, of original Black Chaos, this is pretty solid.
Honestly,
Has a spell recycling like DMOC. The fact that you can tribute a monster to block your opponent out of monster effects.
this feels more like a card you have to build a deck around than a card that goes in a deck.
Yes, no, I think that could make the vibe they were going for, because remember, it's a retrain of Magician of Black Chaos. It's the max version,
Yeah.
so it's supposed to be spicier. I could see this as like the goal of a deck, yeah.
Yeah, this definitely feels like payoff more than a tech card. Because I can't think of where you would ever fit this.
Well,
in
and I
Dark
will
Magician.
say, the funny thing is, Dark Magician doesn't hurt for payoff cards.
Yeah, that's the problem. And also, once again, they have a ritual card that makes this card look like a joke.
Is it the just Magician of Chaos?
Illusion of Chaos, but yeah.
Are we sure that's...
If that's not in your card list, it should be. To be fair, it was a 2022 release.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
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 it was
okay. I
just
don't think this was
released in,
included in my list. I will put him on the list later. Because that would go with
no, he
Master of
is,
Chaos. I did get Master of Chaos because that name checks Dark Magician. I feel like...
yeah,
I guess I wonder if I guess the wiki just didn't catch up. That or I
Illusion
didn't
of
recognize
Chaos
his
is like-
name because I will say Illusion of Chaos, while it makes sense, sounds like a spell card.
No, that's fair. But he is the
Yes,
most
you are
broken
correct. That is a card that should be in here and is now on the list at the bottom. But we're
It
gonna
made
talk
Dark
about,
Magician top again.
We're gonna talk about much like how they just did the Blue Eyes Chaos Dragon, not Max. You know, this is just Magician of Chaos.
Oh right, this exists.
I like this art.
I like the art.
Yeah.
This card is good in Duel Links.
Oh, hey, they're just doing the little crossed arm things again.
Yeah, it's legit just the original Black Chaos,
Okay,
but like
let-
more.
Let me rephrase that. This card was good in Duel Links. I don't think it's
Fair.
good anymore.
Yeah, it's just we're doing Dark Magician, but with some extra
It's
vibes,
got
kind of the
it's still got
Chaos
all the
color
Hellraiser
scheme.
belts.
You know, we're getting vibes. We got stuff.
Wait, what?
What's up?
What?
Sorry, they announced a card for Duel Links that I could only see causing problems.
Which card?
Uh-oh.
Megamorph.
Oh.
I
Hmm.
mean,
Right, because a lot of the skills can minus your life points as you.
Yeah,
Oh,
a lot of
dude.
skills.
Yeah.
burn you to
Anyway,
half life points.
Magician of Chaos is just, it's, you know, a ritual retrain of regular Dark Magician. It's a Dark Spellcaster ritual. It's 7. It's 25/21. It can be ritual summon with Chaos form. As mentioned before, this one does become Dark Magician while on the field or graveyard, which is a pretty good effect. When a spell or trap card is activated as a quick effect, you can target a card on the field and destroy it. If this ritual summon card is destroyed by battle or card effect, special summon a Chaos or Black Luster Soldier ritual monster from your hand, except Magician of Chaos, ignoring its summoning condition. So obviously he can float into BLSs or Chaos Maxes.
So basically, you'd run this more in a Chaos deck, a Chaos
Yes,
form deck, instead of just
a
actually a
Chaos
Dark Vision
ritual deck, probably, yeah. Which I do think does exist, like, because cards like Illusion of Chaos and the Fusion Monster also, like, have a bridge for, like, BLS
That's what-
and Dark Magician
That's
stuff.
that's what you run for if you're doing BLS stuff, because
Yeah.
that's how you run that deck.
I mean, I will say, he does have a great effect of becoming Dark Magician while on the field or in the graveyard. Like, there are good vibes to this guy.
He's not bad. The problem is it's so easy to get Dark Magician on your field or graveyard. I don't know why you need him.
Well, it's just he gives you extra Dark Magicians for stuff that targets Dark
Also,
Magician.
there's a main deck monster that does exactly what he does.
Well, this guy is a main deck monster. He's a ritual.
Or, sorry, a main deck non-ritual monster.
Yeah.
That does the same thing, but better.
There are a lot of boys who are
Who
just
says-
Dark Magician.
Yeah, that is kind of... I've joked before, that is Dark Magician's actual tribal ability, is all of their cards get to be Dark Magician.
Well, it's similar to, and it's kind of sad they haven't done it for Dark Magician Girl, but it's because all of the spell cards name check Dark Magician. So we really need a Dark Magician Girl retrain that says this
Yes,
card's name becomes
please.
Dark Magician Girl on field and graveyard. Like, give it the
Honestly-
actual attack modulation effect for, like, every Dark Magician monster in the graveyards, and then let it do something interesting.
I'll be real. I feel like they could also do one where it also counts 8-hander deck, because I feel like that would just better just replace it, right? Because they're it makes you think of
No,
like,
a
cards
field
like,
or graveyard is fine so long as you give it, like, an inherent special or something.
No,
Like,
it's because it needs to be-
Apprentice Illusion Magician would be a great Dark Magician Girl
So-
substitute, except she never counts as Dark Magician Girl.
There is a kind of staple Dark Magician card called Bond Between Teacher and Student, where you have Dark Magician and then you summon Dark Magician from deck, and then you.
I
and then
mean,
you set
yeah,
any
you
of
can
the
do that
signature
that
spells.
way, but, like, there's other cards you can
Uh,
work with that. Like,
That's also definitely not a stable Dark Magician.
there's lots of other ways to search the Dark Magician
That
spells.
card
Like,
is
it's
not good.
Okay,
it's
I'm sorry, I
good,
thought it
but
was-
you would just make a better Dark Magician Girl.
No,
But so,
I think the card you might be
hey,
thinking of...
speaking by the way of that talk about, like, Atem and Shadow, yo, it's Magician of Dark Illusion. I'm a ghost.
Go.
actually a spirit.
Where... Are you sure it's called Bond Between Teacher and Student?
Bond Between Teacher and Student is a card name, yes.
I've never heard of that card in my life.
Probably not, because you refuse to play Dark Magician Girl even as a Garnet, but...
No, I do. I just use other cards like Magician's Salvation or Magical Inheritance.
Yes, no, I think they have basically retrained Bond Between Teacher and Student to be better cards.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense then.
Because Bond Between Teacher and Student is a quick play that's just if you control a Dark Magician, summon a Dark Magician girl, and then add a Dark Magic attack or Dark Burning, I think.
Oh yeah, no, that's not great.
That was old school good. Nowadays there are way more cards that are just like, hey, does this spell card mention Dark Magician or Dark Magician girl? Add it to your hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is Magician of Dark Illusion. I'm not really sure that there's a lot to say about him.
I like him. He's the shadowy Atem boy.
Yeah, he's cool. I like him, but there's not a lot to say because he's just Dark Magician, but shadowy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stealth mode activate.
Drink too much shadow magic.
This is the card I was talking about, by the way, that makes that ritual card pointless.
Yeah, this guy's pretty good. So, I mean, he's not. I don't think some of his effects are quite as ubiquitous, but he's still a really great card because he is also level 7. He's 2100 attack, 2500 defense, so he's got the old attack flip. While on field, this card's name becomes Dark Magician, and then you can use each of its effects once per turn. During your opponent's turn, if you activate a spell trap or spell trap effect, you can special summon this card from your hand, except during the damage step. And then if you activate a spell trap while this, or spell trap card or effect while this card is face up on the field, except during damage step, target a Dark Magician in your graveyard, special summon it. This can only be effect once while it's on the field. So this is just a great Xyz extender for Dark Magician.
That graveyard, opponent's turn effect is actually very good.
Yes, because you will actually be. I mean, Dark Magician will be playing to play to multiple turns because you need to flip up Eternal Soul. It's a continuous trap card.
Spoiler: Dark Magician is a control deck now.
Yeah,
like an actual control deck.
Yeah.
Which
Never
is
like
honestly
seen that
kind of what
in
it's supposed
Mystical.
to be. You look at the way that Yugi/Atem's deck was, at least from what I remember of season.
Well, yeah,
season
and
one.
it was full. He was full of weird battle tricks and control trap cards like magical hats, magic cylinder, shit like that. Like,
yeah,
he Atem liked to
what
play
is it,
the back
sword
row game.
boxes?
Yes,
Yeah,
the Dark Box is another weird one.
No,
And even
but,
if you think about like the old school cards like Thousand Knives, right? Like that's just, hey, I have Dark Magician. Hey, your monster? Get him the fuck out of here. Die.
most of the good Dark Magician spell traps are quick play or trap traps,
Yes.
obviously.
And I do want to say, technically, if you were trying to get more Dark Magicians, like for summons, Magician of Chaos works better because he is field and graveyard. Magician of Dark Illusion only counts on field, presumably so you can't Magician of Dark Illusion to summon back Magician of Dark Illusion.
Yeah. I think the only good Dark Magician spell card that is a normal is Dark Magic Veil. I think that's the only one. The rest are either continuous or quick play. Or a field spell, but that's, yeah.
Okay, there we go. My mic was really off. Okay.
Also, there's a Dark Magic Karibo. It's fun.
A Dark Magic what? Oh, Magic Karibo. Yeah, that's not in this list because we'll do a
It's
Karibo
a
episode,
Karibo.
Yeah.
but it's funny.
And I will just make annoying sounds all episode.
Dude, la la la.
Do la 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 la
So-
la la.
Okay, my mic was really off this whole time, but I was trying to say,
La, la,
I
la, la.
don't know if I noticed this that like the magician like rod or like the souls, like I really see this as like that together, which the rod just looks like full form. versus, like,
Probably that might be
evaporation.
what the vibe they're going for because I'm gonna pull up Rogue because that's their next card. But those were
Feels
all
like
Dark
all the bits
Illusions.
together.
So yeah, here's Robe. It's a robe.
It's magic.
It is specifically Magician's with an apostrophe S robe. But
Yeah,
other than that, I
it's
don't think there's a
long.
lot to say because it's just Dark Magician's robe.
Because honestly, by some point, I think they kind of made it where it's like it's an order of magicians or something. Kind
No,
of
no,
something
this is
like
Magician's singular robe.
that. Okay.
It's not S apostrophe, it's apostrophe S. This is the Magician's robe. Anyway, yeah, so this is a level 2 with 700 attack, 2k defense. It's a Dark Spellcaster, level 2, like we said. During your opponent's turn, quick effect, you can discard a spell trap, special summon Dark Magician from your deck. During your opponent's turn, if you activate a spell trap or card effect while this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon this card but banish it when it leaves the field. You can only each effect once per turn. So, yeah, this is just another extender. If you,
It's the searcher.
it lets you bring out Dark Magician on your opponent's turn, which may make some of your spell traps live.
Yeah.
Also, very funny because I believe it's Dark Magical Circle is banish whenever you special summon a Dark Magician.
Yes, whenever... No, Omega. It's better than that. It's whenever a Dark Magician monster is summoned.
Yes. Okay. So yeah. So robe plus circle turns that into a pop basically on your opponent's turn.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then if it's in your graveyard, if you can bring it out to get extra guys.
Spoiler: if I ever do go into the progression series with my Dark Magician deck, if I do well, I'm going to get Dark Magical Circle banned.
Probably circle's probably the most annoying one.
Yeah.
Your field is banished now. Banoosh.
But yeah, so robe, pretty good card. Does the work.
Dallas, how do you say the word banish in Egyptian?
Banoosh. I don't know.
We in ancient Egyptian we probably don't know because we don't know what vowels it has.
I just meant in Egyptian. But yeah.
So in Arabic, cool.
Yeah, that's just Arabic.
I am
Yeah,
stupid.
modern
Sorry.
Egypt uses
I mean,
Arabic.
technically, I believe there is the I believe Coptic is a language. That's still not the universal one in
Yeah, they
Egypt.
don't speak Coptic.
Yeah.
Nafai,
It's a little
technically,
further south, I
Spanish?
believe.
is Nafai, I believe. So Nafai. But I don't think that's Spanish in the way that Yu-Gi-Oh means Spanish. I think that's
Also,
Spanish
by the
as in
way,
it
this
was
is a weird
Spanish
one.
from the kingdom.
So I'm receiving reports through our Discord that
Abe?
apparently former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe has been attacked by a shotgun and shot in the back and has been rushed to the hospital while delivering a
Yes.
speech.
Saw that on Twitter.
It's,
Okay, can I point out a question? Can I ask a question?
Gun violence in
Why
Japan?
did
Fuck.
No. It's not the Japan thing. It's just why did every government go crazy this week?
I don't know. Things are weird.
The British Prime Minister just had to step down. Now there's
think-
this.
Yeah, because of scandal.
Don't even start with the Dutch.
Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
also
why did-
this week once again, Russia reiterated we can totally take Alaska, guys.
Okay, I know what it is, guys.
I hope they didn't bring winter clothes.
They restarted the Large Hadron Collider in what is it, Switzerland?
They've turned on the LHC. We're in a different multiverse now.
I
Yeah,
feel like we are.
They started that.
Guys, I hope
We've
it's not
we've
the end
traveled to
time.
the traveled to the
Guys,
Wild Wasteland
I'm
universe.
still trying to get I'm still trying to get a job.
No,
I can't need the end time.
Also,
I
by
just
the
need
way,
papers.
if anybody is curious about my stance, if to on opinion of Russia, we could reclaim Alaska. I tell you, fuck around and find out, buddy.
I mean,
Who
to be
cares
fair,
about Alaska?
I don't even think the Alaskans or the Americans will have to do anything. I just think the moose will eat them.
Yeah.
Well,
There's
also,
that, but,
as noted, Russia had logistical problems invading a country they are literally land next to.
That's
Yeah,
also true.
plus-
To
I
actually
think
get to
they,
Alaska,
like-
they would have to cross the Bering Strait, which.
This
As
is
it
the
turns
thing
out,
that,
a lot of
old
their
military-
parachute guns
Yeah.
actually aren't that good.
and I will.
Well, no,
attest that-
their equipment is fine if they have it. The problem is widespread corruption going on since the fall of the
Yeah.
Soviet Union. So they
Yeah.
have sold all their spare parts and good shit.
Oh my
Yeah.
god! It's like, wait, why not
and
the shit with the
here's-
left and back is
here's-
all garbage? Oh my god.
Here's the other thing too, Axe. I will, as I will say, the Navy has gone downhill. It has only gone downhill since I've left it. But they do still have to chew through 12 super carriers.
Oh,
Several
yeah, God
amphibious
forbid.
ships and like hundreds.
Like,
of
God forbid,
destroyers.
the moment you cross into America's territorial waters, I believe there are Air Force squadrons still based up in Alaska for this reason.
Oh, there are.
There's the
Yeah.
Naval Force
There-
Projection. Anchorage is a
It's
huge
not going
port
to-
for us.
It's not going to be easy. Is the bit.
Well,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like to briefly aside about the state of not going to World War III. It's like if they actually decided to invade Lithuania because of the Kaliningrad. I almost said Königsberg. That's the Dutch name, the Germanic
Yeah.
one. It's over the
Yeah.
Kaliningrad issue. Lithuania is already signed into NATO. That would activate Article 5, which is the article of NATO about the self-defense pact. Like
Yeah.
that would
That's
be
not. Yeah, that would
that
probably
would
fuck them up
be
too hard.
actual literal World War III, which would probably end up game over for Russia.
Yeah,
I
that would,
feel like that would lead
literally
to Russia
be-
being bombed on a catastrophic degree.
I don't know if they would be bombed.
I
It would
don't
mean
know.
that I don't know what Poland's current military numbers are, But if war goes on, Poland is going to boil out of Belarus straight for Moscow because they are.
Oh, yeah.
Poland does
they're
not like
gonna-
Russia, and they are.
Poland,
they'll just go for the neck. Okay.
remembers, Poland remembers the Soviet days. and they
Poland
do
and
not remember
Lithuania
that
and all our
fondly.
other Slavic states that are now in NATO are just gonna reclaim Moscow. Never mind that I think because we're just about to re-sign to add Finland and Sweden. I believe the Finns have some opinions after the Winter War of some land the Soviet Union took from them. They might want back.
Yeah.
So
They also have some opinions about also being not to the same degree that the Baltics were, but they certainly had the Soviets meddling in their politics too. for
yeah.
the
So
longest
we're
Hey,
basically
can I
we're
also-
just finally seeing the reap what you can sow of the Iron Curtain. Anyway, go ahead, Loth.
Well, no, this is because you guys went on a long tangent, but in regards to what Dallas was saying about the government's going crazy, as far as I'm aware, Australia's government is still, weird, but not going exactly crazy.
Oh no!
It's not
Australia was not on my
Australia's
list.
not on fire this week.
No, I'm just saying there are 4 major governments that have had giant scandals in the past 2 days. That I'm just like, what the fuck?
possibly 5. Hold on. What are the 4 you're counting?
The U.S.,
Okay.
Britain, Denmark, and now Japan.
I don't know half of those scandals, but let's
Netherlands.
not go into it.
right,
Netherlands,
Netherlands.
not
Denmark. Sorry, I fucked that up all the time.
The Dutch and the Danish are not the same.
Trust me, I did too until I played a little game called War Game Red Dragon for several years.
That's fair. But those are the ones I'm counting.
Yeah.
So,
those are the ones I was counting too. So.
So it's now Friday. So
Yeah.
With the how many?
Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna be up till 6 doing the prog. It's
Ouch.
okay. It's a good episode.
It
I'll
was.
just turn
It
everything
was.
else on my PC off and just go farm FGO.
Just go play your.
Rod is a great card. It's a level 3 spellcaster, 1600 attack, 100 defense. When this card is normal summon, add a spell trap from your deck to your hand that lists Dark Magician in its text. Speaking of searching, during your opponent's turn, if you activate a spell trap card or effect while this is in your graveyard, you contribute a spellcaster monster to add this to your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn.
Can you make spellcaster tokens, or you just have a bunch of stuff to tribute?
Well, remember, Robe summons itself from your graveyard as well.
Oh. I now understand why it's a control deck. You just activate spell traps and then just get a bunch of shit.
Yeah, you activate spell traps and then get advantage off it. But yeah, this is like your equivalent of a card like an Alistair or Armageddon Knight, any number of your like starter monster normal summons.
No.
I believe Magician's Rod is still the legit like your normal summon in this deck normally.
Rod, yes.
Yeah.
Robe is not played that much anymore.
No, Robe I think is a little bit more of a tech card, but Rod is still just like
Robe kind of got cut out by Souls.
yeah.
We'll get there.
Souls is a phenomenal card.
We're probably gonna, if it's next.
Next actually. Because it was a little later, but it was around this time. This is all, late Link era type stuff.
Yeah.
I know. Does somebody have a good... Magician Souls is one of those unfortunate cards that in real life is absolutely shellacked by the fact that it's only been printed at Secret Rare. You can't see
And it's
anything.
a very good card.
But here is Souls art in Master Duel. It's very similar to Eben. It's just future card of the Dark Magicians, but as a ghost.
Yeah.
I will say, I never noticed the eyes. I think the eyes kind of ruin it for me.
I like the eyes. They
I
kind of
like-
set it
I
for
think
you.
they're a little I think like Dark Magician's eye is a bit jarring.
I mean, the reason why Axe you've never noticed the eyes, I'm looking at the scan of the Secret Rare. You can't see the eyes.
I
You
think it looks
literally
better
can't
about.
see
I think
them.
it's better when they're just more apparitions, honestly. But that's just me.
I like
I don't
the
know.
detail.
I like the eyes because it makes it creepier.
I will be that weirdo and agree with Axe on this one. I actually do.
I more
think
prefer it
it's
to be
better
less
without
creepy.
the
More, I
eyes.
like it. Maybe it's because I like when it's not creepy. I like it when it's more cool. I guess.
See, that is the difference between you and me. I like my art creepy.
You're not the same. Anyway, I'm gonna pass out over
We-
here.
are
Dallas
not the
creepy? Oh, jeez.
We are actually getting
Could've seen
pretty
that
well
one
through. We've
coming.
only got a handful more. Some of
I
which
think
will
the
also
rest of the
probably be
card-
very fast.
I think some of the rest of the cards are actually good. I think I forget.
Well, most of the cards for now on are good because this was Souls was Magical Hero in 2020, and then the rest are from about that time or later. I think the only ones that are probably duds are some of the early fusion ones, like Dark Magician the Dragon Knight and Dark Magician Girl the Dragon Knight are not super great.
Dark Magician the Dragon Knight is pretty solid. Dark Magician
Yeah,
Girl
right.
the Dragon Knight
It's
is
which I am not
not.
including because Amulet Dragon is just Timaeus. Amulet Dragon is the one that's not good because that's the first one.
Amulet Dragon was used like briefly before they got better cards.
Yes. But anyway, Dark Magician has a very solid lineup of fairly modern fusion cards.
Yeah, Master of Chaos, Dragoon, Dark Magicians.
Yeah.
Dark Magician Dragon Knight.
Even Cavalry, I think, is like... It's just hard to summon in the deck, but Cavalry is a decent card.
Cavalry is like... It's one of those cards, like, if you have the room for it, it depends on what you run. Like, because I like running a Link package with Artemis and Selene, personally.
Which makes sense, because as we've discussed, Dark Magicians don't have their own Link support.
Yeah.
I
don't have
sorry.
space for Dark Cavalry.
Yeah, no, makes sense.
I don't know why this just hit me, but I feel like I'd like this as a card. But Dark Magician Crone, don't.
Oh,
Sage.
like Sage, but Dark Magician Girl? Maybe?
Yeah, just
that
like
could be
old-
interesting.
Dark
like-
Magician
just like-
Hag.
No, Crone, because Hag's actually kind of rude.
No, I want
Okay.
Dark Magician Baba Yaga.
I mean, that's true. But, like,
So
Old
Magician's
woman-
Souls is a dark level 1 spellcaster 0/0. Not because you don't actually play this card to use it on the field as such. You use it to summon it and then turn it into something else.
Well, no, you do use it on the field a lot.
Yeah, you eat stuff.
Well, you can send 2 spell traps from your hand or field to the graveyard, draw that many cards. If this card is in your hand, spend 1 level 6 or higher spellcaster monster from your deck to the graveyard, then activate one of these effects, special summon it, or send this card to the graveyard, special summon a Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl from your graveyard. So, obviously, in Dark Magicians, its second effect is amazing because it lets you literally bin a Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl if you felt like it, if you needed that for some reason. And then...
or Apprentice Illusion.
Well, no, because second effect acts.
No, the first effect bins Apprentice Illusion.
Yes, because the first effect is the second effect is you bin a level 6 or higher spellcaster from your deck, and then if that is Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl, you just immediately pitch Dark Magician Soul, summon them. So it gets you to your Dark Magician, but then you can use it to just pitch any spellcaster to get it on the field and then do the 2 spell traps. But you don't.
The second effect is the one you almost always use in Dark Magician deck. The first effect is the one you use in all the other decks it goes in.
Yes, because it gives you free link material.
It goes in a lot of decks. It goes in
Yeah,
Metal
like-
Foes. It goes in
Like spirals,
Spiral.
which break this card.
Which is why it commands a still high price, despite the fact that it has been printed a couple of times and is still getting another reprint. It's going to get reprinted again in Legendary Duel Season 3 soon.
Kind of a
this month, I
staple
think,
in
actually.
I mean,
Spellcaster.
I really like this card in a lot of decks.
I feel like they could run and just make it only Dark Magician.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think the main problem is just no matter what, it's a free link body, which somebody will play around.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that it can special summon itself is the problem. Like,
Yeah.
yes, you can use it to bin high-level spellcasters, and I'm sure that has synergy in some of those decks we're talking about, but
Well, yeah.
also, it's just straight up like...
Well, no.
Additionally, it gives you a pot of greed. You get to pitch spell traps from your hand, and it gives you a free body. Like it's
Generally, the decks it's used in are decks that can take advantage of spell and trap cards being in the graveyard.
Yeah, like I suspect that. I also suspect you probably run this in Witchcrafter.
Because you use it to double pop combination to draw 2, and then search 2 Metal Foes, so you go +4.
And honestly, like if Sky Striker wasn't Warrior Machine, this would go in Striker, right?
Oh god, yeah.
The problem with that is that to make it work in Striker, you would have to play Spellcaster Garnets and Magician Souls just to put more cards in the grave, which is not worth it.
Some people probably do.
Probably, but I feel like there are more optimal weird builds.
But no, the decks that I've seen it stand out in is obviously Dark Magician, Spiral, and Metal Foes.
So what in Metal Foes, what do you been?
Double combination. You search 4.
No.
You draw
What spellcaster do you bin, or do you just normal summon it bin 2 trap cards?
Oh god, what spellcaster do I
Because
run?
it's a level 1, so you can't pend it.
No, I know. I run a
You won't run it,
spellcaster. Hold
though.
on. I just need to
Oh yeah, you
look
can't
at my
run for
deck.
1 it, but that's why you 1 for 1 is limit 1. Funnily
Hold
enough.
on. Sorry, Omega. I have to look up my deck
That's okay.
list because it's.
I'm gonna pull up our next card art.
I know I have a target for it.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I'm not saying no.
Right. I run Mythical Beast, Jackal King, and Astrograph Sorcerer.
Ah,
'cause I
oh
can get those
yeah,
2 on the
Astro is
board.
7, isn't he? Yes, that was perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and Jackal King is 6, and Jackal King's a negate card.
And those are both pendulum adjacent. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. Don't know what I
Yeah.
was thinking.
That's what it was. I was like, what did I do? Because I knew I ran something.
So speaking of him, here is Dark Magician the Dragon Knight.
I think it's jank, but I like it.
I
don't think it's
I
that
don't know
janky.
how I feel about the tin can art.
I think
The
the, hat
armor being
weirdly
shiny
works.
gray is a little weird.
The head looks like a thing that is not appropriate.
Drill?
I-
I guess that's
I
not
mean-
appropriate, Dallas.
It makes me
looks like
think
a
of like
sex toy.
actual. I
You said that,
whatever,
not me.
it makes me think of
It
actual like,
does.
weird jank old European armor that exists.
Well, but also this card actually does have the Warhammer 40k WoW problem of those pauldrons, man. What
He's
the
got
fuck?
double stack pauldrons and still has his weird metal hood backpack
Yeah.
thing. Also, another weird thing about modern Yu-Gi-Oh art,
His
Dark
waist.
Magician has a very pinchable waist now.
That waist.
I
is,
mean,
like,
that
really
is
thin.
always. I feel like he's always had a very slim waist.
I mean, he's always been a little slim, but he's usually a little more than that. This is kind of funny considering he's now an armored knight. That
I mean,
he has, like,
I mean, partially, I thought he was like a bit slim because he was kind of like
I'll
half dead. But
I'll take the slim waist over fucking Dark Magician Flexor McMuscles from the beginning.
it's like I'd rather take slender over bulk.
Sorry, I'm getting very
That
tired
was
for
good.
some reason. I do want to say, holy shit, Dark Magician finally found a sword that works.
Yeah,
Oh
that sword
God,
actually
yeah.
looks good.
Yeah, no, this
think.
is the first Dark Magician
It also
sword
has, like-
that doesn't look ass.
It also has wind energy growing around it. It's cool.
Yeah, no. This card has a lot of dynamic shit. He's riding Timaeus, who's doing like a little charge up beat. Like, this is good. This is good art. I think there
Yeah,
are a couple
that
of
also
fine
looks
details
cool.
that are a little weird,
yeah,
but it's not
the
like
chroma-
that.
2 for 2 for
janky.
shields.
No, it's like for everything that doesn't work about this art, there's at least 2 things that do.
Yeah, it's
I
a
feel
solid
like.
card.
Like the gold band looks cool. I'm not sure about the chest piece, but I think it's too small to make out. So
And this
So-
card is a solidly okay card.
Yeah, so Dark Magician the Dragon Knight is a level 8 Dark Dragon fusion, which honestly may actually be better because Dragon also has ludicrous amounts of support. This means you can make him with Dragon's Mirror if you wanted.
Well, I mean, you could just make him for free with Timaeus, though.
Oh yeah, no. There's also several other cards, but it's funny how being a Dragon fusion.
That's true.
So it has 3K25, so it has Blue Eye stats. Its requirements are Dark Magician and 1 Dragon monster. This card's name becomes Dark Magician while on the field or graveyard. Great, thumbs up. Makes him very easy to recover. Your opponent cannot target spell traps you control with card effects, and they can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. So this card came out
This
in
is
Legendary
very-
Dragon decks. This was after Eternal Soul came out, but that's what it's for. This card is,
Yeah,
hey,
no,
you don't get to pop my Eternal Soul. Fuck you.
No, it's not. Not just that. I would argue more importantly, it's no touching my circle.
Yes, I think, but
No touch by
I
way
would
removal.
say Eternal Soul is slightly higher because Soul, if you pop it, blows up your board.
That's true.
But still, both of those cards are very important for how Dark Magician plays. So Dark Magician, the Dragon Knight, is a very solid card to bring out because
Yeah,
it protects your important background.
that is one of the few older fusions that is still run regularly today at 1.
Yeah. And he's not even that old. Like like you said, this is their second go around. I won't pull up the art, but I will mention Amulet Magician or Amulet Dragon, because like I said, Amulet Dragon. Oh no, he's got a Dark Magician in there. Okay, maybe I should have pulled him up.
Also, TCG original card.
Oh, let me pull
Oh,
up
like-
his
oh,
card
like
up for
for-
comparison.
like
I
for
forgot
Dragoon
there
kind
was a
of? No.
tiny Dark Magician in
I don't know
Amulet
if
Dragon's work.
I don't know if Dragoon was TCG original.
I don't
but
think it
Dark
was.
Magician
No,
the Dragon
Dragoon
Knight
came
definitely-
out as a Shonen Jump promo first. I'm pretty sure.
right.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
no, but Dark
Or
Magician the
something.
Dragon Knight was a TCG original.
Right, because it was meant to emulate Dark Magician.
Dark
It's in
Magician
there.
Girl the Dragon Knight.
Yeah, it came out in
I
Legendary
will
Dragon
say,
decks.
I actually kind of like this other Emulate Dragon too. Actually,
Yeah, I
That's-
forgot that there's tiny little Dark Magician. I mean, I think it's
like
not
that actual
as
Dark Magician design.
It's not as striking because it's just vanilla Dark Magician writing Timaeus, but the
It's
extra
animated
little
Magician.
little
Yeah.
gubs. I mean,
Because
it's
not.
Timaeus is the Amulet Dragon. It's Timaeus.
And I'm saying it's anime Dark Magician. He's got human. He's got.
Well, yeah, he's
doesn't
writing
have
it, so
He doesn't have
it's-
Osiris skin.
It's okay. I don't think it's really anything to write home about because it's literally just Dark Magician rides Timaeus with some extra Rooney bits. But yeah,
The Amulet Dragon was also definitely one of those cards that was run in Dark Magician's extra deck because they had the space.
yeah. It has
It
the
was
exact
the
same requirements. Dark Magician was a dragon monster, but its stat line is slightly worse. It's 2,900 because, we can't. Blue Eyes can't defeat, Dark Magician can't defeat Blue Eyes. Duh. Must be summoned, fusion summon the above materials, or Eye of Timaeus. If this card is special, targeting number of spells in your graveyard. Min 1. Banish those targets, and if you do, this card gains 100 attack for each effect. If this card is destroyed, target a spellcaster in your graveyard, special summon it. So, obviously, yeah, like Dallas said, you would run Amulet. Just because you could. It very much, now that Dragon Knight came out and he has the same materials, he's a better card to run in your deck. Like Amulet Dragon is clearly designed for, and I'm pretty sure it actually was. It took for them forever to print it. Yeah, it was in the
Timaeus deck.
Yeah, it was in the anime.
It was in that one season of the anime.
It just
we
took
don't
them
talk
like
about.
10 years to print it, but it has an anime swing for victory effect, which is no longer the Dark Magician thing. But yeah. Okay, and then as we said, there is a Dark Magician girl, the Dragon Knight. She technically has 2 arts.
This card is also fairly okay,
Art-wise or effect-wise?
effect-wise. Art-wise, I have problems.
Well, we got a couple arts, so I'll try and pull up both.
Oh, I don't know how her alt art looks, but the original art I have problem.
So this is her original art.
Complete with her first WoW tier set.
And then I hope
Job
you'll
change.
forgive the special watermark, but this was a 20th anniversary celebration that Konami also turned into deck boxes and folders and stuff, which I own.
Nope, I still hate that art. It has the problem still.
The
Is it
sword
the
is still
pauldrons?
whatever. I like the more
Uh,
weird Ren Fair hat.
So I hate the whatever the fuck you want to call that, like pointless fucking armor on her waist.
Yeah, like the weird arrow doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll
no, it's not pointless. Do you not know how? I think it's tacit how waist guards work.
Okay, no, I mean the fact that she
Think
has
of her
those,
stomach.
the fact that she has those, and then above it, she just has a completely exposed rib cage.
Well, yeah, she's wearing a cropped up armor. Okay, but like it's.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
I mean,
I
it's-
don't mean the.
I will say
I don't
this:
mean
the design is clearly meant to be. It's Dark Magician girl with her original like costume, but now
But armor.
armorized.
I like her hat.
But here's the thing.
think it's
For
creative.
me, like, and I've always had this mindset. For me, scantily clad armor has never worked. But for like spellcasters, when it's not supposed to protect anything, it's fine. But when it's actual armor that is supposed to do armor things, it makes me mad because it's just like why.
I mean, I don't think it's supposed to do
Yeah.
armor things, Dallas. This card is a dragon.
Also, yes, no, the pauldrons are also abysmal.
I think if you got to go to 3 layers of pauldrons, you got a problem. I think
Yeah.
there are okay things about this. Hey, I bought this as a binder, so because they make good
I
9-set
mean,
bounders.
the second art is
But I bought the
better.
Alt Art IP Masquerena as a mat, so y'all know where it's at.
Well, yeah, no,
he's
Alt
cool.
Art IP Masquerade is very good, but
Can I also
That's a
bring up how I
different-
think her sword does it? It's a gladius, I think. I can't tell.
her sword is.
It's
I
a
don't
it's a
know what it
Spatha
is.
type sword. I think the perspective in both is somehow weird. I like that you can see
Yeah.
her shield in the Alt Art.
It's actually a nice shield. Again,
I'll
3
say
precision
this:
shields.
her helmet is better than Dark Magician's helmet.
Yeah, Axe brought this up earlier, but I like kind of because it's her still her style of helmet, but now it's got the like a weird night visor thing, and she's got
Yeah,
little
no.
like lightning bolt.
I actually like the
Pivots.
helmet. It's just all of the other armor that I don't like.
She has
I'm
an
okay. I
arrow
think it's
pointing
because
to
I-
her belly button to let you know what Dark Magician Girl is about.
Here's the thing: I just think it's. I don't like Dark Magician Girl's original armor, so I don't like it even less chromatized. And suddenly with wing pauldrons for reasons.
Like honestly, the weirdest
It's
bit is like
interesting
I'm okay with the gauntlets. I'm fine with the leg bits. I'm okay with the waist bit. It's mostly everything literally just from her head to her waist, like to basically her, like her hips. I guess.
I
It's
don't know.
like,
She needs
don't
more
care.
armor because, like, like from the perspective of the original art, I'm like, okay, she has something covering the back of her.
No,
but
actually,
then if
I do
you
want
look
to throw this out there. This is a huge stride for Yu-Gi-Oh! They didn't censor her bare midriff, I'm pretty sure. In English, you can see her belly button. That's not normal.
Hey, you can barely make it out, yeah.
Yeah, of course, it's on the art where it makes the least sense.
I mean, she is also wearing, like, I think, like, it's a full, like, long-sleeve shirt under there.
I mean, otherwise I'd probably chafe as fuck, so yeah.
Like
she's wearing
as
a-
someone
a
pointed
suit
out, as has been pointed out many times, I could just stab her in the gut and she'd just be dead.
I mean, you
or-
could,
be a
except
fuck-off
she's
dragon,
riding a
though.
giant fuck-off dragon. Anyway, Dallas doesn't
Or-
understand fantasy settings.
Okay, she'd be
Or
shot.
like
No,
the arrows.
no, well, yeah, arrows. But I've had this problem very consistently. Like, because as far as I know, I don't know the lore of Yu-Gi-Oh that well, so I could be wrong. She doesn't have immortality powers. Because like at least with Wonder Woman,
I'm gonna ignore the weird
Okay.
logication, and I will say that if
What's he
you
do?
like Dark Magician Girl's belly button, send me money and tell Dallas to shut up. Thank you.
If
All
only
right.
that worked for
This
us.
is my new
Sure.
shilling strategy.
the new
Hey,
shilling
I
I have
strategy.
Omega, and I approve this message.
Neg Dallas.
So,
Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight, is a
Baron
Dark
name
Dragon
with
fusion
$1
level 7.
now.
She's 2600 attack, 1700 defense. So her
Give it a-
attack is better, but her defense is weird.
Give Omega enough money so we can slap Dallas with a stack of bills.
That would require a lot of money, because I'm sure
Yeah.
plane travel is not cheap these days.
True, but that's the goal.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to film that as a YouTube short. But must be fusion some of the above materials or with Eye of Timaeus, because obviously this was also in the anime, but it was printed around the same time as that guy. Once returned, quick effect, send a card from your hand to the graveyard, then target a face-up field card on the field, then destroy it. So for a quick effect, once per turn, send, pop, keeping in mind again, Dark Magician also loves the graveyard.
Yeah.
It's a decent card.
Yeah, it's very okay. The biggest drawback is that you have to play Dark Magician Girl with it.
Yeah.
You
And
just
again, this is
really
why I
don't
say
like
we need that
Dark
retrain.
Magician Girl,
Well,
do you?
it's because she's such a brick in the deck.
Oh no,
that's the
I
problem.
understand.
Like,
She just doesn't do anything.
Like,
No, I
there is.
completely
Well, yeah, like we
understand
said, we talked about this with Amulet Dragon. We are no longer in the days of, like, anime Dark Magician where you summon a large guy and he wins the game. Like, that's what Dark
Yeah.
Magician Girl is supposed to do. Dark Magician Girl is supposed to get, like, you know, a handful of attack points and then go in for the kill. Like, even you could argue that her Dark Burning attack blowing up enemy monsters is like that. But Dark Magician doesn't really... Like, they can do some big guys to win the game, because obviously you have to win the game, but they are a lot about disrupting your opponent and control
no,
type
they're-
stuff so that you can
No,
either
Dark
make your opponent
Magician's
fold
new
or
game
punch them.
plan is I'm going to banish all of your cards so you can no longer Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
You don't play anymore.
You have lost the ability to Yu-Gi-Oh. I am now the winner.
So,
So you're saying they cheat?
No, they just make your cards not exist.
yeah, it's you use Dark Circle and stuff to banish cards and do other
Yeah,
things.
you just Dark Circle
This is
everything.
literally this is just
Yeah.
legitimately this is just Dark Magician job changes to Gaia.
Yeah, Dark Magician Gaia. Yeah, it's called Dark Cavalry. I mean, he's technically... His full name in Japanese is Chomadokishi Buraku Cavalry.
I feel the sorriest for this.
Or it almost feels like Gaia gave Dark Magician his armor and his horse.
Out of every Dark Magician card, I feel the sorriest for Dark Cavalry.
Yeah, and I'll say this. I think I know why. The problem is his fusion requirements. This is Dark Magician plus a warrior monster. So unless they're
Well-
giving you a use for Dark Magician Knight, it really doesn't
Uh,
go in your, like... You have to go out of
Can
your way to
you-
summon him, basically.
Can you substitute
Yeah,
this?
this
with...
No,
feels-
you can't substitute a
like
type an arc like that.
Wait,
no.
I'm more meant to say, can you in a Gaia deck you can't substitute? the
You
Dark
can.
Magician?
There are ways you can make Dark Cavalry work.
I mean, you can fusion substitute. I think you would just play the 3 Dark Magician as a Garnet in the Gaia deck. It's not any
Or
worse than
could
playing
you just,
Gaia.
Or could you just run Dark Magician Knight?
Ugh.
Oh wait, you could
But
just
you-
do Eye of Timaeus with this thing.
Could you put Dark Hex Sealed in a Gaia deck?
I mean, possibly. There's a lot of things you could do. I just don't think it. Like, it's not worth it. This card is okay, but it's not the best. It does have 2,800 attack and 2,300 defense.
I mean,
What?
I've run this before.
It's
Dark Magician.
Dark
deck.
Magician plus a Warrior. It gains 100 attack for each spell card or spell trap card on the field and in the graveyards. So again, it has an attack modulation effect. If it attacks a defense position monster, it inflicts piercing. When a card effect is activated that targets a card on the field, quick effect, discard a card, negate, and destroy. The other problem is that this card came out in dual power in 2019. This was it took them a little bit to bring him over, but remember that Dragoon was very shortly after that. I think it was technically... Yeah, Dragoon was, what, 2020 tins, I think, technically? Anyway.
Sounds right.
Yeah, so, this card is overshadowed by better fusion monsters in their deck and having some slightly awkward requirements. I think it's kind of similar to some other stuff we've talked about. This is as much a Gaia card as a Dark Magician card, because it gives you the attack modulation and the piercing, and Gaia is absolutely, like, currently an OTK deck. You make a guy who's huge and flatten your opponent.
So Dark Cavalry, you can cheat it out with exactly Eye of Timaeus because of how that weird ass card works.
Just says, hey, that Dark Magician on the field is now that.
Well, at least it's a better retrain than
Eye of Timaeus lets you.
Dark Timaeus.
Eye of Timaeus
Oh,
lets you
God.
basically fusion summon anything that lists Dark Magician with just a Dark Magician.
Yeah, once
It's
per
so
turn, you can
weird.
target a Dark Magician, you control, fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck that mentions that monster's material. And
It's the only
Dark
reason-
Cavalry says that it doesn't have any other stuff.
Yeah. It's how you basically justify running Dark Paladin and Dark Cavalry.
I mean, I will tell you this, Mr. Dennis Cordell, you're wrong about Red Ice Fusion. Verte was the problem. Red Ice Fusion is actually an awful card.
I have always given Mega the shit, but Red Ice has never actually had a good fusion card.
Yeah, it's called
Well,
Dragon's Mirror, actually.
Didn't they get their special fusion card like the first out of that bunch?
Yes, it was fairly early. It's way too overbalanced. I think, especially because
Man,
I think
I
Red Ice Fusion is still limit 1 in the OCG, even after them
Whatever
banning
fusion
Verte.
card locks you out of summoning.
I can't wait
there are
for
several.
Ultimate Fusion.
But yeah, it's still it's unfortunate because there is a Dark Magician card, Secrets of Dark Magic, which is just, hey, this is a ritual or fusion card. And it's a quick play. No. I mean that's the thing, Mr. Dennis Cordell. You're wrong though, because if you ban Verte, Red Ice Fusion isn't a problem. That means Verte was the problem.
Yeah.
Like, I know some people were running the Red Eyes Insight line. I don't think that was ever as popular or as successful. And the fact that the moment DPE came out, people just immediately pivoted to that.
Yeah. It was
Like,
always Verde and
I think Verte's ability to send fusions from the deck, which then lets you send monsters from the deck, was a non-future-proofed issue.
Yeah, it should have heavily restricted just Predator Plant fusions.
Well, it might not have been so bad initially.
And then lock you into Predator Plant afterwards.
All right, we've only got a
Well,
few
'cause
left, though.
I imagine they wanted it to be able to work with some of the nonsense that some of the other Archivy summoning stuff as well.
Does it have well, I mean, no, this does. I also own this as a fucking deck box and
Something parasite fusion parasite.
Oh, right.
I also
that
own this as
thing.
a deck box and a binder.
Where's Parasite
It's the
Fusion
Dark
Queen?
Magicians.
I actually really like
It took them a long time to get here. This wasn't until Magical Hero in 2020. Thankfully, it's getting more reprints because it's a very expensive card.
What I noticed is, like, this feels like, in a weird way, I made the Ascension joke for, like, Valkyria. This feels like these are, like, their Ascension 3s. Like, this is their FA, this is their final Ascension art.
Yeah, I mean, it's... Sorry. We've been doing this for several hours.
He's dying.
And my water bottle is empty.
Try get a second one nowadays.
No, it's a glass bottle. It's refillable, Axe, for the environment, and I can't
I mean,
magically fill it with water.
I mean, I have
the
two
fuck
all
up.
the time.
Why Axe? Why do you always jazz me when I'm a human who needs to consume and I can't like magically from my computer desk make more things appear? I do not have
No, it's
telekinesis.
No, it's just I've had your problem. I just learned how to correct it over years ago. So I just stopped being stupid.
Anyway, I am now going to ignore all of you and just talk about Dark Magician cards. Dallas is dead.
I like
he can't
this
respond.
art. This art is cool.
Yes. This is definitely like slightly blinged up, but in still a recognizable way.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
Dark Magician Girl has some extra stuff on her hat. Her staff is slightly different. I think her
She
shoes
has more
are slightly
cloth,
different.
actually.
Yeah, she
Boots
has
are a bit
bigger
more blue.
ribbons.
Yeah.
Like it's again, if it gets just like they've reached.
Yes,
max
yes,
level,
you
I
said
think.
something already.
Yeah.
The stream has been going on for 4 hours. I will no longer brook your shenanigans.
Yeah.
So, Dark Magicians is a pretty good card. Dallas just says it's bitchin', yeah. You
Just
could type that
reminds me
in the
of
stream chat
Magicians
if you can follow us
Unite.
along.
Background's cool.
Then the name in Japanese is a little try hard. It's Chomadoshi Black Magicians. Super Magicians, Black Magicians. Just the Dark Magicians
It's
is
fine.
yeah, it's great. I'd love to hear Dan Green say that.
No, the price hikes.
So, Dark Magicians requires you to level 8 spellcaster, 2800 attack, 2300 defense. Very common stat line for alternate Dark Magician stuff, presumably because of Black Chaos. So its materials are Dark Magician or Dark Magician Girl plus a spellcaster monster. So generally you can make it with both, either, whatever. Does make it a valid target to use Dark Magician Girl with.
How does the what's like the main spellcaster based fusion card? Or
Magicalized fusion. But also,
Yeah, how
I
does
just
Magical
mentioned
Fusion work?
Secrets of Dark Magic. Secrets of Dark Magic is a quick play spell card that lets you fusion or ritual summon a monster using Dark Magician.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's good.
Yeah, it's a great card. Magicalized Fusion, I think, is just Dragon's Mirror, but for spellcasters. You can banish from a graveyard. Not that that's bad in Dark Magicians, because, again, you can bin a lot of shit. But Secrets of Dark Magic is the key one. Again, because it's your ritual spell and it's your fusion spell in one quick play spell. It's pretty bullshit.
Would you
Like,
run it through?
For Red Eyes, especially since Red Eyes, Lord of Red Eyes. That guy's also pretty baller. He just doesn't work in the modern deck. Like, no,
Lord
that would be
Red,
a great
yeah.
card.
Honestly, Red Eyes needs.
But
like, a
anyway, we're not here to
fuse
take apart Red Eyes. We're here to talk about the Dark Magician's effect. Once per
Yeah.
turn, if a spell trap card is activated, except during the damage step, draw a card. If it was a spell trap, you can set it, and if it was a trap or quick play spell, you can activate it this turn. If this card is destroyed, special summon one Dark Magician and one Dark Magician Girl from your hand, deck, or graveyard. So this card floats into its mats, and it lets you draw cards. And if it was a spell card, you can set that card and activate it, or a spell trap card, technically. Yeah, so this is like the real engine of the deck. It lets you, Dallas talked about their control angles, that lets you keep refilling your back row.
I was gonna say this is Dallas is like this is why this deck is actually an actual control deck.
Yes, because it lets you do stuff in your opponent's turn. It lets you refill your back row, and it also floats into more guys, so you can just make it again. I don't actually know if you straight up run like 3 so you can keep making it.
If you run more than one,
It does have a soft once per turn, so there's a few. But yeah, it's a very solid card. So now we're gonna actually talk about the Linky Boy because it's hilarious. So let me see if I can find a. Actually,
Oh,
the gallery
boy.
had a blow up for this before.
Alright.
No, okay, the gallery doesn't have a blow up. So let me
Alright,
search for the card art for this guy.
Are we talking about not being a link?
No, this is a Link monster. This is Noritoshi of Darkest Raiment. Sorry, it's got the secret rare scan effect. There's only so much I can do.
Why do we have like the Omni OG Dark Edition here?
Well, I'm pretty sure this Worlds was in Japan. And if you don't know, the World's prize cards, promotional cards, are usually tied to where the tournaments are held. There's the turtle that was a reference to Las Vegas. There was something that was a reference to Germany when it was held there, for instance. So, yeah. This one was presumably in Japan, which is why it is Japan themed.
Why is this their only link that's a card you can't even play?
Well, it's just for reasons. Also, it was
Yeah.
the tournament in 2018, so. It's the 2018 prize card, and then also was distributed during the Japanese national qualifiers in 2019. So it hasn't been reprinted. Anyway, this card is atrocious, by the way. Like, if they get an actual link that needs to be better than this. This is a Dark Spellcaster Link 5 with 2,500 attack. Now, admittedly, it has great arrows, but it requires 3+ effect spellcaster monsters. Must be link summoned. If this extra linked card attacks your opponent directly and reduces their LP to 0, you win the match.
Extra link.
I could see the cost and the arrows, but it would need a different effect.
Yeah, it's bad. It's a bad card.
Well, I mean,
the card art is great. Like, I like the, as you said, the Onmyoji but Dark Magician look. Like, that's very cool and thematic.
Yeah.
This is just weird.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the Minerva one was in Greece, but it might have been. That also, I think technically that was a qualifier card.
I like all of the Japanese mirrors he has on his cloth and like the more like classical Jap, like more like I guess
Naku,
Aboriginal.
Mari, Messi,
Japanese.
International Exhibition.
I can't remember the name of the.
Something sweet. I don't care.
But yeah, it's
I'm
not
like
a
Thomas
it's not a
and
great
Greece.
one. And now,
I wish it wasn't so blurry.
He's weird.
well, yeah, but it's rare. It hasn't been like reprinted or anything, so there's limited access to the card.
By the way, Marv, don't worry, my VC is also messing up. There's a lot of roboting happening.
I know.
My internet
my
was crappy when we
BC
started
is still
this turn.
fine, even though I have like several things opened up.
How much time?
So, it's time for the boy, the man, the myth, the legend. The card you know and fear.
Jinzo?
Run from it. Fear it. It arrives all the same. It's Red Eyes Dark Dragoon.
I think I originally saw this art. It's like I thought it was cool. I guess
I mean, I love it, but that's because I love Dark Magician and Red Eyes.
he has the dragon backpack.
Yes. He clearly has Red Eyes as his backpack. I mean, looking at the blade staff, and he's also doing that weird, like, atomic thing. This is very clearly also a reference to Dark Paladin, which I believe Dallas said earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, I will say, I don't like that he's got all the extra Konami orbs. Like,
Yeah.
why? Why did you bring the orbs?
He's got the red emerald. He's also got like he's also got the red eyes power in his hand.
Yeah.
And
But, like,
all the rubies.
otherwise, actually, like, as just like, hey, we read you Dark Paladin, but with Red Eyes Black Dragon, I'm like, nah, it's fine.
I
Also-
just feel like Red Eyes Black Dragon just possessed Dark Magician turned into this.
I mean,
I-
there
I-
there
I
is
also
some
s-
Red Eyes armor, so that's a
I
thing.
will also say the weird bit of how there is the fun visual bit of how his hat is also the tongue.
Yeah, it is kind of in the middle. it makes his tongue.
Or
kinda
it's the
funny.
bottom of the jaw, actually.
I think it's the bottom jaw.
It could be both. But still, I like the look, even though it has a couple of extra details I don't like. Like I said,
Just
the
a
extra
couple.
orbs and stuff, and the pauldrons are still fuckled.
Yeah,
But it's a
we
decent
can
card.
see-
Also, by the way, obviously, while I think it is more useful to Dark Magicians at this point in time, this is also one of the few Red Eyes boss monsters that has ever been good. Like, actually does things in the game. Just saying.
Red Eyes now just needs another fusion card.
Yeah. I mean, like, obviously he's easiest to make with Red Eyes Fusion because Red Eyes Fusion is... If you want to just make a single monster who is kind of a Towersy type guy, yeah, Red Eyes Fusion is good for that. But other shit, not good for that.
Is Red Eyes the deck that wants to fusion like 3 different monsters at like the same turn?
Red Eyes is a deck
Not
that I don't
really.
think it knows
Like,
what
you
it
don't want to
wants
make Meteor and Slash at the same time?
No, why? That doesn't do anything. Slash requires graveyard setup. You gotta prepare for that.
You would know them all by heart, yeah, sir.
No, no, trust me, I can tell you.
I thought you want
Like,
more
technically-
than one Meteor on the board.
Actually, yeah, I guess you're right. Eye of Timaeus is a pretty cheaty card. I mean, still, people play the Red Eyes Fusion way because Red Eyes Fusion just lets you pitch from deck to graveyard, which for Red Eyes is great.
Yeah.
And arguably for some Dark Magician cards is great too. Also, Fusion is ludicrously easy to search. Like, literally ludicrously easy to search because Red Eyes Insight is also a bullshit card. Insight might be more bullshit than Fusion.
Maybe that's why they can't. Maybe that's why they've given an actually good search card to Red Eyes. Is like maybe that's
Well,
why
for their
they
spell
don't want
traps.
to.
Wow. Yeah,
Fair.
that is.
I think that's what make a new Red Eyes Fusion card because then it might actually. But maybe Red Eyes should be allowed to be broken a bit. I don't know.
I mean, I don't think they've ever done anything Konami could get out there. I think Konami's just conservative because they gave Red Eyes a burn theme, and they've tried really hard to make it so you can't FTK with it, and that's kind of a shame. But you need some of the setup because otherwise you don't win the game because you need to whittle your opponent's life points down and then just blast them.
Like,
run 'em over.
they've given Red Eyes everything that's not like the tier 1 stuff.
I mean, the main thing is just Red Eyes boss monsters aren't modern boss monsters. None of them have, other than Dragoon, none of them have like any kind of protection. They all just only float from the graveyard like on destruction. It's just not.
They don't like.
The best card is probably I would say their other best boss monster, unless you want to count Flare Darkness Metal. I mean, Flare Metal's good, but Flare Metal doesn't have any protection. He just floats.
It just causes weird shit.
The main thing is just getting your Red Eyes back is ludicrously easy. Darkness Metal Dragon is amazing, but he was also just generic dragon support, so he's really good. Like Flare Metal can make your deck. It's just part of that annoying burn thing, so they don't ever go crazy.
Metal only is for card effect cannot destroyed.
If only you could give your opponent Beals.
But then again, there's a lot of
When you play your Flare Metal.
that.
No, there's a lot of ways to get rid of Flare Metal.
Yeah.
But Dragoon actually is like a modern boss monster. If you've not read its all effects, let me talk about this. So this card is a dark spellcaster. It's funny because the Dragon Knights are dragons, but this guy's a spellcaster.
Well, because there's no actual dragon. There's armor.
He has 3K 2500. He has stats that can actually defeat Blue Eyes, hypothetically. Like he can crash and then he can also do some other bullshit. His materials are Dark Magician plus Red Eyes Black Dragon, or one effect monster, one dragon effect monster. Cannot be destroyed by card effects. Neither player can target this card with effects. During your main phase, you can destroy one monster your opponent controls, and if you do, inflict damage to your opponent equal to that monster's original attack. You can use this effect a number of times per turn equal to the normal monsters used as fusion material for this card, usually 2. Once per turn, when a card or effect is activated, quick effect, discard a card, negate the effect activation. If you do, destroy it, and then this card gains 1k attack. So, yeah, Dark Dragoon for both Red Eyes and Dark Magician. Crazy good boss monster. He has the discard negation effect like a paladin, and he gains attack that way, so he can actually beat over if your opponent just fucking makes a Blue Eyes monster or something.
I also noticed a bit.
I was about to ask. Okay, why would you not do the one effect dragon monster? And then it's like, oh, okay.
Yes, because he gets 2 pops as a main phase. If you do
God
2
damn it.
normals.
So, it's a dumb bit because I never passed like talking about its design, but I finally noticed there's actually the bottom jaw, like right under his face.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That's his
So his
armor
hat
class
is actually the tongue.
with Konami arms. But yeah, no, Dragoon is just a humdinger of a card, like I said, for both archetypes. Like, he gives you negation, destruction, he gets attack modulation, and he is not a perfect card, but he's a towers type monster. Can't be destroyed, can't be targeted. So he is a pain in the ass, and I have definitely in our proto prog, like, I learned to be careful about playing him in casual games. But like I said, I gotta be honest, I love Red Eyes competitively. Red Eyes sucks and has sucked for years without cards like Dragoon. Like, it's just
They don't have protection either, don't they?
no. As I said earlier, no common Red Eyes boss monster has protection. Hold on, my mic stand's getting a little obstreperous. Like, I would argue Flare Metal isn't really a boss monster because it can't beat Blue Eyes, which means it can't beat most decks.
Yep.
Yeah. Flare Metal can only not be destroyed by card effects while it has Xyz material, and unfortunately, part of its thing is it's an extender, so you want to detach material at least once to extend. You want to keep it with one mat because that's how it does a burn effect. But it's just I don't think Flare Metal is out there. Yeah, Slash is a good attempt, but Red Eye Slash Dragon is
requires so much setup.
The problem is that I think just the deck isn't there.
Honestly,
like it has
Red
the
Eyes...
equip sub theme, which is not good enough.
Red Eyes is so weird where it shows you where all of their more temporary like iterations of different card design is shown in for Konami. Honestly,
I don't know if it's temporary. It's just they keep
Gemini,
giving Red Eyes the weird mechanics. Like they integrated into
Right.
Gemini, they integrated into equip effects, they integrated into burn. They just never are just like, hey, here's a Red Eyes monster that negates, or here's a Red Eyes monster that can only be destroyed. Yeah, can only be destroyed by battle and like gets to attack all your opponent's monsters for game. Shit like that. Yeah, Slash does have a negate, but that requires you to equip it with something, which is not something Red Eyes does. Like you have to build a Red Eyes Slash Dragon deck, and it's weird. It's like I feel like, not that I really want to turn this into a Red Eyes extension, is that like
or Copium. Sorry.
Red Eyes really needs Konami to actually figure out what the fuck the deck is about and then make it good at that. And if it's a problem like Dragoon, they can just ban it again. Or you can have different card decks and not ban it.
I don't know. I kind of think that they should. Well, no, because they do just a lot of the straight up destruction with Blue Eyes.
Well, Blue Eyes' main thing is Blue Eyes blows stuff up, and because all their monsters were vanilla monsters, also, Blue Eyes has a lot of cards that protect Blue Eyes. Like, they have Synchros that protect them, they have Eternal Light and stuff that protects them. Like, they have cards and effects that are just like, hey, my Blue Eyes, you can't fuck with them this turn. Also, they're huge and they're gonna eat you.
And I think that
all of Red Eyes' stuff, like Red Eyes' spell trap support is either burn damage, stuff like Red Eyes Burn, or it's like, hey, you see how this Red Eyes monster is in my graveyard? It's not there anymore.
The weirdest thing about Red Eyes is always meant to be equivalent to Dark Magician, but always weaker.
I mean, they're meant to be similar archetypes, but always, I think that was only in the English translation. They talked about power versus potential. Red Eyes had more potential, which was true at the time because Red Eyes did have more fusion monsters. Because there was Meteor Black and Black Skull, and then they actually kept adding to that.
Which, honestly, Joey should have ended up with Summoned Skull.
Probably, yeah.
Well,
and I mean, they made Red Eyes Archfiend of Lightning. They did do that. Even though Joey never really played Summoned Skull, other than I think he Grave Robbered it once.
Jinzo?
Yes. Oh God, please give me a Red Eyes Cyborg or something. Give me a Red Eyes Jins Man. Give me a trap negate.
Why isn't there more Jinzo Red Eye support? Actually,
I don't know. All the Jinzo support is Esperoba themed. It's weird. By the way, we have like 4 cards left. So
it's time. Give us a Red Eyes Jinzo fusion.
I honestly, I've always said what they should do is they should make an invoked style fusion card for Red Eyes that can use your opponent's monsters, but is not attribute based, but is type based, and then wombo combo them with other monsters that were significant to Joey, because that was Joey's thing, was dice and luck, and then using his opponent's advantage against them. Jinzo, Insect Queen, Legendary Fisherman. You could do Red Eyes Harpy's Pet Dragon, for instance, and that would be like Red Eyes plus a Winged Beast, that kind of stuff, and that would give you flexibility in the deck, which is really probably what they should do, because they keep giving them more weird shit.
What they should call that fusion card is Red Eyes Potential.
That would be good. I would also say Gravekeeper of Red Eyes could be funny.
Red Eyes
Grave Robber of Red Eyes. This guy is not in Master Duel yet, right? Illusion of Chaos, because that's brand new. Oh, but it was posted on the OCG's Twitter. I can work with that. It's a little bit of a weird scan, but it's good enough. Anyway, Dragoon is, like, as evidenced by the fact that Dragoon is banned in the OCG still, even though they banned Verte, and is unlimited in the TCG. It's a very conditional card with the meta.
It looks kind of cool.
Anyway, this is Illusion of Chaos.
It's
I suspect that has to do with they've got Max C over there, maybe.
Oh, I assume it is because Max C would let you replenish the discard negate.
Yeah.
Look at this boy.
Anyway, yeah, this is Illusion of Chaos. Very clearly doing the Magician of Chaos vibes, but in like a different way. Kind of drawn on some of the card levels. Dallas, what? Also, Dallas, what are you saying? No, but it's bullshit. You've got like 400 characters in Discord. You should elaborate. Magical Trevor, that's a great reach, by the way.
so I
Yeah.
don't know what that is because I was like, this guy looks like he's about to do a pen
Trevor.
summon.
Well, Axe, you're too young to know Magical Trevor.
The tricks that he does are ever so clever. Look at him now, disappear in a cow.
but
I've been
Omega,
doing this
you're
for
gonna
4
be-
hours and it's 1 a.m., okay, guys?
It is. Omega, this guy looks like he's about to do a pen summon. Am I wrong here?
I mean, with the thing over his head, the ring at the top, it is a little pendy, yeah. Which card? You mean Illusion? I can't tell. Dallas is refusing to give me context clues in Discord. There you go. Okay.
He's playing the noun game.
The pronoun.
Dallas and a proper noun. Name 2 things that don't go together. Yes, Illusion of Chaos. We know.
Loth and Luck.
So, Illusion of Chaos is, I think, obviously meant to reference Illusion Magician. You know, so he's kind of the reverse. So this is a Dark level 7 spellcaster, 2100 attack, 2500 defense. He's just another Dark Magician boy. You can ritual summon with Chaos form. You can reveal this card in your hand. Add a Dark Magician or one non-ritual monster that mentions it from your deck to your hand. Then place 1 card in your hand on top of the deck. By the way, this lets you unbrick Mahad if you wanted to. I don't think at this point you would run Mahad in this deck for sure, but it does let you unbrick Mahad.
That's funny.
When your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect, return this card to your hand. If you do, special summon a Dark Magician from your graveyard. And if you do that, the effect is negated. You can only use each effect once per turn. So, honestly, I don't even know if you bother ritual summoning this boy. Like, he is a hand effect. You just reveal him and add an appropriate Dark Magician card and stack a card on your deck. Which, again, with Soul Servant actually, like, does stuff. And then
He's
also,
like a Necroz.
he is just I guess you do actually want to ritual summon him so you can use the quick effect bounce, but, like, he's not a guy you put out just for effects. You summon him so that you have a negate ready.
He feels like a 1 or 2 of you'd run as consistency, but also emergency to utility.
And I would say I do not think his ratios are crazy because he doesn't pretend to be Dark Magician, so he's still really good.
And
I mean, you can only use each
probably
effect once.
search him
I mean,
out,
I guess
right?
the thing is you want to... Well, actually, is he easy to search? I know you want to draw him, but you can
Yeah.
only use each of his effects once per turn, so... There's not really a reason to
Yeah.
double up on him. I guess the question is if you want to make sure you draw him turn 1.
You can do him for him.
I mean, yeah, you
Yeah.
can unbrick yourself with him, but that's still like, I don't know. That's neat, but then it's like, okay, well, the rest of your 5 cards better be good. Then why do you, Dallas? What do you do if you draw 3 Illusion of Chaos?
You put it in. You put them both on the top of your deck.
Incorrect. Both effects are hopped. Correct, Dallas.
If you have
Correct.
2, it's not that. If you have 2, it's not that bad actually, because you put
Lie
one
down on the
I
floor, try not to
suspect-
cry.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think there's flexibility for the ratios. I mean, he's a pretty good card, but Dark Magicians are also... You could probably play Dark Magician with a couple of different ratios if you really wanted. It's a
It's
solid
an
ritual
experiment.
card. It has more effects to bring out, and I think he's an all right boy.
I'm gonna say I
So-
suspect it's a 2.
Speaking of cards that are mashup cards that are a long ass time coming. So, we have a mashup of Dark Magician and Red Eyes Black Dragon. We have a mashup of Dark Magician and Buster Blader. We have a mashup of Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl. We have
We
a
have Blue
technical
Eyes.
mashup of Gaia. You know, But now we also have Master of Chaos. What if we mashed up Dark Magician and BLS?
I actually like how this looks. It's a bit much, but the shield has always been good.
Yeah, the shield is good. He has Blackluster Soldier's sword, which works. I think there are some extra details in Master of Chaos here that are a little janky.
I think it makes me appreciate the Link BLS more.
It's funny because when you look at BLS's original art, the sword looks tiny. This one just looks like
I think it's because BLS is supposed to be a tall boy. But yeah, no, this is very much like the vibes of, hey, this is Blackluster Soldier, but also Dark Magician.
This is a spell sword, man. I will say some of the armor's a bit much in play. At least the pauldron and the spikes. Are
Oh
a bit
yeah,
much.
the multi-layered pauldrons are always a weird thing, and he's got like weird back spikes.
Also,
I also noticed he's
feel
got like fucking chevrons on his cape for some reason.
Yeah,
and
that's
his
weird.
tabard.
I will say I've
Also
also noticed a
got-
bit of how I think it looks like his staff turned into the sword kind of thing.
I think he just has BLS's sword, yeah.
he has
He's
what looks
also
like an
got, like-
eagle coming out of his chest.
Yes, we're still doing weird things with the chest plate. Also, I think that's a very uncomfortable pose he's doing, where he's like doing a flying knee jump, and then he's also twisting his
Yeah.
waist to the side.
Yeah.
Also got different
Ooh, sorry, Mr. Dennis Cordell had a great thing. Dark Magician needs a
Dark
familiar
Magician,
type card that counts as a dragon and a warrior. That
I
would
should
be
have
great.
mentioned it earlier, but I wasn't trying to bring it up.
That's a funny idea.
Like a card that for the material, basically, if it uses material for a Dark Magician card, it counts.
Basically,
as these
make
other
it like Shadal Core, but make it type, not attribute. This card can be used as any type of monster for fusion summon of one Dark Magician fusion. Like, obviously, you can cheat with Eye of Timaeus, but, you know, there's certain things to be said for more monster targets, more flexible shit you can do. But yeah, Master of Chaos is again, it's like, wow, it really did take them a long time to reach this point. It's funny. So, Master of Chaos is a dark spellcaster, level 8, 3K, 25. I do also believe the OCG intended for this to replace Dragoon, because Dragoon is still banned in the OCG.
Also, why do we ever get like the Dark Magician Blue Eyes card?
Yeah, I don't know. I would expect that sometime.
I
Well,
feel like
technically, I do have
Didn't they
Chronicle. I do
try
have
that?
Chronicle cards in
Yeah.
there. They're not fusion cards, but there are technically a mashup. We'll see. I mean, what I was gonna say was the mashup we're now missing. I think that's the most iconic. I think, other than maybe like magnets, would be, hey, where's Dark Magician Archfiend?
Right.
The one.
Honestly,
that
Summon's
I,
Summon's Skull
that
Magician would be cool.
I don't gotten more of since BLS got support. Is, hey, where's our new BLS's writing?
But yeah, so Master of Chaos. By the way, you're a little quiet, David.
Sorry.
Honestly,
Man.
I don't know what to tell this, but like when you said Magnet Warrior, I imaged like Dark Magician Girl as a Magnet Warrior for some reason more than Dark Magician.
I mean, I think that would work, because the original Magnet Warriors are kind of like a little janky, adorable mascot boys, and then they turn into a
Yeah.
terrifying combo monster. Several terrifying
and
combo
then
monsters.
then the combo turns into the combo.
Yes, the combo has a second combo. It's very mecha anime. Anyway, Master of Chaos is his materials are one Dark Magician and then either one Chaos or Blackluster Soldier Ritual Monster. So you don't even technically need to run BLS in here, but obviously he is very BLS inspired. Because you can just run the Magician of Chaos Mans or Illusion of Chaos, because Chaos is in his name. If this card is fusion summoned, target a light or dark monster in your graveyard, special summon it. You contribute one dark and one light monster, banish all monsters your opponent controls. If this fusion summon card is destroyed by battle or card effect, target a spell in your graveyard, add it to your hand. You can only use each effect of Master of Chaos once per turn. So yeah, this is just a good boy.
Actually,
good.
Non-targeting banishing is really good. Yeah.
Yes, no. If you can tribute a light and a dark monster, which is not the easiest in Dark Magician, obviously you can set up for it with a special summon.
You'd be struggling to find a light target is the bit.
Like, honestly, I think this may
Oh,
actually
no.
give you a reason to play
Mahad.
Mahad or Mana, because you can bin them with Magician's Souls, then summon them back with Master of Chaos. Like, that's actually, like, I think a decent reason to run those cards. Because remember,
And also the other-
Magician's Souls is any level 6 or higher spellcaster.
And I believe some other BLS cards are light.
Yeah. And obviously, if you were playing the Black Luster version of this with Master of Chaos... Oh, yes, right. They made Timaeus a monster finally. He is light, yeah. He's not on this list. But, yeah.
Honestly, I also think about... Varen also brings up a Arcana Joker version of the Dark Magicians. With, like the faces.
I mean, they just made those guys their own archetype. I don't know if you'd want to
Fair.
blend them with Dark Magician yet.
Honestly, because it's like I guess you wouldn't want to see. Honestly, I could more see a tarot card theme with like Dark Magician Girl of like the Dark Magician Girl of Cups or wands or something.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. We're gonna move on. But yeah, Master of Chaos has a lot of targets you can work with, and just non-targeting, banish all monsters your opponent controls. Boom.
Get out of here.
Yeah, and then if it's destroyed, you get to recycle a spell. Any spell in your graveyard. You've probably got some.
That's
So
like
yeah,
some
no,
Ewok
like
shit.
this is now the new boss of Dark Magician in the OCG.
It's less a going first card, more a going second card.
Yes, no, that's the thing. Like, if you're going first in the TCG, you can still make Dark Dragoon, and that's a perfectly good going first card, because then it's like, hey, you want to do stuff? No. I keep discarding. Don't do that.
This is a board.
Stop that.
Whereas Master of Chaos is, I see you have a board of monsters. What if you didn't? What if they were banished? Though I would say, obviously, you can technically do this on not your second turn, but turn 2, because, again, remember, they have a literal quick play fusion card. And I would argue, now that we've talked about him, I would argue I think this makes also the merit to having the extra Illusions of Chaos, because that's a valid target for this for fusion. So if you have a Dark Magician and an Illusion of Chaos, you can make this guy, and you can make him with a fucking quick play. Anyway. There's a lot of good stuff you can do. We're not going to bring it up, but you guys should go look up Piercing the Darkness as well. Not directly related to Master of Chaos, but that was in Battle of Chaos, and it's another, weird, good vanilla card. So the next card arts I want to bring up really quick to round us out are, so we joked about the Blue Eyes Dark Magician Wambo Cambo. Hey, guess what?
Oh no.
That's kind of real.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was joking.
So
but
to
I also
for the
You
25th
forgot.
anniversary, we introduced Disboy, Chronicle Magician.
I almost thought it was like
A fever dream?
I almost thought it was an adult lady for the oh wait, no, it's a
No, there's a
I
girl.
can't-
We'll talk about her. She's only in the OCG. There's
Okay.
Chronicle Sorceress as well, but Chronicle Magician is, he's kind of a dark magician, but white. To channel MBT at 1:30 in the morning.
we're pointing.
By the way,
blue
spoilers,
hair.
guys. You're not getting. It's gonna be later in the afternoon when you get Prague. Just heads
That's
up.
fair.
Sorry.
Yeah,
It-
figured.
Go
it's-
sleep, yeah.
I'm gonna have to pass out at some point. There's no way it'll get done in time. But we had a fun time remembering Kazuki Takahashi and also yelling about how Dark Magician went from dumb to good. But okay,
I kind of wish he got a chance to play these cards.
Chronicle Magician is a level 7 dark spellcaster, even though he's white now. He has 25/25. If a monster with 25 original attack or defense is normal or special summoned to your field, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card from defense position. By the way, that means both Blue Eyes and Dark Magician. Because they have 25 defense and 25 attack.
Also a bunch of, is it only normals or like that's
No,
also a bunch
any monster with 2500 original attack or defense.
of,
is
also
normal
a
or
bunch of the special,
Yeah.
also a bunch of the extra deck.
But I
Dark
will say
Magicians.
this. The reason why I say Dark Magician or Blue Eyes is because if this card is special summoned, target a Dark Magician or Blue Eyes White Dragon in your monster zone, it gains 2500 attack or defense until the end of this turn. You can use each effect once per turn. And I will say, actually, this card just came out and goes from the past second Haunting. I think because this is a level 7 spellcaster, you can special summon. This is, like
really
Dallas
good
just
in
said, this is okay in Dark Magician decks. Like
it's a decent 1 or 2 of. Like,
yeah, because it's a free special, so you can exceed. And if you did need to slap a big monster, you can become 5k.
Yeah.
It's just a fun extender. And then Chronicle Sorceress is not out yet. Okay, we do not have a special TCG art. It's just another fun card you can bring out, I would say. Okay. Somebody has done a blow-up of this art. So,
Of course they did.
Chronicle Sorceress. Oh, that's very big. Hold on. Thank you, DeviantArt. Become small.
Is it wrong if it looks like Dark Magician had a daughter?
I mean, I think the aesthetics are Dark Magician Girl, but also you got to remember that another key Yugi card that was Yugi's card was, yeah, there's a person on DeviantArt who does all of the blow-ups of card art, Dallas. There's literally a guy who does all this. I thank him every day because card blow-ups are hard to come by. But you got to remember that Silent Magician and Silent Swordsman were really big deals for Yugi specifically. So
Yeah,
I feel
I
like
like the Silent
because
Magician.
these are meant to celebrate the 25th anniversary.
It is a mashup, yeah.
Yeah, they are kind of like white, like a blue and white, like a Blue Eyes, but also they have a lot of aesthetic cues from like both Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl, and also Silent Magician, etc.
Looks like she's wielding a fucking spell book.
Yes, she is.
There's
She
your
is.
spellbook.
Like,
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
from the
The
from-
aesthetic looks a
archetypes,
little bit
oh.
more like
Yeah.
but it's still
Like-
got enough.
Like
I think
Demi
to
and
be,
teaches her
like-
classes.
Well, hey, you know, I mean, Dark Eradicator Warlock was in one of those spellcaster structure decks, you know. Anyway, so Chronicle Sorceress is a level 4 dark spellcaster. It is 1250. You can activate one of these effects based on the attributes in your graveyard. Light, send a Blue Eyes White Dragon, or one card that mentions it from your deck to your graveyard except Chronicle Sorceress. Dark, send a Dark Magician, or one card that mentions it from your deck to your graveyard except Chronicle Sorceress. You can only use each effect once per turn. I don't think this is quite as impressive as Magician, because Magician is a free extender. This is just more graveyard setup.
Yeah, well, if it
Unless
says
you can
a card that...
special her out.
Yes, David?
Oh, sorry. No, you go ahead.
So it's a card that mentions Blue Eyes White Dragon or Dark Magician, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you could just do a lot of things with this. Like, say, for instance, the stones.
Yeah, that's what I was
You could
saying.
just be
I
like-
think for Blue Eyes, this is a little bit better. It's really weird because you have to already have a light in your graveyard, and then you have to play this weird dark spellcaster.
My
was saying-
thoughts are, is she special summonable?
Nope. I mean, yes, she is
No.
special summonable, but she doesn't have an inherent special. She's
Oh,
just
wow.
Yeah, but I mean,
You
like,
don't-
does, I'm not very familiar with Dark Magician or how it works.
You can
and
dump
I've been
Soul
kind of-
Servant. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well,
oh, dump Soul Servant to do
the.
the Soul Servant thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or
I'm
you
sure
can
there's
do
some.
that.
I'm sure there's some funny graveyard interaction with this. I don't think it's a crazy good card, but I like what they're going
Yeah.
for, and this is a really fun celebration, and I'm glad we ended on the Chronicle cards. This is a really fun celebration of Yu-Gi-Oh! Because it's harkening back to like the OG rivalry. But like I said, if you've read Kazuki Takahashi's after publishing the final manga volume of Yu-Gi-Oh!, like a lot of the reason why he wrote the series was because of like how games are this interesting way for people to interact, and like a lot of it was generally about the like conflict, interaction, and understanding between people as they play games. So the fact that after like I believe this was for the 25th anniversary, after like cards coming out and like you know us reaching this point, we've got these cards that represent, you know, the meeting of the minds between Yugi and Kaiba. It's pretty interesting.
I don't know if it helps adding on like a kind of. I feel like I have grown to understand most of you from being part of our doing this and Prague over a year or two.
Yeah, we've certainly grown a community.
But I think I've also just
Loth, are you
Fuck it
just
off.
speed typing?
What?
anyway.
Oh, no, I was mashing A and D because I was in it. I'm doing Dragon's Dogma. So,
Okay.
But also, I guess for like other Telltale games, but I like to believe in like Takahashi's like belief of that, or it's like I agree with him in that regard. I have made most of my friends through gaming. Also, anyway, I'm not gonna bring it up, but you can close it on one too.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm stretching out. It's late. Thank you so much for tuning in for this little moment. I knew it would be longer. Not as long as the fucking Dimension Dragons. But
Right.
I'm sure
Yeah.
that Dark Magician will continue to grow. We'll be sure to tune in with you when we come back. Though I believe our current wave of nostalgia this month or whatever in Yu-Gi-Oh is 5Ds again with all the Blackwing support coming out.
Make Dark Magician great again.
I
Anyway.
mean, it's okay now. Like, it might just get better.
No,
I think.
actually, I honestly think it's the best DM archetype right now.
He's
Yeah,
reporting to our
the
favorite
Battle
poets.
of Chaos as a anniversary set was very amazing to Dark Magician. It gave him
Like, I
some
would say,
teeth.
like, I mean,
And Blue
yeah,
Eyes
like,
got a plane.
like
and
those
that's about
last,
it.
like,
Well,
those
they
last-
also got Ultimate Fusion.
Yeah, Ultimate Fusion, which is
Ooh. I mean, honestly, the
Good
last 4
play.
cards we went over, I feel like it was like, oh, okay, that's why that deck's good now, because like, fuck.
Yeah,
Saturday
no.
Chaos,
A
like,
lot of it is with the
Illusion of
support that
Chaos.
started in 2020.
No. It's definitely a deck that was like really mid until about 2018, then it became good, and then recently it just became like very rogue.
And I think honestly like it's coming back around because remember Legendary Duel Season 3 comes out later this month. That will be Dark Magicians and Magician Souls reprint. Like we're juicing back up the Dark Magicians. Which I love. Dark Magician I wouldn't say is my favorite archetype out of the three. Like I said, I'm always been a big Red Eyes boy, but I do like Dark Magician. I would prefer that over Blue Eyes. So I think there's some interesting stuff there. And honest to God, I really wish you would remember Joey Wheeler exists and you could give him some of this love. Give me Lord of Red
Hey.
Max, please.
I mean, Omega, they just recently did Duke Devil in support. So what do you? I don't know.
That's true. They did. I mean, Animation Chronicle exists to make anime cards real. They did actually finally print Dark Dragon Nails.
I still maintain the way I want them to. I know this is not ideal for you, Omega, but because it fits the character so well, the way I want them to support Red Eyes is just to make a bunch of bullshit high rolly random cards.
I mean, there's certainly support for that.
We
But
make Red Eyes dice.
because there is the
Hey.
Duke Devlin card that
Hey.
helps dice rolling cards. Funnily
hey
enough.
Konami, make more dice cards.
Oh, I'm sure Kaz hasn't drawn all of the Dark Magician art.
No?
I'm sure when he was working on the manga, he probably had assistants, and there are concept artists who've worked on the other anime.
I'm betting there were probably some like students
kinda hope
under
they make-
him.
I
He
kind of
does also have an entire studio.
I kind of hope they make like a tribute set or like a tribute promo.
Just
That'd
like
be nice.
how.
But Studio Dice was his
What
actual
was it?
company that's marked. So also again to talk about how much he loves stuff. It's called Studio Dice.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna wrap up here. Thanks so much for tuning in,
Yeah.
everybody. We'll be back to your regularly scheduled programming. We decided that Shadol would not be thematically appropriate for this specific day at this specific time.
Besides,
Uh,
I think like we would never really do Dark Magician and Blue Eyes until we actually hit like a benchmark.
Yeah, it would be
anyway,
something.
so-
This turned into a way to kind of turn this into a positive moment and do something we probably wouldn't do for a long while. But yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate your stream. I appreciate several of you throwing me money to yell at Dallas more, as always. So we'll be seeing you soon for Let's Talk FGO. Like I said, probably will be delayed just because this stream went on pretty long, and again, my video player exploded. I'm kind of glad it
It was long.
exploded, though, because if it had gone on for like an hour and we'd started like an hour later, we'd probably be dead. I would have had to cut some of the
Actually,
cards.
I'll be real, Omega. If we were blast like 45 more minutes more, I'd probably going to sleep.
I mean, I feel like I'm gonna pass out. So, but
I
yeah, I
would
appreciate you
probably
guys
pass
tuning in.
out,
Make sure to
like-
check out. We pushed this to Thursday because I took an enforced vacation by the power of Batteryman.
Betterment Solar.
They were not on my
sadly, were not
side,
there.
so we did Great Ace Attorney on Tuesday. I think quite a few tuned into that one, so check that out, and some of the other stuff we did over the weekend. And like I said, we got a Let's Talk FGO coming up. That'll be pretty good. You can listen to things about the anniversary and stuff, and tune into What's Up as well. And like I said, remember, Fail Portrayal poll. You can vote in it by being at the 5 and up level. We do currently have a tie, and I'm
Vote
gonna be
Magical Muskets,
honest.
you cowards.
I feel like I mean, you can do what Axe said and vote Magical Muskets, but also if you
Knock
care about the
those
other
two
three
out.
ones that are like at one vote, you can still push those up. There's only that's a difference of 4 votes. You guys can make that matter.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks so much for
please.
tuning in, everybody. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Right.
Bye.